here with us again. Good morning to my colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. President, Vice President listening in, Madam Chief Justices, and all the justices, and to all the chapters, all the constituents there within the four sacred mountains and outside too as well. We do have, before I continue going down the line, let me go ahead and call this meeting to order. And then we'll go ahead and move up from there. With that, Mr. Rico, are we recording now? We're good? All right, with that, there's a proposed agenda. There it goes. There's a proposed agenda here before us, the 24th Navajo Nation Council Spring Session. This is our spring session, and this agenda was posted 72 hours in advance. Today's date is April 18th. We will be going until April 22nd, 2022. The time now is 10:08 a.m. We are here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. This is via telecommunications. I do want to say for the record, though, that Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Paul Begay, I do believe Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Edison Wanika is here with us too as well in the chamber. So again, thank you very much for being here with us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just to introduce myself, I'm born for Nanastasia touching Edo, Ashini Deshache, and Sabine Additionella. We did call this session to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we'll go ahead and move on from there, just to make sure we do have everything in line.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland's present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning, Halona is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning,
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So,
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, concentrate, don't shake.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay,
I'm present.
Honorable Almer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call.
Good morning, Kellen's present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honor. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is present. Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Soto. With that, colleagues, so 21 members present this morning. Good morning again. Again, this is our this is our spring session, the 24th Navajo Nation Council 2022. With that, before we continue going on down, let's go ahead and go. We do have a posting of the colors with Miss Baker, United States Navy, Army, from the Untitled Chapter Veterans Organization, Vice Commander. Miss Eloise Brown, United States Army. Miss Linda Roanhorse One-Salt, United States Navy. Miss Andrea Muzzy Denetso, United States Army. Miss Bobby Ann Baldwin, United States Marine Corps. Mary Ann Bullhead, United States Navy and Army. And Hallie Suaza, United States Air Force. With that, could you please stand and have the posting of the colors by our Lady Veterans? Thank you very much, Madam Lee, veterans, for the presentation of the posting of the colors. With that, let me go on down to our Pledge of Allegiance, which we're having virtually by the Monument Valley High School, Dr. Victoria Yazzi's Navajo government class there in Utah.
Good morning to each and every one of you listening, from our council delegate to Honorable Seth Damon, for allowing us to be here and take part. And today in Monument Valley, Utah, we do have our Navajo government class. Unfortunately, today there's no school, so we have one of our Navajo government student and her family presiding today to say the Navajo pledge on behalf of Tsebi Indiske Elementary School and Tsebi Indiske High School here in Utah. And we are honored to say the Pledge of Allegiance on behalf of our school. May we begin, sir?
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Victoria Yazzie and your students there in the Navajo government class. Let me go on down as we have the honor this morning to hear our national anthem sung by our current Miss Navajo, Miss Rockbridge. Miss Navajo, the floor is yours.
Order, arms. About, please. Order, attention. About, please. About, please. Order, left, face. Forward, march.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation of the national anthem there, Miss Navajo. And thank you very much to all the Navajo veterans organizations and that their representatives are here who posted the colors this morning. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We do have our invocation this morning by Mr. Curtis G. Morgan from Yambato, New Mexico. Mr. Morgan.
Ana web ke hozon dismilas khule akhta hol gede no di tsere kuin di ade tsel di ab giten andish kui gushi bit snada hata zindo khon ni is khayat e yosno khon khalchen do khon ast khuyada e bit khayat hot e kono hat ishini il tu tsil tu ini gol geni tsil il tu do so pada hot e do ja khon it 100 itli do so de zindo be na gai be rast khon so be 100 itli ni ta do ya te has aro le so wan bi do ko to na ndish ni do ja khon bi de na ndi ni do le sasi ko do ya rast khon kada timbe do be ando ni do زلت لوي نابا آن شاش بگن زلت بيجا دي الآج نان دي بشنيدون دا نان دي وزن أصلي وزن أصلي وزن أصلي. Thank you.
That, colleagues, please have a seat. Please be seated, everyone in the chambers. Thank you again, Mr. Curtis G. Morgan, for that wonderful invocation this morning. Again, just want to repeat, thank you to the women's veterans organizations and their individuals who they represent. Thank you, Lady Veterans, for posting the colors this morning. To the Pledge of Allegiance there conducted by Dr. Victoria's Yazi's Naval Governmental Class there in Monument Valley High School, Utah. And then Miss Navajo Nation, Ms. Rockbridge, thank you very much again for that wonderful presentation of the national anthem. And then last but not least for the invocation, Mr. Morgan. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. So we have had our invocation for the day, for the week here at the Navajo Nation Council spring session. Moving on down on our proposed agenda, we do have a recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time, colleagues. Is there any formal recognitions at this time, colleagues? If there's no recognitions, thank you very much. I do want to say that we do have some guests in the chambers this morning. Thank you very much. We do have staffers from Senator Kelly's office. Senator Kelly, Mark Kelly from the state of Arizona. They are here in the north, east, southeast area. Again, thank you very much for being here with us this morning. That, colleagues, if there's no recognizing guests and visiting officials, let's continue on down.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity here. I don't know at this time, I want to recognize all my 4 chapters, the chapters that I represent, starting off with not just on chapter officials, staff, Ojeto chapter officials, Club C, grazing official, Shanto chapter, chapter officials, planning and zoning, economic development commission, staff, speaking chapter, chapter officials, chapter staff, Mr. Earl Sombrero, I see the 4 chapters I represent throughout COVID, I see let hit commission, I see I just want to say thank you to Shamash Monument Valley School, Utah, Monument Valley High School, Navajo government, Dr. Victoria Yazi, the Pledge of Allegiance with that this morning, the never was it on and the way never Washington as it yeah, see, Mr. Speaker, once I see not I just wanted to recognize my 4 chapters, and the other 106 chapters, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for those recognitions this morning. I did also, someone else say something? I did also want to recognize too as well. Let me not forget all the individuals who have walked to the chambers too as well this morning. Colleagues, thank you to everyone that was a part of the sexual assault awareness walk that was led by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. But we did have other individuals marching for their positions, and whether that be the DODA Helium group. Thank you very much for voicing your concerns to the reapportionment committee that wants to have further discussions on the school board reapportionments. Thank you again. We did we will set up a meeting with you, and then also we did hear from the individuals who were I guess the individuals from the San Juan region area along the San Juan River, and then the Shiprock community who were walking for better equal rights for hemp development along in their communities too as well. So thank you very much to all those walkers there this morning. Thank you very much for voicing your concerns, but also your positions. And we did listen to you, and we will have follow-ups on those. So again, thank you. Colleagues, if there's no other recognizing guests, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, yate pin good morning, Speaker of Navajo Nation, Speaker David, yate pin sile. Aron da fa hen son kudo spring session. Agent down kudo ba hen no or what on the dishly. I'd like to recognize my 5 chapters officials. The no car no judge the chamber there. The way black mesa just the chain. 4 slate of the big about what's on opinion. Aron that your story to whip well and the hard rock chapters official here. But it is never caught no jay. I lab out of besides 106 chapters or he all cardinals and abundant chapters official by hand song should by here no ecuador is here edition on behalf of your people. On the Ishlaroli. I live not it in only couldn't get down and 24 councilmen. I share all the whole social. Go back on mute now.
Speakers, Vice Chair Smith, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead, the floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time.
Speaker Damon and the 24th Naval Nation Council. Just want to say belated happy Easter to everybody. Hope they had a wonderful time with their family getting together. I just would like to recognize the 5 chapters I represent, starting with says on my to that's the Ado Kinkelofe to. I'd like to say good morning to them, staff, leaders, Greasy committee members, club members, even our veterans organization, commanders, vice commanders, those that are in the aspects of helping the communities. I don't hit Masanda Linigi, so just like to say good morning to them, recognize them as guests. Thank you for the prayer. Thank you for the color guard coming in and posting colors, the women color guard of various branches of the U.S. military. Just like to appreciate that and say,
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That, let me move on down. Honorable Stewart, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Silla. Speaker, Adandak, colleagues, and Otenigi of the 24th Naval Nation Council, this morning. I wanted to say thank you to our female veterans that have been here this morning with us, that brought in our colors. It was an honor to ask them on behalf of the Naval Nation Council to come in and post the colors. And through that, the reason why I requested to ask for female veterans speaker in Naval Nation Council and those listening out there is because of the fact that we have plenty of female warriors out there throughout history. Our female warriors have been out there just as much as our male individuals. And being last month being National Women Recognition Month, and next month being Mother's Day, and knowing that we come from a matriarchal society as well. So I want to thank the veterans for being out here, the female veterans from the agencies from Navajo Nation. For the spring session out in that corner. I thought the chapters I represent, and all the chapters across the nation. Good morning to all of you and those listening across the United States and within Navajo Nation as well. It seems our spring council session got underway. And President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, and all of our employees, and that's all I want to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Stewart. Again, good morning. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, calling.
Speaker, can you put Freeland in the queue?
Yes, Honorable Halona, go ahead, and then Honorable Freeland, you are in the queue.
Oh, thank you, sir, and good morning to everybody online and all my council colleagues. And good morning to everybody. I just want to recognize my 5 chapters that I represent. I want to congratulate them on all the work that they've been doing thus far, especially through the work that they've done through the pandemic. Of course, it's still here. We need to keep our guards up. First chapter I'd like to recognize is Nash City chapter, President Rhonda Herbert and commission staff there. And then also Nash City, or excuse me, Cody Canyon, Sherilyn Yazzie, President, and their staff there. And also Mexican Springs, Roberta Vicente out there and their staff. And Tohatchi, Sonny Moore, President, and his staff, as well as Abbas, Twin Lakes, Norman John and his staff. I should thank you all for your hard work and continuing to serve the community. And all the veterans out there, I'd like to recognize them as well. And thank you for your service and thank you for all the freedom that we enjoy today. And we know that freedom is not free. We have to pay for it dearly. But we thank you all for giving us this opportunity to live free here in this country. Thank you, Speaker. That's all I have right now.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Halona. Let me go continue on down. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you.
Recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Speaker Damon, colleagues of the 24th Naval Nation Council. Good morning. Shea, I wanted to recognize this morning my 8 regional chapters: Crown Point, Nahadishkish, Tehe'ai, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herferno, Nayeze. Good morning to all of our people in the Eastern Navajo Agency, as well as across the Navajo Nation. Also wanted to recognize all the families and all those who are still recovering from COVID-19. May you continue the prosper of recovery, as well as good health. For all the families out there, may you continue to find peace and healing at this time. If all those who have lost loved ones at this time, so we got to remember the families through this ordeal and continue to pray for them each and every day. So, Speaker Damon, that's my recognition this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, any other recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time?
Speaker. Speaker.
Chairman? Is that you?
Sir, can you hear me?
Chairman Yazzie?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's online and there at the chambers. With everyone, I just want to greet everyone. Since everyone is greeting their chapters, I thought I'll go ahead and do that. I am calling from Coolidge, New Mexico, home site number 178-27. But I want to go ahead for the record to acknowledge our chapters as well, 6 of them. And I'll start off right now by naming them and the staff and the members and our elders and our youth. And so the Rue is chapter, Smith Lake chapter and staff, Mariano Lake and staff and members, Pinedale staff and members, and Church Rock staff and members, and Ayambato with staff and members. And so that's for the record, Speaker. I'm looking forward for a good session and to complete business for the Navajo Nation. And greetings to everyone that is listening and to everyone that is there in Window Rock. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazi. That, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Eugene So.
Che,
Oh,
top question. Just on recognition. Very quick conduction. Back in the years of World War I, to Vietnam, you follow? Try in the house. I see Asian families, I see East Argy to recognize those families that have their veterans. They listen on the house coming to the bagel, or Yan has met all veterans, stand on the Vaki, the bagels, they are veterans too. It area, other area, other Yeta has met all in the Hayada, almost the Hayado could add. In not beyond the city, take all out the car. He don't Shabay Hall. Should say, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you add me to the queue, please?
thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. Moving on down. Good morning, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, everyone who's here in the morning. Speaker, I'd like to actually recognize two groups. One is we do have a lot of our elders who are in nursing homes or their rehabilitation facilities. They listen in to our council meeting. I know that several occasions I've been called by these elders, you know, and they've been letting me know that they are listening in. So I just want to shout out to all of the elders out there who are listening in from, you know, the facilities that you're currently in, the homes that you're in. And we miss you dearly, and I wish we could visit you every day, but just know that we want to recognize you here at Chambers today at Spring Council. I'd also like to recognize all of our students who are graduating this spring. Speaker, graduation season is going to be coming up here soon. We have students who are graduating from kindergarten, even preschool, all the way into high school. There's been postings of individuals who are posting their information or their announcements graduating from college. So we have a lot of people who are graduating this coming month. So I just want to recognize them and say congratulations. It's wonderful. You know, that you're achieving this milestone, and I hope that we can continue to see you achieving more in your life. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. With that, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay. Good morning, Jay. Floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Honorable Keon.
Somebody muted me. Good morning, Nana. Ado Kodona Dean Base Base Boss Unbin Hitochiki Yat Epin Ado kodo salat son linigi sanin long kodo danad aya da shoja gin chagun hichaba hen sin hen hidini dole Ado kodon halchine danad be Simigi ye nada don't need to get to here, Kodo and Hidini do list. Other sick a should nan flindigit are the kid not indigi, now be hope kay up a car go here, not so Kodoshi, nada so gizdo, nada is not on she, the more not do late quite get Dago Bishpas Anya Natjaki Kodo, nada ilne, a call Natchikodo, Nidia Baha or Zit, Kodon Hachin and Tahaki, the class of 2022. Hachin Hotahunda is Tahaki, a conscious at Sabahit and Sendo, other Shipan Histahujo, the net Naso net Najin Kodobi Kitna, so it's no hit Ashin Hotaho Tahaki, college at Ninishin Hunsa Nada di Carter Lil, out of Kodo preschool, the door junior high, out of college the Shitan that used Taco got out at Station and Arnoldinigi are in Hachin, junior college, and even getting your first bachelor's degree. Your master's degree, or even a doctorate degree. We appreciate you. We just ask you to come back to the Navajo Nation. Kodo Saton Hikan dot Water Ado Kodo Zahlijin, the Kodishinla, the March da Ila, the Kodo Zahlijin region, and the central part of the Navajo Nation are the March da Oslagi, Hihat, and Hidishnido Lake Kodo. We hear you loud and clear. Hopefully that we can all come together and understand of what the people needs out there. So ebe nashe kodo hehan hidini do listen and dengi ado kodo just as touchy besto legendiskis ado ko sasikades salan nazlin ado kodo dak landet an to e do good morning hidini do list speaker hehat.
Thank you, Honorable Keon BA. With that, let me move on down. Honorable Brown, Nathaniel Brown, floor is yours.
Let's give it to Yad S Speaker Ado Shanant 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ikehe Kwegi Kwegi dos is the our Inkahas Tweedo and Nikizani Kodobet Hadasha Ado. I want to recognize Kodo Black Mesa de Alte. So I wanted to give my appreciation and my gratitude to our people who are advocating for Nkamana Hossa. Koho e shehet the deshmi to Khaled Akune the People's House Guna and Khan Nahoti do da non da this kid. So some really good questions by our people speaker. Ado to the leadership. Koho Kegi, I wanted to recognize all our people who take the time to put gas in their vehicles when it's really expensive. And the advocacy that they do. I think our people want to also know and in recognizing them that this is their house and when they can have access to come back into the council chambers. I understand that, during this restriction, this kid speaker, thank you to my 3 chapters of Chilchimbi Tho, Danaho Todo, Todanishe, and then I just want to give a shout out to my elders who I've been talking to this morning. They continue to give their offerings and their prayers for all of us. to all the chapter officials, and again, happy post-Easter to all the individuals who are picking up trash every day. So every day is Earth Day for us. The speaker, thank you for this time and questions.
Thank you very much for that recommendation, and we look forward to that too as well, to returning back to normalcy with allowing individuals back into the people's house. So again, we will be working on that. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, basically. Speaker Damon, Addison, and I, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just like my colleagues, I'd like to recognize the chapter leadership, the community members of the 8 chapters I represent. Bilganas Nez, Setchvizabi, Tuh, Nutmel, Jean, Nahadeshki, Chenle, Binchkay, Betuh, Chede, Chetka, Tuh, Kurle, Adukin Sakai. Really honor their leadership during this difficult time that we've encountered with a worldwide crisis. And we're getting through it. I'd like to also recognize our elders, Kwaskwini Hizani. Next month, May, is Older Americans Act. Older Americans Act was designated by President John F. Kennedy, and throughout the years, our Navajo folks have been honored. Most significant was Meiji Castillo. He was honored by President Reagan and given a presidential award. He saved preschool students that had gotten stuck and caught fire along the pipeline in the Pueblo Untitled Chapter area. He was pulled out several students. So I'd like to just recognize that and thank you for allowing me to do that. We will also on Thursday talk more about that in the recognition. Cell phone benacha to computer benacha la go da inos to benacha shin to the wait gi ba honosan. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So that, let me continue on down. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue at this time.
Speaker Damon, at a peneto ado staff Lunido, yet a she. A Zikedo, Satelika, Aroshima Yazika, shita and senko can he need the workers here arot kone hodlanido edo sidenedo kage council chamber kan hodlanido aro hot shinado sildo Untitled Chapter the other resident on Aza so he had Mr. Luther Lee and Ron Lee other the worker he had but other Edos Nedo that is not idol are there do yat in Hidini do this I don't think na Shahadedo I don't the Hunstone there other than Shahadedo other do yat 18 do this other article the Nessic A, the Seniki, that is not Agidi Pendigit. Yet, it's a Disney. Aro, teach Jishin, though, the net will Yahagi, Ishi because in his colleges. The Padea A Archid, A because the Nani Tado Hanani Pounds, because it seemed ya Econ, Hitler holds the Chico. Aro de ya. Yat ehibin yeshi it at nanitra and sakis not in nasiotin zenuriagi. Ebikisi yat ehigit the bohnet zang ekodo e netakis dot lily baka hajopa huntin ahuiche nikain hidden petitos niligi he has since so got a recovery had not been his gorgeous. Today is very important. We're going to be talking about recovery. For all that gender she will concentrate on which one is more recovery. And we want to know when it's going to start. When are the government going to start implementing the recovery part of it. The people are going through this. For the mentally, physically, some of them are still hurting. So how do we go about that? Asian and his Chicago was done and see. For Asian Hoto large Banti case of this. It's done because it's springtime because of the Shigi. A because a Banti case of the Chico. Area and natural patterns and for Asian Hoto. But it is Nico. Ado shide ya koto peso ya zeni constant do ibe otze beniye do te ataste wali hagi benat do tas and ye hot ade ya nta ke shide di nis so zago to ya ado ta later to this so taban sa ke siko di chen zeni hot shoda jo pa ni tendo the nande de hodan ha shipa ha zi to recovery. Hard the head by Bohol other Sahalis, Jot are in Hantaki, so that Heho, Skin of Linigo. Easy, the Dode Yae, Jinda is in the high star. Ede Yato, but Isha, the Skin of Linigo. One thought of this, shall we speak.
Thank you very much. That moving on down, Honorable Otto So. Good morning, Honorable Otto So.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker? Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, for recognition of guests and visiting officials. I just would like to say that there's a group of individuals who provided wood over the winter, fall and winter season to many Navajos in Western Navajo, and even wood were hauled out to many other agencies other than Western. and that's the group from Tuba City who provided free wood, and in return, individuals who would take a cord of wood would donate their time to saw another cord of wood for the next person coming in. And they have partnership with Tuba City Healthcare Corporation and the county. I would like to thank AJ Myers. With that, Dr. Keldron of Tuba City Healthcare Corporation. They're the frame workers and to get this initiative moving to provide warm firewood to the Navajo people over the course of the winter season and during the course of COVID. So the other is I guess the community members of Tuba City, would like to have a shout out to you guys, and especially those community members who call me and check up on me, and whether it's an issue pertaining to the nation or something personal to try to get programs to address your issues and things like that. Thank you for reaching out to me. The other is, I guess, our chapter there in Tuba City. Just I'd like to thank them for their hard work and their ability to operate the way they operate, because Tuba City is the only chapter that has a transfer station. Other chapters across the nation does not have that. Even they provide services that I think the Navajo Nation should be providing for Navajo people in general. But in this case, the chapter is providing that service for them. So even the ones that don't want to be recognized, they still recognize you guys too. You know, Navajo Nation employees, our managers, our division directors. And especially the legislative staff too. You know, Speaker, you have a wonderful staff, and OLS, Office of Legislative Services, Legislative Council. Without you guys, the work of the legislative branch would not be there. I really appreciate the work and the work that you guys do to help many of the delegates out here in Winter Rock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So moving on down. Chairman Rick Nez, floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time.
Honorable Speaker Damon. Aroshikation dan of sensa. Yet ben honest for not agi. Pro recognition again, ya Chicago chapters banash nishigate sadak on San Juan in Nazar. Do el great east Tosaka dot east deshki. Yet pension and ano senegate hotnars neleto. The Nishigi chapter, the CSC, the Nishigi coordinators, auto managers, chapter managers. Yet, Hoshin, Nihe, Aroko, Jonagon here, or Asto here, what on Nihan for the Zenbe Benash Nigi, Nhake, and Sando Yego, that it out in hit Honash Nigishing Hodin now, but at Oyash, Oyat, Eho Cross, Ani, clean or less. I don't that I should not Seniga, not so. Yat pendo corrosion yat eho. And I don't Lenny behas on the end, ye money is safe only. So it a how could and the ledger so you say that it I had done Lenny Office of Legislative Council. Every day they are so busy doing research and doing their best to work for us, drafting legislations. I know it's a whole lot of work and they're behind on legislations, but I just want to say, God bless each and every one of you. Have a great day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue moving on down. At this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue on recognizing guests and visiting officials. If we are complete, are we ready to move on to review and adopt the agenda? Good morning, Chairman. Chairman Hinyo. On recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Speaker Damon, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Bini Beach 2020 spring session. The honors for the Sangi, I take it, the Shneda. For the partners of the Sogi, Natani, and Lenigi Ade, like he had other could recognize the Nadi Bini Be. Should I tie his Sunday or the partners of Kali Soda, and a Shaggy or China. Chapter other liturgy later other is so there. So Rema chapter other in Asha, other President David Jose, any Natani and other Vice President Chancey Martinez, Secretary Treasurer Dixie M. Begay, and our Community Service Coordinator Brenda Yazzie and AMSCA Vicky Koho. Other Tojale chapter AA we have Natani, President Jimmy Secretero, Vice President Nora Morris. The Secretary Treasurer Francesca Abeda, the Land Board Evangeline Willie, the CSC is Michelle Apache, going on to Almo, President Virgil Sandoval, the Vice President JJ Apachito, the Secretary Treasurer Miss Julie Wero, the Land Board Mr. Rola Mexicano. Then we have our CSC, Ms. Inez Apachito, and our worker, temporary PP, assistant the AMS, Ms. Gracelina Pachito. And then our Rema Doe, our land board, Mr. Roger Martinez. So I recognize the issues as the Speaker name and Ado veterans, Ahihan, Mago, Kodo, Kodo, your dedication to the country and the Navajo Nation, our male and female veterans. But on the other hand, recognize our Navajo Nation police officers also, as I consider them as our warriors, day-to-day warriors, protecting the Navajo citizens. Every day, our young men and women, they decided to choose this career of law enforcement, to be there, out there every night, in the, protecting our citizens, whether with the Navajo Nation, whether we have also young Navajo men and women with McKinley County Sheriff's Department, New Mexico State Police, Arizona DPS,
Coconina County, Apache County, and Navajo County. The Kuigoshin does we have young Navajo women and men and women being police officers across the country. Go to the Albuquerque PD. I've seen one young Navajo in uniform there. So I'd like to recognize all of them for their hard work and their dedication to protecting the people within their communities. And they should also be recognized, Speaker Damon. Of course,
Looks like thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, colleagues, are there any other further recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time to the Navajo Nation?
Delegate James.
That
Delegate James.
Honorable Edison Wanika, then Honorable Vince James, I will put you in the queue. Honorable Edison Wanika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Almost all the delegates are recognizing the chapters that they represent. The chapters non-style those cases and so on. So I'll go ahead and recognize my chapters too. I'd like to lay attention to the so there are the lay attention to the Ben Smith is the chapter president. Daryl Nelson is the vice president. Arlene Rad is a secretary treasurer. Melvin Harry a grazer member. Bahi Winton, though the question that is such other Bahi Winton put out Satoshi the don't need put out other that is Kodo Hitler, the Shiba Hinton, so Corona Foundation Council need Lenny. So that's kind of nature, I'd let be a sign it, Leo, saying to the yard, he never can need what only. I don't know so do a Meredith CHA president, other current Hannon, former delegate Lena A vice president, other Clara Baya, other Ernest Nance senior a grazer member, a former delegate without even understanding. Bahi Winton, I see go a Hashin Sub and Banana Shadagila, the CARES Act, though. I don't that dig at Benadi, Nishigi, Yego, Nate Hago. So that has to way, in general, yes, at the Laco, Carido, Nipachi, Takat. He pays a blood at it later than again. The console, AD recognition, Ninja Islado, Leto, and what's for all yard in Anki, needle. I then there's not Angi. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika. That, let me continue on down. Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, other members of the council, response on the Lenigi, yet it is the dollars, other Shet Hospital, Kodo, Eastern of do Conhit Ho, with its given a Kodo, a here wins any, Ado Adola, but here needs any giver by Yale Kodo Bishmans only Glenny, Shidea Kodo a larger. Higi Ashi Hayu A Nikitana and Lenigi Lahod Kata the Gish Ado Nana Aj Nada Hushi Atoshika Aj hot out with Hatahajista Toko Hotat Ego Not Loshina Giko Babetish Leko Beka Shishli Hoshi that and not Loshi Bezin Sabizit is in a whole out a continent the Holodo. Ye hata ornido ye tapetilo. Ella hot Baba hitini si lako. Nana the payage the betset the case with ja. The adadna other cash rate the adadna oko hot aj na hoji donana but not ella kodo Tag has ani tag esta holone do tag keda titlehishi to ajibedishne to esto ajiba nada hushi le ko benyach na no ni nada hui glad hushi that ko that ko edo ni farmers in beniki hat eho ya bedishne ko he host nana kodo banana shade del ko banacha hashnet to le higi canada fire department ko the kui go shin hot at the nebeke hot the hot anegi ya بالحاطة أو نهيكا عند الوقت لأكو عاد fire departments دان لنيجي أكو عادو front line workers أو هيود أي هاد هواندوي بالناس أندو تحت كاود أبنا نشديد أكو تونج أي بناشني تولي خنصو دشني أكو نانا نهي chapters بطاط الشهيدو كن دخلت شيء لك أنتيل إلتي تخوي جدتو Ajidot put out a benashni dolly, put out a Kodorsa East Arco, Shita and Lenigi, Ganado chapter president, Mr. Marcarlo Roundhorse, what out a Kodoban at Ahan Law, could look until Ajitana launched the Hastahi, what out a Dobit, here the Nisni, a Kohunda, the whole district. I don't know at all, honey, you thought a hardship payment and I hold it with base of Washington there. The net they had constant hit in the NB Slaco. I don't know, I see a sheet to a the near the highest Trado, near than the Honda Credo, been near than Lake, but now has under OOC became the Northern AFK it Doko. That a hoshi adult, a ho. Journal coach don't need no journal to net for the chain that don't leave to cut out. The staff in Lenigi from the office of the controller, which I hate the Nissi, a call. I share any side and show get like here that cut or that outside the yada tea, she's like you're not car and the Abazaka, a banana shed or a conduct the whole just according to Nebuchadnezzar that Elia echo. Cut out a art car, though art one a hate the nation for a India Kodo Shahidi national speaker, though Nihilana has 20 base master and nothing. Out a state or little the and hit the whole load or little here.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. That colleagues, any other further recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go ahead and continue on down on a proposed agenda. At this time, we're item number 3, review and adopt our agenda. So with that, Mr. Rico, could you go ahead and read the agenda into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Spring Session, April 18th to the 22nd, 2022, Window Navajo Nation via teleconference. Presiding, Honorable Seth Davis, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call session to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Navajo Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. B, Indian Health Services, IHS. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, Standing Committees. B, Boards and Commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Service Area Director. 10, old business. Old business A, legislation 023-2-21. B, legislation 002-22. 11, new business A, legislation 0208-21. B, legislation 0209-21. C, legislation 0003-22. D, legislation 0016-22. E, legislation 0045-22. F, legislation 0048-22. G, legislation 0050-22. H, legislation 0252-21. I, legislation 0004-22. J, legislation 0011-22. K, legislation 0013-22. L, legislation 0025-22. M, legislation 0032-22. N, legislation 0037-22. 12, close the meeting. Close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, on our agenda, can I get a motion?
Motion, Alona.
Motion by Honorable Helona,
Yellen.
second by Honorable Keon McGay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time?
Speaker, Otto So.
Yes, Honorable Otto So on our agenda.
Yes, I would like to request amendment number 1 to delete old business A, legislation 0232-21 off the agenda. Thank you. My motion.
Sure. See the.
Hello.
Office Legislative Council, legislation 0, well, there's a motion. I'm just trying to give guidance to Honorable Otto So. Legislation 023-21 was deleted off the agenda. Well, actually was removed off the agenda and referred to as a motion. So with that, if this motion passes on legislation 0232-21 to delete this item off the agenda, the question is that completely delete the legislation? Or with it, because it's deleted off the agenda twice, the legislation would be would die.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Office of Legislative Counsel. The
Speaker, reserve my time.
Legislation 0232-21 was tabled on January 27th. and it was tabled for no longer than Navajo Nation Council spring session. So if it is deleted off of the agenda, that will mean it does not meet its tabling instructions set by council. So it will be deleted off of the agenda and will essentially expire. That is on Rule 19H, any legislation not taken up from the table in the manner provided herein or at the time directed by the council shall be deemed to have expired and shall be eliminated from the agenda of the council. My recommendation as an alternative is so that the legislation does not expire would be to, when the legislation comes up, to do a referral to the NABI committee. Thank you, Speaker.
That Honorable Otto, so with that, you're still moving forward with your motion?
I, Speaker, member of the body of the council, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my motion. Then we'll go ahead and take that avenue there. So, thank you very much. Withdraw my motion.
That moving on down. Honorable Wilson Stewart on the main motion of our agenda.
Untitled Chapter, Speaker, our colleagues, our staff, Speaker, I request on behalf of my agents to delete legislation 0003-22 off the agenda.
Honorable Stewart, could you clarify then again what on legislation 0003-22?
Okay, so what I want to do with that one is I want to defer it back to Nabi instead of deleting it. So I'll go ahead and defer it back.
All right, so when Honorable Stewart, or to do that is we'll just leave it on the agenda, and then when it comes time to the legislation, you can raise that motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions, additions, deletions on our agenda this morning on the main motion? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Eugene. So, good morning.
I'd like to put my legislation as an emergency. Legislation number 0052-22 to spay neuter. I think that OLC is already drafting that emergency legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, let me Office of Legislative Services is getting that information together.
That's the one that we did.
Let me go ahead and let me have Mr. Rico read what the legislation is 0052 52-22 is, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Legislation 0052-22 is an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $267,184 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance for the Animal Rescue Incorporated to conduct the Navajo Nation Spay Neuter Vaccination Blitz 2022 from April to September 2022 in cooperation with the Navajo Nation Animal Control Program. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, and Speaker, this is a legislation that was not addressed at Nabagiatet last week.
We usually get to Honorable Eugene, so legislation 0052 -22 is not eligible to go on the council agenda at this time. Now, are you stating though that Office's Legislative Council is working on an emergency legislation? Because that's not the emergency legislation. Yes, Eugene, so without taking time away.
Okay, now, it didn't make it to the Navi Friday night, midnight, so having it draft as in a legislative. My question is, would I have to ask for suspend at the rule to put that one on, or just push it on there? That would be my question now. But it is going to be drafted, or it's already being drafted, but in that case, I want to know if I can suspend the floor rule or to get it on tomorrow or the next day, or should I have it on today right now? Thank you.
Honorable Eugene, so
unfortunately,
reserve your time at, oh no, I stated that wasn't coming off your time. Your time that's reserved is 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Honorable Eugene, so as indicated, or actually, the recommendation, I guess at this point, is that at this time we cannot add on a legislation that has not been formally posted online. So even though that the legislation is being developed, that legislation is unable to be put on the agenda at this time. But what you can do is add that on or ask to suspend or to amend the agenda at any time during this week to add that legislation on. That legislation, in order to add that on at that time, you would need 16 votes of the council in order for that agenda item to be, for that legislative item to be added onto the agenda. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on our agenda at this time? May motion. If there are none, Honorable Otto So, back to you with reserved time, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'll reserve my time.
4 minutes and 28 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time.
Hey,
Yes.
I thought quantity such a non-niche the minutes. Thank you.
That every time at 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Any other comments, questions, additions, deletions, colleagues? On the main motion. Going twice.
Mr. Henio.
Chairman Henio, floor is yours on the main motion of our agenda.
Here enough for the Speaker Damon. Seems that we're just going to be sitting here and not moving forward as there's no other debate on the agenda. And if I'm in order to the Speaker Damon, I'd like to motion to cease debate and go to the vote on the main motion, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 42 seconds. With that motion to cease debate, seems like there's nobody else that wants to move forward. Let me just ask, Honorable Otto, so you're willing to waive your time?
Waive it.
Honorable Eugene, so are you willing to waive your time?
Oh, waive it.
Okay, with that then, Honorable Chairman Henio, I'm just going to the board now. You good, Chairman Henio?
Yeah, lost it, so let's Speaker Damon.
All right, with that, let's go to board. Actually, with no amendments, go to board on our agenda. The way it is.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Kale votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton
votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Voters.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote affirmative. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, vacations, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
I'll vote green.
Yellowhair did.
Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas
Honorable
Walker
Thomas.
votes green.
Honorable Thomas
Thank you.
Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. The Speaker not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda here before us, colleagues. Thank you very much for being a part of that. And let's go ahead and continue on down the line. At this time, moving on to item number 4, receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. That, Mr. President, good morning. Good midday, Mr. Vice President. Good midday, you on the line?
Here we are, Mr. Speaker, Vice President here. And also President, just getting set up here. I appreciate it, Tom. Just a little delay here. Yate Bene Vice President Elijah here. Nancy Nishlet, Tuhana Basis Team, Aro Kamenchi Dashache, Ashchi, Dashameli. Good to be with you on the spring opening day, spring session. It's good to be here. And we're going to go ahead and get started here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Mr. Speaker.
You still there, Mr. Vice President?
All right. Good morning, everyone.
There you go, Mr. President. Floor's yours. Good morning.
We always have to stay on task here, but you guys did a quick approval of the agenda. We appreciate that. And we're ready to start, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon, Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, as well as our council, our 24th Navajo Nation Council, our chapter, county, state, and federal leaders, and most importantly, our Navajo citizens, our Diné citizens, Yate. Kudo Jonathan Ness in his yesterday she in she no Sunny was she to the chini the shade or touchini the shanana so yet and he need or less. Chen Stuya, Danja, Ho Ji show. So she added, she Kadosh National Dino Senigi, and here. Dark at the Halodo, Esteta Dosne, Ado Dada ya Easter, Zlink do Benachekon, Hidian Jesus Christ, St. Last Sije. Iya jado nadi za jo ebehni ne dada so edo yad don zunagoshin Easter da so shin edo shina aro di kon to kosinskagi na states da nasnegi got a timer right nasnegi ben nachi kon oyo yades kidnabike apokao opanda Dainosne, Aroshnat, Ainoslinigi Beshmans, Anoslinigi, Hela, Kudo, Hina Nishita, Dina Kinachido, Lane, Kenich Neba, Tadaka, Hodo, Chianda, the Bekin Dal, Inigidan da Neho. By Henix and Lego Tadisha or Kodahatne, a hair dahatne, a Kudo. Here, shut the dinish, that she know yet, and he can't in that. So here, Beshmans Anoslenigi, Ado di Shitsogi, Shitsuigi, yellow status, ek at the Aj Con Health Command Operations Center, 75% a Koni Kani in that. Lena Yahba one does Naloda na Joshin does Naloda. On la a and that does no a ya not social sleep. So Dr. Jill Jim here na Kudo Nanda Neshigido by here needs. We want to just again say thank you to the leadership. Thank you to all of our Navajo Nation employees for their outstanding work in helping our Navajo people throughout this pandemic over 2 years. I know many of the leaders were out there, and many of them who are people who've seen us there, and we're still at it. We were just in Crown Point this past Saturday, handing out masks, hand sanitizers, and also test kits at the vaccination event. So we thank the Crown Point Service Unit and all our healthcare professionals in and around the Navajo Nation for their work, working on weekends, working late hours to offer vaccination. The fourth shot is available for our Navajo citizens. And the hardship assistance, the update I received from the controller's office is over 300,000 hardship assistance checks have been printed. Of course, some have returned back. About 10,000 of those were returned back to the office of the controller, and they're just getting the verification done. The next outreach will be in the Chinle area on Friday, so they can be able to pick up their checks. Those that live in the Chinle area, because last week we're in Western. The hardship technical assistance events have been held in Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque, and just recently Salt Lake City. Denver, Colorado is coming up next week. So just to let the Navajo people know. And those of you that are listening online, if you want more information about the State of the Nation address or what I've been discussing, please visit our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter pages, and there'll be a lot more information for you all. We got 20 minutes here for the State of the Navajo Nation address and a lot to share with you. We were at the in the communities where the Light Up Navajo has been restarted. We visited
people and families who got electricity in the Kayenta, Chochimbito area. And now we're in Light Up Navajo 3. There was some work done in the Chinle area, here in the Winter Rock area, and all across. I want to say thank you to the NTUA. These are volunteers that are coming from all parts of the country. And just recently, a group came from Arkansas to help connect the electricity lines to these homes. The other item that I wanted to mention too is that we are in the process of developing Hogan style homes for our veterans. And just recently, an 89-year-old Korean War veteran will be receiving the keys to his home. And Kinez has been no relation, been waiting patiently. And I know a lot of other veterans are waiting patiently. The Veterans Housing Program had to be fixed, and it is fixed. And now we're moving toward getting these homes completed. And just for information, under the American Rescue Plan Act, we are proposing a housing manufacturing facility. There's $150 million earmarked that we're proposing in this new ARPA bill. As you know, 0257-21 didn't cross the finish line. We have worked with some of the delegates to reintroduce a new bill, and that new bill will include $150 million for housing, $50 million for veterans housing, $50 million for our elderly and disabled, and $50 million for housing manufacturing. We have to look towards the future for housing manufacturing. So we are planning that and proposing that in this new ARPA bill. Construction season is here, and we are wanting to get an ARPA infrastructure bill passed by the Navajo Nation Council. And this revised plan addresses basic infrastructure, public safety, rural addressing, senior centers, wellness centers, detox and healing centers, assistant living facilities, warehouses for communities, transitional housing, economic development, housing, and additional funding to ensure that all previous and new eligible applicants for hardship assistance receive the help they need. So we're short there with the hardship assistance, but there are still 40,000 people, their checks are still going to be issued, but we need to supplement that, and that's what is included in this new ARPA bill. Also, 110 chapters would receive $745,000. Why $745,000? If you go $750,000 on up, it triggers an audit for governments, and then we have to fund 110 audits. So to keep under that threshold, $745,000 for job creation, PPE, PEPs, house wiring, bathroom additions, those types of work at the local community level. We are also proposing to take some of that funding from our 180 million, 42 million of that will go back into the pot to cover the hardship deficit, additional hardship dollars that we need. And we got to stay in compliance with the spending guidelines from the U.S. Treasury. There are 83 guidelines, and we want to make sure we meet the federal deadline so that these dollars can get spent in the 3 years. So already 1 year has passed, 2 years ago. So we asked the support of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and we also have to take into account other sources of funding that are available, such as the Indian Health Services, the SDS listing that includes $543 million for major water projects in many communities, $55 million of broadband development through the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, NTIA. Rental assistance through NTUA, the Biden administration's infrastructure law, the reimbursements through FEMA is also available, and other sources. And those of you that are listening online, our Navajo people or whomever, take a look at our town hall meetings, and we have done presentations on how to have our Navajo people apply for these additional funding. RICA, we met with the White House officials and Congress members about the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act extension and amendments. So right now, since the deadline is in July, we are really focusing on the extension to make sure that RICA continues to be available for those mine workers or downwinders to apply for compensation. So we're working hard, and then we're also proposing, yes, the amendments, which will open the eligibility for other cancers, post-71 mine workers, and also, my time up, is that 10? So those are recommendations, and we've been meeting with the Navajo Nation Uranium Radiation Victims Committee as well. We spoke with the VA, the head of the VA. We also are wanting to develop our own veterans healthcare facility in or around the Navajo Nation. As you know, the CBOCs are being looked at as closing aging facilities now. These are CBOC aging facilities. It would be nice to have a brand new VA facility, not just for Native Americans, but for everyone and all the veterans in the region. And we're looking at the Gramerkel lands for that site. We also spoke to our federal representatives and our senators on the need to provide more resources for our over 10,000 Navajo veterans. Our recommendation for Rosalind So to be director was taken into account by the President of the United States. As you know, Rosalind So is looking at being confirmed as the IHS director. Good job, and we totally support her in that. The other individual is an ANER commissioner. We want to make sure that there's an ANER commissioner in place. Only the White House can appoint. It's been over 30 years since that happened, and we're getting close to getting an individual to be supported, to be confirmed in that position. We also talked about the police department. The needs there are law enforcement officers, the need for new facilities in Window Rock and Shiprock and Delcon, Pinon, Kayenta Courts, and others. We are pushing to make sure that some earmarks will be identified for that. And I'll end with this. I'll turn the time over to our Vice President. We met with U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, U.S. Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland. We had a great discussion about the needs to streamline the processes for right-of-ways and environmental clearances like FONSIs, and also categorical exclusions. Those are moving. It's just not for transportation. It's also for broadband, water, and power. And just recently, U.S. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm came back to Navajo. She toured with us the Kayenta 1, Kayenta 2 solar facility, and we're looking at more of these to come in Chi'i, Cameron, Red Mesa, and Bistai, other places here on the Navajo Nation, to be the renewable energy giant in the region. I think we have the ability to provide clean power to not just our Navajo people, but also for others. So with that, I'm going to turn the time over to our Vice President Leiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to our 24th Navajo Nation Council and Yate. spring session. So appreciate your leadership in that there. So real quickly, as we close out this segment with you all, President did elaborate on a lot of the things that are very pressing here, and namely above the most important thing is ARPA, that we all work together to continue to bring about these projects. As you know, we have the great need for all of these infrastructure, broadband, electrical, water, and economic development. And these needs have been there for decades. And hopefully a lot of this money will be used to facilitate that and implement the advancement for the benefit of our people all across the Nrcs. But as we move forward, we as leaders that are elected by our people must look many years ahead and think about generations to come. With uncertainties in revenue and federal budget, we must continue to work together to advocate at all levels, as we, President and I have done, and you all have, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We remain focused on addressing and mitigating the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So if you haven't been vaccinated or boosted, we recommend that you do so as well. We also take this opportunity to once again thank all of our frontline warriors, all of our Navajo Nation employees, and all of our county, state, and federal partners for their dedication and hard work in mitigating the effects of this pandemic. We join our Navajo people in praying for strength and wisdom, protection, and good health, advocating for this virus here to be less impactful to our nation. And one way to do that is to live a better lifestyle, healthier diets and the like, to help us turn the tide against this virus and future viruses as well, so that it won't hit our people as hard as this one did. But together we can face these difficult challenges head on and become stronger for it. But it is incumbent upon us to work together and to serve the common good, to put differences aside and to address the issues that create barriers to progress and create real change, the changes that our people want to see in their lifetime, our lifetime. And so our ancestors passed down many good teachings, prayers, and values that have withstood the test of time and many adversities. These teachings, such as ego, or self-reliance, and self-determination, will help us along in this way in everything that we strive to accomplish for our people. And so we thank all of you, all 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the Office of the President, Vice President, and all of our division directors and our staff and programs. And as we present the State of the Navajo Nation Address, we wish you a productive spring council session. May God bless you each, and may God bless the great Navajo Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Vice President. And to conclude, we want to take this opportunity to once again thank all our frontline warriors and all our Navajo Nation employees and all our county, state, and federal partners for your dedication and hard work in the midst of this pandemic. We join our Navajo people in praying for strength, wisdom, protection, and good health. We thank them for supporting all of our nation's leaders. Together, we face many difficult challenges, but it is incumbent upon us to work together to serve the common good, to put differences aside and address the issues that create barriers to progress and create real change, the changes that our people want to see in their lifetime. So kodo e o hie na dan hidi nido le shkero shna na khatso da dolzno kod a e ni na ni shide kodo ni besh pas an besto ni khat na zna bel dina kinache o ashi ni jedo ni na dastel akon de knabi chini khan ye kodo na khatso ni zno da kuich shna bel Vice President Lizer do bel inail in ni besh pas ando a hot anil skokon di de kosen skaginas it's at Nashnegi e Nikidet Ito Bikadi Krigot Hakonda Hadani Nigoshi Humbi Chinika Shik Edoshana Aro Konsoshi Hanet Kodeliado let's Beshmas Anoslini Oshik Enoslini Kodoshi Hadainofnido Dini Hilda. Back to you, Speaker, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, on that State of the Nation address during our spring session here on our first day of business. And with that, colleagues, we did receive the State of the Nation address on the president and the vice president of the Navajo Nation at this time. So let me go to the floor to get a motion to accept the report. Is there a motion?
Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika, second by Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, at this time, are there any comments, questions for the president of the Navajo Nation or the vice president? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Honorable Elmer Begay. Can't hear you.
Speaker Chair Witt, good morning. Other members of the Naval Nation Council, other people that are on the line, the Yate, the Kehanana, other President the Dado, Sutudo, other than my brother, the Vice President. So Yate Benden. I think my question was directed to today. As we go, we always mention about the pandemic, and then what we went through. People went through hardship. We always mention that, and then we always recognize them, people that lost their loved ones. I think that's all we can do, I guess. But my question is, when are we going to start the recovery? Although, where do we start from? People are still hurting. People are in, I would say that they're more confused. As coming back home, there's some empty spaces there. And some of their spouses are not there. Some are, there's no parents there. Only the siblings are there. So how do we go about that? So how do we go about that? Where's all the mental health in that Michigan? Although we need some plans. I've been requesting this from through your offices, and then also through the Department of Health. Hazla is the Hazla. I know that all I know is that there's some funds that are available where we haven't approved it yet. Oh no, is that what all this recovery is all about? But yet they're hurting. As a government, how much are we effective? Do we know how to put a person back into its very healthy condition or the well-being? Not the class or that. We can cure a person, heal the wound that they have that they're going through. How do we go about it? I think that's the plan and the protocol that I'm looking for. We should be talking about recovery. How do we put a cure back into the home place? I'm not sure if infrastructure will do that, but in some case, how we can do that? How does the government going to help them? I don't know where does it start from. Who starts it? I think that's what my question is. I don't know all these infrastructures that we're talking about. I think that they're being provided by NTUA. And then we know that NTUA, I'm always asked question is, I don't know why all these expenditure plans that was given to my area in Dalcon, they're calling for 115 kV. We have no KV that's available in the area. Then they say that it's going to be for the future. When is that going to be? We don't need that now. We need immediate service now. We cannot just say that it's going to be for the future. If we don't know when the future is going to come for that, we shouldn't be doing that. I don't know why other infrastructure that was charged to my area for electrical extension is the Raptors. Raptors are the one that goes on across the infrastructure of a 3-phase line, and which is for protection of eaglets or any birds. And I don't know why DOJ went through all the details and the guidelines of ARPA funding to approve this for a recovery. How does that, the structure of Raptors on those power lines is going to be a recovery for my people? So that's my complete question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amber Begay. Mr. President, Vice President, I'm going to go to a few more of my colleagues, and then I'll come back to you probably every 3, and then I'll come back if there's any response. So with that, I do have Honorable Keon Begay in the queue at this time. Che, Honorable Keon Begay, you there?
Good morning, Anna. Good afternoon, yeah. Aro, Kudo, President Nez, Vice President Lizer. Appreciate the report. The other quick United Dish mainly a teen. We do say a lot of projects, do economic development, they need job creation, but those are just some temporary. But Blue Mountain, 8059. I know the chapter has been submitting resolutions. Ado Talana cutting with 259 South Chagolgi in the Talana area. That's another road that really needs to be improved. Out of the Burnt Corn area, 8068 Donkey Wash Crossing. I'm sure Mr. Silversmith is listening, and he's aware of all these situations. And then Touchy Blue Gap, N29, at our mini farms, 8084. What ego with the TNG projects, the giveaway which has attended out on has Ashan and Linigi. A coco issue hit out. We need to continue working on those particular roads. Ado Kodo Opera behind Ziki, the way it is, I probably will not support it again as well, because I know that there was a march over there this morning because of the situation that we're not doing enough, especially with only 700,000 plus being submitted to for chapter projects. The Kuhiyat Yad and Lindigi. Chapters which it seems just a justification that in the chapters do ba otleniki do beso oyenda don do add in hit the don nisliki ko agit ebich stag ko ben nashin that beso which hoto lisliki ki nitlen halon khanet hiki do ya shoda. I believe all of our chapters are capable to work with the office to get these projects going. Although broadband is another thing, we continue to be dealing with a lot of the broadband, and the last meeting that we had was in Blanding, and I appreciate Ms. Sunanaz, and then of course the newly appointed Mr. Charlie to participate in these meetings, but a lot of times there's a lack of a direct involvement by the president in your office, but I appreciate Mr. Vice President joining us when we had a meeting down in Phoenix. But I believe that the state and the counties are willing to help the Navajo Nation, but it seems that the Navajo Nation is not really reaching out to them. So I am requesting the county to meet with you and the vice president and the speaker. So we really need to streamline the meeting and how we are talking with the state and the federal government, not just through PR. We need to have our Navajo people see exactly what we are saying and what we are talking about on behalf of the broadband projects. Although the Division of Natural Resources, as you know, that Diversion Dam in some area, in many farms, I've been asking for their assisted in developing an overall comprehensive budget, but as of today, I haven't received that. According to from Congressional Office, based on that's what we're trying to do, but we're not getting much support from the division in asking for a lot of these well-documented documents to be submitted to the senator's office or congressional office for support to get and seek fundings through their funding appropriation. So Ado veterans behind I've been asking for over several years now, and since last year, I have asked your current administrator to provide me the 5 chapters. One liniki, Akoko Kodo o Hayuna Sosia Hata sit in the Danin, but do Yego Bishop and Hudson, the Honed Lat, and also Sosia Hata use in the door, other did Ned line, the Papa Honed Zan, the don't hit it near Arden, Yego Ecuador, lots on Liniki, a quaggition and Liniki that shorter can inhabit this Kodo, the 5 chapters, not necessarily to me. Such an legal with doing that is the local commanders that are the job does the state I one didn't give us for each of the 5 chapters what I don't need. So what I could do by nice is kind of little cat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambie. That moving on down, Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie going twice. Chairman Yazzie going 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So.
Chair.
Yes.
What question? Now the test just away. I needed just now, it's not on. Then now, then let's sell that. The hardest thing that now. Oh, yeah. Share. This 5 minutes is too short. I'm just going to make it short, real fast. A few years back, maybe 3 years, and on this way, I have a request to sit down with you to tell you there is money where we can rebuild the Navajo Nation water, forest, and land. Based on the I thought that needs to. I see that the 2 sons of know that like such that you not need that, but there is. I wish I could have sat down with you and start planning this. We would have had it fixed by now. I don't think the Chris Condaction staff December I done as press conferences we done on it Saturday known staff as just a chief of staff. I don't call chapter disability assessment because not a news that was had either. I don't have this I don't wonder the Mr. Zorland, you know, the be has ani advocate ana the you concept of mentioning each time as to ati but set I don't that they in 1895 set now that or 30 does indicate it cleaned up see they go asa to have ton of rich needed. It's needed for everything you can imagine for. I don't be a educated being kid. All that drama in other words. I just I think of it as a need me to turn around out as I see said all this. I don't think sin that us kind of the house cut. All that us cut on that is tough. I did the tomb, yeah, that is cut. The Yana can't out in that cut. They don't, in cases, I don't have no cut many. I would like to bring all those people, no matter what, what their education they have, bring those people and help us on the Navajo Nation. Database education, these present, said she get. But I could all speak all I speaker sub so thank you.
Hey, reserve your time. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. With that, Mr. President, I'll come back to you. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the council and delegates who commented and asked some questions. Thank you, Delegate Wanika and Vice Chair Smith for motioning and seconding the State of the Navajo Nation address. To respond to Elmer Begay and I guess other delegates, we've been in a pandemic for over 2 years, and we're slowly getting back to some normal, even at home, in our communities. And I do agree, the plan is in place. That's the recovery of the dollars that are being proposed for various projects in the new ARPA bill. Of course, we know that 0257-21 didn't move forward. But there is a lot of needs we all recognize here on Navajo. The money that we have is not going to cover all those needs. But this is our collective plan, our recovery plan for the nation. We worked on this since last year. And as we move forward, we can develop infrastructure. The infrastructure is the base here. Like for instance, when I was in Delcon, at the Delcon Medical Center, there was a discussion of the need to bring in water from Lupton, bring in water from Indian Wells area, electricity, wastewater upgrades. There's homes being built for staff there at the Delcon Medical Center. And so there's great need there, and to improve an infrastructure bill could reach many of our Navajo people. And your question about our well-being, our spiritual well-being, we pray for one another, and there are folks that are not balanced, they're having some mental issues, maybe from all sorts of other items, especially with COVID. And in the ARPA legislation, we do have rehab centers. We have a nursing home proposal in there. We're ready to go with the executive branch to begin these projects as the weather warms out outside. And I'm there with you, Delegate Begay. We're ready to move forward on this plan, this infrastructure ARPA bill that can help a lot of our Navajo people with their well-being. Delegate Key Allen Begay, sorry that you're not supportive of this ARPA bill, but many of your community members are. They want running water, electricity, broadband telecommunication. As I said at the onset, there's many different funding sources that we're looking at. You know, for your area, the towers that you were requesting through NTUA is moving forward. You know, with the routes, with Low Mound 8059, you know, it's in the design phase. Gravel is going to be placed on N29, even though it's just 2 miles, but we got to continue to improve these routes in your area. 8084 is in the design phase and waiting for environmental clearances. The Diversion Dam, there's a design there, but I guess it's being requested to be even larger than what was being proposed. So now we have to go back and say, well, how large of a diversion dam project can we have? You know, with the Navajo County's gravel project going underway, you know, some of those areas, 10 chapters in the northern Navajo County area will be receiving gravel in those communities with the partnership of Garrett Silversmith, Navajo Department of Transportation. And I know that some of the routes are not going to be fully gravel, but again, those most troubled areas during the winter are our targets right now. And we appreciate our new Navajo Nation Telecommunication Regulatory Commission Office Director, Tico Charlie, who's been leading the charge right after Chris Vicente left. And we thank Chris Vicente for fixing a lot of deficiencies, right? ONSAT issues, a lot of the other items that were deficient. He repaired it. And now you got Tico Charlie taking the baton, ready to move forward on bringing people together for broadband projects. Of course, $55 million went in as a proposal to NTIA, but overall, there's a lot more funding that's going to be available, which we don't know that amount, but it's got to be more than $55 million because in the infrastructure bill, there was an addition for broadband in Indian country. So those projects are being packaged up with your recommendation and as well as Tom Patero's shop. And then we'll present it to the council. Again, that's a separate pot of money. And we'll give a presentation on that of all the, you know, recommendations. Of course, there's not enough funding to do all the projects, but it's a start. And for the veterans, you know, Jim Zorline has done an outstanding job advocating for the Navajo veterans. We are this close to having a veteran service area here, which we've been trying to do for many years, to develop a veterans healthcare facility, be it a local veterans medical center in and around the Navajo Nation. We're focusing on fixing a lot of the deficiencies from the past. The audit from the housing trust fund, you know, that was repaired, that was fixed. And it took a lot of time with the help of the Veterans Advisory Council. And it's moving forward with our visits to the Veterans Administration, the Veterans Health Administration. You know, they are really interested in wanting to help those over 10,000, even more of our Navajo veterans. So I thank Jim Zorline for being a part of that national committee. And we just recommended it. And the White House, as well as the VA, selected Jim Zorline to be in that position. So with his vast experience. And so we're looking forward to many more changes to come. Yeah. Go Eugene So for NRCS funding. You know, there's a lot more NRCS funding that's coming through the ARPA. And you're right. There's dollars for water funding for livestock and agriculture. And so, see, we should be talking about the infrastructure bill now. We should have approved ARPA. We should have been talking about the roads through the infrastructure bill, because there's a lot of infrastructure bill funding that has come through the states, through the various departments. And again, that we're still talking about ARPA. But a lot of these discussions about NRCS, the water dollars, we can submit for proposals so that we can do get some water for our livestock. Disability, as I mentioned before, the Navajo Nation Advisory on Disability has charged us, tasked us as a government to make sure that all new facilities are ADA compliant. And that's what the designs are on some of these new facilities. And just recently, you know, we're even talking about, you know, getting support from schools like the Santa Fe School for the Deaf and Blind, as well as the Tucson one. Actually, we got a graduate coming out of the Tucson school there. And they were the ones that were very, the reason why we had a person who did hand signs, signals at our inauguration, if you recall. So we are addressing those, and we are going to be sitting down once again with the Navajo Nation Advisory on Disability. And then lastly, Delegate So, I mean, we, you know that we did a major berm rehabilitation project in Chinle for all those individuals that experience flooding every year. With the help of Director Dr. Yellerman, Director Belinda Shirley, Dr. Shabala, Garrett Silversmith, and many others, Apache County, everyone pitching in, we were able to fix some of those berms in that area so that they won't be flooded any longer. But of course, we got the agricultural component, because people don't just want a berm, they also want to make sure that there's a canal for their farms in that area. So that's the next step we've been working on. I want to say thank you to the local chapter president of Chinle, Dr. Jumbo Finch, and her officials for the hard work that they did on that project. So let me turn the time over to our vice president here to add. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for those questions there to Elma Begay. I believe we are in the midst of recovery, albeit limited. I've always believed that we could open up and recover safely. And this recovery, I think we could enhance it by opening up 100%. And, you know, we must look beyond what Build Back Better is and unleash the Navajo Nation's dream for economic prosperity. And, you know, that's what we are here to do, to help you, work with you all to help us do that. But I would recommend less meetings, more action as we do this. Also defeating regulation and laws that prevent prosperity. We also maybe could use your help in somebody sponsoring a deregulation of our complicated laws that impedes us, that slows down, that places obstacles in any of our projects for economic development. So I believe we are in a limited recovery. And so hopefully we can talk about the recovery that you're wanting to see. And I believe too, that it's also handled in Kealan Begay. Thank you, my brother Kealan. The protests that you see are the manifestations of, as you say, we are not doing enough. And, you know, I guess I could agree with a little bit of that. But the problem we face today is that, in the term economic development, it's much bigger than that. It's an investment is what we need to do. We need to invest in our future. It's an investment in growing our economy and enhancing prosperity for all of our residents here on the Natal. And so, how many of us are truly ready to stand up for infrastructure to be put in the ground, to hang it in the air, as we've always said. President and I have always been committed to burgeoning out our capacity here. And so the longer we wait, the less gets done. And so the more protests. So I think it's kind of a double-edged sword there. But we appreciate those comments that you've made and the questions that we all need answered, and mainly our people. So again, we're all in this together, but there have been incremental changes and enhancements here on Naval. There's just not enough of them because the need is so great. And so, let's continue to work together and work on what we can bring to fruition through all of these myriad of projects and economic development, broadband, and there's, again, no doubt we won't argue that things need to get done, but we just need to make sure that they do get done. So I think that's all I have for that, Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue at this time. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Arin Kodo 24th Naval Nation Council. Kodo Kodo. Arin Kodo Shinale. Mr. President. Arin Shitna Ash. Mr. Vice President. Kodo and Hitler Hososhna Kodo. Kodo and as Misigito Nana Kodo, but the White Ashiki Kodo Gilchino and Niki Nikidanedo Kodo Shida East Kodo. Ako AIC Kodo Bahen since the window Adonana Kodo the Misigi Aja Office of the President Vice President. I don't hear original legislative branch. Ako here Kodo Arun Kodo Kodo the Higi Kodo the Adquioshi today is my colleagues Kodo recovery that no Ako Baban's case so I don't Kodo beyond the cotton recovery. Kodo hot and the Hashin thought and the way Nikita a whole lot under the way that Kodo Nash Mehiki. A Kodla and Dice Day a Kodo Obahim Hashian even say them as Gayho. A Kodo a husband that the additional Kodo lay Huyosh cast a Chinachal Nego. I don't live in the Benat and Kindle. What's out the scared of it? David is the Bilakan Jaco. We are all up. Or if you could open him yet that and again, I don't label it, but it was need all this. I don't label it, had veiled all this. I don't label what age but veiled all this. If he doesn't get Kodo, what's out the scale and they just put it down. A core, a head, Santa Kodo, some other jet on other situation, Nalda. Lady Hota Kodo, see at the house. This need Kodo, I see Kodo. I'm not at all the Soko Kodo, the great with Argusing Hodat. A core, I need the Dashan seats, the machine what I did Ilya, his aunt is there. Your Jadanese go at the nasty not esteem Kodo. A core, what the whole nation. I don't know the husband that I know later. In that cannot well, Jesus, tweet a long that he must send his shoulder. The Halon that well, Jesus, when he does nada. I got dishing additional to a husband that then Yago. I got dishing additional. Baby better husband lay a what on Nessiki. A day or en hello. Yeah, so yeah, that's his and there. Out and the Kodo, not that there's not a Kakodo. As she had to be happy, Kahane. I don't know, there's not a need cut or let a Kodo. I don't know Kodo Nahagada. At that all named Oy Anhunt like a Kodo. A corn radar, the Nebenhaga, Aja. He ought not a nail, the Nigi. A core, Oy Anantla. Sakodona Reda and the Husk, I given Adol there. Adol Nail. Was on the Adol Nail. Oy Anantla. A core was it the Nedam. Jaden is go because the whole Georgia the one just out area and clashes than the what end hard to be at the cut off that aging for the not there's not a cut or less for the run or number that is there go. So what Ecuador but could end Ecuador were in the recovery stage the cut I down Ecuador ocean and it's not on it Lindgita without the never age to the sea. How's made on this short at the same of one first case of home. So that I don't know quite it was just last week, the week before, I see that Daniel Day and out of Cardo and looking at the news, the weather. It's Cardo dot Hona Daniel Dollars. Ada Hodo Ibaban first case of or Daniel or Daniel. And he need she does a and Ecuador so the Nadi Negon Sabaka Nashkin a continental plus a job bad that and Lego a yarn had been cut hoods had been cut so that the Baba case of Cocodo. If he could have had other Ibanani idol could also null I don't know us. I guess nail the Socotoshi has drawn on a dollar Scoto and that Iggy. Could have seen the nanny less measure and now it on it is here and later has it a Nahaliako and how it Tato no Ecuador that's young later the way he not let the hot in the home they had seen the hot in what did according to and how it is a home. If he could on it, there's been not easy. Let's go with I don't know a base of what on hate, maybe the secret of I guess nail Mrs. Zona get out these Mesa as I say that. Mr. Speaker, I want for the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Let's continue on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Here has Speaker of the Naval Nation Council here in the Quadon. Back in the Quadon, 24 councilmen Quadon. Yahi Cardi Quadon on spring sessions. You're back in Sindor the next not only later to the net 24 110 chapter dollars are that in the J Quadon. Say hitting this since year. President has Vice President lies and done our hitting this thing. Our own the Shane Car not Vision Director. Go about hitting this thing so and DOJ though in the judicial branch and then he has already legislative in the office though. Legislative office if I hitting this thing handle excuse me. You could also have cyber hitting in the way could MPL just has Arj. The first Arja CA gone on has there's a lot of issues back in 1972, 74. People lost the land to Hopi, relocating as us when the Chataizna, not that zero, the benefit that Talia, according to Argo. When that air hall is not hall just got. So how it was that then go open in the Kudo, she and our occasionally things there, Kudo a teen 8031 a teen Kudo a Shina hot 808 Ebe not something in la legislation 8031. It's between Pinion and Hartwell. So you're gonna hold this on it and so this is uncut and leaned it. I think I ordered when the Korea Yai should call she should call to councilman Bill J. So, but I said, not another for thing. The Naya see cat on Hartwell in the cat in the NPL. So that quick out in it and now the host areas of the organizations and the team What area? Could easy na area at all lefty teenity abe into hostasia. Easy na teen that all dedication dol nito highway dol ni pese ka bigas and then akoya kwagi yego area ba hens and the teens and highway yego ni che na hot it's a team balajo. So that chapters ni kaha eta is least highway. The black message Aaron shall love Shabbat not need the chapter of schools at all has exactly Taha teen Nahon Chenias as dark Kagi that the chief that on dark Tina the school it on the Honan in other person that had some Ara ebony nada teachers or Sally does it at the Carter but teeny is not living in cars about 30 miles to Pinion Passes and that is Nitori. It's not as late in a hunk. I don't know. Ezra here, she took us 50 years to sign this into law. We'd like to request to get this road construction project to be plated in Nepal. Don't need to solve this. Aro Kunero Kodito, American Rescue Plan Act, Nihani Niliki. Without proposing la share no in la share. This is not my first rodeo that working with the budget. I understand your budget share. Not in class, a lot of change in the class. But a home electric, 102 million out on the DCDC, 40 million housing renovation, 10 million veteran housing. 50 million, graduate additions, another 150 million. But you could also couldn't journals and the NEPA because there's evidence that 110 chapters submit their budget proposal to Division of Community Development to Dr. Yellowman. There's evidence, there's facts, there's this a ledger, there's money available for all these. We can achieve a lot. What area then this year? I think you are just key and Johnny. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much for Black Mesa marching over here to Winter Rock, Arizona. God bless you. Some Black Mesa shouldn't place by ST. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, moving on down. Chairman Ed Nyazi, back on the line.
Okay, Speaker, thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening and there at the chambers, to our president and vice president, appreciate your report and your staff. Just a couple of things I want to share with our president. And I know there's been a couple of stories on the headline with the IHS hospital. And President, you know, we've worked on a lot of projects through many years because we have communicated and come to an agreement. And so I know in your report you stated that with this COVID that we dealt with, and I know it's not done yet, but we have, pulled together with all our people and with all our leadership. And so it's pretty evident. But we just still continue to pray that the numbers will still stay down, even though, you know, it's still out there. So me saying that, President, the IHS hospital, you know, for many of the leaderships of past presidents and council, it has always been a battle, you know, with the political area. And I know for the record that IHS indicated that they, you know, selected the site of Rehoboth. Wasn't me, it wasn't, anybody else, but it was them according to the report, black and white, as we say. And so based on that, the council did a resolution and finally decided that, okay, you know, that was going to be the site. And then Eastern Agency Council, all the chapters had agreed on that. And so with this pandemic now, you know, ever since it's gone down, where gives us the luxury to go ahead and say, we're going to go ahead and change this now. But when it goes back up again, then, we're going to be running around. And President, I'm just asking on behalf of the Eastern Council, and within the many resolutions that has been approved by many of the Eastern chapters, that we show the Washington office that we are on one page. And I thought we were, with all due respect, President. But on behalf of the Eastern Agency Council and the chapters, Eastern agencies that we represent, let's be one voice, sir. And we're going to still continue. I heard Eastern Council, a few of the members, chapter leaders, that we're going to continue to keep it the way where it's at. And so election time is coming, and everyone's going to be saying, this and that, and promises more or less. Let's work on this. And on behalf of the Eastern Agency and on behalf of the people that are requiring medical attention, let's get this IHS hospital done once and for all, with no disagreements, with just being on one page and moving it forward at the Rehoboth site where past decisions were already made. And I say that with respect, President Nez and Vice President Weiser. And so with that, I appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing. A lot of projects are finally being completed. And so we just continue to, pray for one another as leaders, and then up in the DC level in the county and with the city government too that sits in our jurisdiction. So, President, that's all I would have to say. Appreciate again. I know I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Chaco and on this New Mexico State Road 371 on the repavement, and with RDC as well, as working as a team. We effort, and so no eye guy situation here when it comes to projects. So with that, Speaker, that's all I would have to say, and I'm hoping and just praying, that our president of the Navajo Nation looks at all the resolutions and what the people of Eastern had provided on IHS and just build the hospital. And so with that, Speaker, sir, I have no more questions. I don't want to reserve time. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, Mr. President, let me go back to you for response.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, 24th Navajo Nation Council members, and Shanella Herman Daniels for your comments. And I too agree, we are currently in recovery, but we don't know the future, right? The East Coast Inas Nihigi Oyo Denades Kitano La Ade Lakan, but that was not no Banahan. So this Omicron variant is being monitored by our healthcare team under Dr. Jill Jim. We appreciate your leadership, Delegate Daniels, and the project there in Shanto at the junction with the C-store and the hotel and the amenities there for the local community, especially for our travelers that travel through the area, working with our vice president and the economic recovery group. And I appreciate you coming over and meeting with me or calling me periodically just to keep ourselves on the same page. I just also want to say thank you to you, Delegate Daniels and Delegate Charlene So, for your advocacy for the Westwater community in Utah, that is west of Blanding. We put $3 million into this ARPA bill, that's going to be considered for that community. And over 2 million will be approved by the state of Utah through the Lieutenant Governor, Deanna Henderson. Deidre Henderson. And that commitment was made last week. It's either in the ARPA bill that's coming before the council soon, or it will be on the SDS list too as well. But that would be first ever of its kind to get water and electricity to that community. So I appreciate your leadership, Shanana. Oh, yeah. And Mr. Delegate Yellowhair, we are pursuing that road project. 41.8 million total put into that project. 19.5 of that was approved last year. 15.7 miles of that from Pinon to Hard Rock. That road, Turquoise Trail, and it'll give a paved route towards the west. We already know the paved from the east, and we want to do it from the west. And Delegate Keelan Begay has been working diligently on Hopi 60 from Low Mountain, from Whippoorwill, Low Mountain to Palaka. And that's something that we're going to have to talk about with the Hopi tribe. And we do have an opportunity soon to sit down with the Hopi tribe to talk about Hopi 60. The reason why I bring that out is Robert Black, our director for Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, as the commissioners for Navajo Hopi Land Commission know, that there are technical amendments that are being proposed in DC. It's introduced, and appreciate Robert's leadership with the commission moving forward on these technical amendments. But there's been a snag, there's been a holdup that Hopi tribe wants to talk things out. And I think we can talk about Hopi 60 at the same time too. And I think we have a good start to working out some of the items that we need to address with the Hopi tribe. And congratulations to the Hopi chairman for being reelected. And we look forward to working with him. Also, we have the finishing project from the in-up payment towards Black Mesa School to the chapter house on the plans. And we look forward to getting that paved all the way into the Black Mesa School, Black Mesa chapter house. Oh, I failed to mention technical amendments also, or there are some amendments that are being proposed from the Zifigene region, Percy Deal and Bessie Allen. And so we're wanting to incorporate that. So while we're doing these discussions with the Hopi, we also want to do some amendments for that legislation as well. So that's forthcoming. We appreciate the Zifigene region's leadership. In the bill, this new bill, I'll call it maybe Mark Freeland is the one that's sponsoring this bill for the relocatees, NPL, HPL, Bennett Freeze. There's a Nahatazil water line project in the economic development plans. We also have housing for former Bennett Freeze, $15.5 million. Appreciate Robert packaging that up for the folks out in that area. I know that was a big discussion when this bill was being debated. I think Chairman Otto So mentioned where's the funding for the Bennett Freeze area. And so this new bill, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a compromise in a way to where we incorporated a lot of the comments that were brought forth on the Monday meeting when 0257-21 was being debated. So that's included in there. Delegate Yazi, I agree with you in terms of getting GIMC built. Yes, Rehoboth lands are moving forward, and just as always, I mentioned this many times, Delegate Yazi, there's got to be an alternative because there's just in case, just in case. And the monies are already being earmarked for this year, next year, and the year after that. And so I agree, we got to build a GIMC. And we do. We honor the resolutions, but what if the land doesn't come out to what we want it to, then we'll be running around trying to find a new area, a new place. So based on that, we putting it side by side, but the way it's looking, Eastern Agency is going to be getting a new GIMC facility. So IHS knows that this is a priority. Phoenix Indian Medical Center is a priority as well. And what we want to do is make sure that there's land ready to build upon. And those are the comparisons, Delegate Yazi. And you mentioned the Navajo Nation Washington office. In the next week or two, we'll be announcing our new executive director for the Navajo Nation Washington office. So we have someone that's willing to lead the office there, and we look forward to that. So I'll turn the time over to our Vice President. Anything else to add, sir? Vice President Weiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for those questions there, Delegate Daniels. Probably just a little bit more backdrop on that. We have been, and we do support a future enhancement or expansion of the Utah State University Ocheto Monument Valley campus out there. So need your help and to help and get that done. We're willing to go to work with you on that there. We do support it. The students out there, our younger generations need that future build out for that. And so we also know that as we recover our economy, that we will, when we're 110% open, and we do support that as well to maintain our nation's economic momentum. That's one thing I think we're all looking for. So we look forward to working with 24th Navajo Nation Council and to helping us make that happen. We need you to provide legislation for job growth and for general economic growth here. Job training, we all know that. Infrastructure build out, that's where we are today. Hopefully this ARPA legislation gets passed so that we can get to work. Time's are wasting. So we look forward to your leadership on that. Also, the burgeoning, as you see it all around, you drive around, even though there's high gas prices right now, the tourism is happening right now. And that's the lowest of the lowest hanging fruit right now. This should be taken advantage of by our nation. And yet we continue to spin our wheels. So we'll continue to lose until we do invest. And I think that's the overriding key is investing in our own economic development. You all want the same things we do. And as a business owner, before I became vice president, that's what needs to happen first is investment. There needs to be a risk that's involved with that. And so we look forward to working with you on any of these rural areas. And all of the Navajo Nation is rural at this point. So we call for our 24th Navajo Nation Council to develop economic growth opportunities in those rural areas. And then we all start humming the same tune because it behooves us. It's something that I'm looking forward to working on, as President says, on our economic recovery work group. We have many ideas, many projects, but we need the 24th Navajo Nation's help into advancing these here. So again, look forward to working with you. Too, Jimmy Yell here. We appreciate your advocacy for all of those roads in your areas. There's no doubt that those roads do need to be built, and with limited funds, though, I think it's going to take a lot longer unless we just prioritize some of these. And leadership, we all make tough decisions. Let's fashion some tough decisions to bring those projects to your area. And then lastly, Delegate Yazi here, I think we all agree this new GIMC needs to be built, and it needs to be built as quick as possible. The Phoenix Indian Medical Center, as President alluded to, is there waiting in the wings, wanting to jump to bunny hop us and to jump past us as far as the project in the queue go per IHS. So really time is of the essence. We do want to see this built out, and again, we'll follow the leadership of IHS here, and I know we all have our own wants in this year. We do agree with you though, as this process works out. A prayer that the project site with the best and most lasting benefit to the Navajo Nation come to fruition. So thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Why lie about it? They're just
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Vice President. That, we go ahead and move on down. Honorable Otto So in the queue.
Here, but all Shinant all the things Ishan in la Aja that initially first of all, there's a couple of important projects in Tuba City that really need the programs to go ahead and move forth on. And one is the Monavi Dirt Road in the old airport loop. We know that there's dialogue between INDOT and the chapter. We're working on it, this and that, and I see, we know that a lot of it is the issue with the bidding. Alcohol, somewhere we really need to get the program to start to try to execute this project, because the Monavi Dirt Road has been subjected to the former Bennett freeze for 46 years. Travel transportation dollars for 46 years. And we're trying to ask for that road to be upgraded and completed. And that's about 4 or 5 years since the program is working under your direction. And the other is the Navajo technical amendments that you alluded to. And what I'm getting to is that the commissioners work hard on this. Greg Smith and the commissioners really did the work here, and to grasp all the information together to present to Congress. I really commend them. But at the end, we really need to support this Navajo technical amendment. But the technical amendment is geared to the what would cost less. Because you know that in Washington, Congress will always look at the cost of everything. How much is it going to cost? So we have a group called the Second Generation Relocatees that we have heard out, and we did make a directive to our legal counsel or our lobbyists to create language for them so that we could look at moving forward to insert their initiative into the technical amendment to address the second generation of relocatees. And I think we will be issuing a supporting resolution for that at the next Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting. The other is that We just want to continue the technical support from community development in regarding the Tuba City Senior Citizen Building. Funds are there. We funded it under the 23rd Council. And we need to move forth with the project so that we get this project moving and we get built. We did decrease the size of the building to what the original square footage was due to the cost of materials and steel. The other is I know we had a discussion pertaining to the Tuba City chapter reimbursement pertaining to the tents that they have rented during the period of COVID, and rental reimbursement. The Navajo Nation has provided services out of there. That was the distribution point for Western Navajo. Programs would come out to make their distribution, and Tuba City chapter has flipped the bill on that. And somewhere we have to come to the middle to look at the reimbursement of those costs. And I know I had a discussion with you on this, and I see Tatnas Aharit Adan Shabachidi Halit Ala Benaho Ala Dot Dadats. We're still looking other avenues.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. So that moving on down, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on board. Good afternoon. Otto Shitsila, President, Nez, and Ashna, Vice President. There's a project out in White Ruins, Phase 2. The chapter had funded $120,000 3 to 4 years ago to start the right-of-way. It seems to be kicked back and forth. There's nothing happening. I asked Controller, and I asked Jason John, and still we haven't fulfilled that obligation to get this $120,000 to IHS. So, Shananda, I need your help on behalf of getting this $120,000 because change doing. It is time to move this project ahead. It's been funded by the citizen. The whole amount for the water down in Wide Ruins Phase 2, 42 families would be served. And they're excited about this, but that $120,000 is the catalyst of getting this project going. The other one is 9402 Road. I understand that BIA doesn't have the resources to go out and gather Alati's consent, and they're leaving it up to now the Department of Transportation. I'd like to get that expedited so that we could get this road improved. It's a 20-mile stretch from Lupton, Hauk, all the way out to Nahadutsi. It's a bus route, emergency route. A lot of folks live on that side. When it rains, snows, it becomes impassable. That's the project that Hauk, Lupton, and Nahadutsi are putting as their priority to move these roads. The other one, too, is we met with Senator Semina when we were in Twin Arrows on Monday. Thank goodness she came over to hear our needs and hear our concerns that we have within our areas. I brought up that fact that the Carino Bridge, which is owned by the Apache County, and it's at the point of it cannot be repaired or it cannot be fixed to continue having traffic across that Carino Bridge. At one point in time, I-40 closed down, and now the DPS, Arizona DPS, had closed traffic and was using that bridge to cross over, and they were sending semi-trucks across that bridge. So I'd like to bring that to your attention, Shananda, just so that we can get this bridge replaced as soon as possible. The other one is there is that Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The office itself, we went down to East Mill, Little Silversmith, and a couple other communities down there. Not Parker Drill, but right across East Mill. Their housing is really needed to be replaced, and we went down there, and it seems to be that the government is just saying that it's the fault of the owners. They're not taking care of it. They don't take care of the homes, and it's not true because the foundations have cracked, and they get small little cracks, and it turns into a large crack. We need to get that taken care of. The other one is that they're asking questions on the business of the Old Hutches and Red Barn and Lee's Liquor. What's the status on that? We haven't heard any movement on that. That's been purchased by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and we'd like to see some economic development in that area. Of course, you know Penta. We're excited about that, getting Penta going. We need your support on that. I know you have a lot of support in that, but we need to move forward with that. And then there's another last one that I'd like to bring forth is a gentleman by the name of Mr. Ashley, a Vietnam veteran. He's been in the paper, and Navajo Hopi honor writers have been trying to build him a Hogan, and they don't have the manpower. So maybe Veterans Administration could help out with some of the manpower to build that Hogan. He's got a home site lease and everything's ready to go, and he just needs some additional personnel to put up the structure. The structure's a Hogan, and it's being built as we speak. So I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time, Commissioner Smith, with 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Moving on down. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hagosina, Speaker Damon, Council, members of the 24th Nomination Council, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, and all the division directors and executive branch members of Senegi. Good morning or good afternoon. I wanted to mention the first thing was the Crown Point Hotel and how we can work to get that situation rectified, because we broke ground and we really need some help on moving forward and getting this economic development opportunity situated for Crown Point, and how can we work to best get that project going. There's a movement as far as the C-store is concerned, and how the C-store and laundromat are coming along, and appreciate Eastern RDBO and Mr. John Largo from working on that. But the big challenge is the hotel. How can we work to get that hotel taken care of and situated for us out in Crown Point? The next thing pertains to, of course, our roads as well. I appreciate my colleagues advocating for their areas. We have a very unique need working with a neighboring chapter, Nash City, between White Rock and Nash City. It's Route 9652. We're needing to get back to work on that, and how can we partner with BIA, San Juan County, and NDOT to start working on getting that road situated, because it's really one of those types of roads that goes between 491 and 371. And a lot of our people from Nash City side commute to Crown Point that go to work on that side, use that road, and vice versa. People from Lake Valley and White Rock cut across to Nash City to go to Gallup as a shortcut. So that's another one. The other one is N11. I know that my brother, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, has the road from the south taken care of from Mariana Lake, but what about from Nahataskis and Crown Point side up towards through the canyon? How can we start working on getting that road situated as well? So those are my comments at this time. I want to reserve the rest of my time to thank you.
Two minutes and 35 seconds. Okay, with that, let me go back to you, Mr. President. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Speaker. And again, thank you, 24th Nomination Council. Delegates for your questions. Delegate So, on the routes, 6222 and Navajo Route 1012 are being worked on by Navajo Department of Transportation. I know that Manabi Road, I think it does, well, the San Juan Southern Paiutes claimed that area. Of course, we haven't dealt with the treaty area yet, so it's still under the oversight of the Navajo Nation. But we are looking at doing construction services, and environmental compliances do need to be done before we proceed. And you bring up a good point, Delegate So, which we placed in our white paper that we submitted to Congress and to the secretaries, the need to expedite these documents, these clearances for roads, right-of-way, environmental clearances, even categorical exclusions should be by region, not by road. And it's only good for so long. But if we were to do it by region, we could be able to get a lot more of these projects done. And we did talk with the help of Garrett Silversmith, Deb Holland, and Pete Buttigieg to talk about the need to expedite these clearances. And it's moving. Matter of fact, some of the recommendations from the white paper, you heard us talk about the white paper last year. Some of that recommendation was incorporated into the infrastructure bill in terms of broadband telecommunication, right-of-way, environmental clearances. And Congressman Tom O'Halloran has also sent a letter to the two secretaries to, work together. Some of these can be done at a secretarial level. It doesn't have to go to Congress for approval. And so in our last visit a few weeks ago, we went to DC, we got reports on that, and it's looking favorable. Those changes, the major changes, so that projects can get done. We're using, the reasoning we're using is we need to spend the ARPA bill in 3 years, 2 years remaining. We need those laws streamlined, but we're not just asking for a temporary or waiver of some sort. We're actually asking for permanent changes, updates to the laws. So that's a good thing, and it'll help not just Navajo, but it'll help all the tribes throughout the country, those, especially the large land-based tribes. And appreciate, like I was saying earlier, the work of the Robert Black and the Commission for the Navajo Technical Amendments, working with Greg Smith. We were out there advocating for these technical amendments. We just need to sit down with the Hopi leadership and get a compromise so that they can support the bill. And I think it's doable, including, like I said, Tiffany Jean's amendments to the technical amendments from Percy Deal and Bessie Allen as well. I think they're good amendments. I do support those amendments that are being recommended by Tiffany Jean Region under chairman of the Tiffany Council. I forget the name right off the bat. Of course, we're lobbying heavily not to close O'Neill, and we're going to, Marcus Tooley, thank you. Someone just texted me. Marcus Tooley is the chairperson for Zithagene region, and thanks to Marcus's leadership as well. So we're saying ONER has yet to complete what they're supposed to do, relocating these folks. There's still people that are still there, especially, and you mentioned this, Delegate, so second and third generation. You know, what are we going to do? How are we going to advocate for them? And I think with the housing for former Bennett Frees that's in the ARPA bill, some of those monies can address second, third generation in regards to support for them. Let me also say that the reimbursements for the tent, I was hoping we would get a fund management plan completed for the disaster assistance fund. We put $500,000 in there this past budget. That's where all the money go for reimbursements for, you know, all these declarations. If we can get a fund management plan, you can get the reimbursement from there. But I'll sit down and talk to you a little bit more on that. I also wanted to, while we're talking about reimbursements, FEMA, the emergency disaster declaration that President Biden approved for the Navajo Nation, that FEMA reimbursement was extended to July 1st. So we did let Division of Community Development know in all the chapters that we need to package those reimbursements so we can submit it to FEMA so we can get those dollars back. If chapters utilize their general fund, please package those documents up so we can ask for reimbursements from the federal government. The Senior Center is being worked on by Andy Thomas at DCD and working with the chapter on that. So we are moving forward. I know the chapter first declined to be the grant recipient, but we're focused on getting that project done with the help of DCD. I also wanted to mention, Delegate So, that in the new ARPA proposal, the ARPA bill will be presented soon, has an allocation for assisted living facilities, nursing homes, $15 million to match the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation on their project for a nursing home project there in the western part of the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to bring that up to your attention. Delegate Smith, you brought up a lot of routes. What I'll do is we'll schedule a meeting with you, Garrett, and our team. We'll go through each of the routes, 9402. The bridge project was a success, the Lupton Bridge project, 9402. That project went up pretty quick. I think they were early in construction by about half a year, I think it was, maybe even a year to get that project done. And so I'll say Garrett and Belinda will meet on those routes. And the Pinta Road project there, you know, Vice President has been working on that with the Economic Recovery Team, plan for manufacturing, as well as a co-talkers facility, a museum of type. And we're moving forward. We're in support of it, and we appreciate that. And with the Vietnam veteran Hogan, you know, we'll talk to Jay-Z to see where his application is for the housing manufacturing project or the Veterans Home Project. Mark Freeland, Delegate Freeland, the Crown Point Hotel. Yes, I understand that. I heard this from Delegate Yazzie as well, the need to move that project forward. And JT has been in the forefront of that, trying to find dollars, making sure that the Navajo Nation's interests are protected as well. We appreciate John Largo at Eastern Navajo RBDO for his assistance. And 9652, we were just in Nahadishkish this past Saturday at the Easter event, and I appreciate the invitation from the chapter, including you, Mr. Freeland, and I know that that route is in need of repair, and also the one that, maybe it's the same route, but the one that goes out to Mariano Lake through Borrego Pass, I think it was called. No, it was another pass. But anyway, just south of Nahadishkish into Mariano Lake. So just wanted to mention that, but of course, we'll keep. Thank you for the invitation for me to do updates to your chapters as well. And what I'll do is for everybody that has asked questions and directors that are listening, I really want you to get some written updates for those questions that were answered. I know that you have the information that's more in depth for these delegates. And I get reports every week, Vice President and I, from the divisions, and we do get a general update, but division directors and their staff have more in-depth, and we can provide that information to each and every one of you. We turn the time over to our Vice President here, Myron Leiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick here to Delegate So's comments there. Yes, we do need to really put our mettle together to advocate for the second generation of relocatees. Of course, that whole region, has been neglected over the years. The Navajo and the economic development plans that are there, we do support. Whatever is going to come of it, we don't know. ARPA, some of the funds are being considered, and hopefully that could speed that up if those things are passed and they go forward. So thank you for that. To the Delegate Smith, your region is very, earlier I alluded to low-hanging fruit. I mean, the tourism is there, the traffic is there on the I-40 corridor, which is also some pockets are in an opportunity zone. And to President's comments about the Pinta Road exit, that is in a opportunity zone as well. And so there's a myriad of different plans and ideas, and namely the one is with the, as President mentioned, the Cultural Center and the Navajo Code Talkers Museum. So those are still in the works. Finding money for all these here is the hardest thing, but I believe when we prioritize these here, we can bring these projects forward and to fruition. And to your comment about BIA doesn't have resources to garner the requisite signatures to advance those road projects here, we'd be willing to throw our support behind you, get comprised of all of those issues, and help them prioritize this here for your region there. And so definitely willing to get out there and to help with that. We appreciate you, the delegates that did meet with Senator Sinema. We appreciate her stance on the filibuster. We also need to just throw all of our collective resources and our efforts together to advance all of these. As you know, the senators and the congressmen, they all work very hard for the Navajo Nation, and if they could work harder with our support, I think they'll bring projects here to fruition. That Red Barn lease here, that Red Barn property has had numerous, and they're garnering even more attention as of late here as the pandemic seemingly wanes. The Red Barn lease also is comprised of 6, I believe, liquor licenses that the gaming owns, and so these are going to come up in discussions again. So I think we get ahead of the game here. We could limit our times in meetings and really help. What I was been, advised here is it's still under the county jurisdiction there, but it's also under Navajo Land Commission's auspice as well, at least for the business site lease development. There have been no market studies that have been made. Obviously, nobody's invested that money or the resources for that, but this property is being planned to be fenced off, and so to restrict access to the curbside vendors there. And that's the latest on there. And a real quick update, since it's in the proximity, the Hooch's property and Lee's Liquor property are being recommended to be demolished. Of course, to do that, you do need funds to make that happen there, and then fence it off, as you know, just to protect the citizens and the passers by there. So then to Delegate Mark Freeland, the C-store, laundromat, and any economic development is much needed. We do recognize that for the Crown Point area and all those areas in the Eastern Agency. We do support any of those if the due diligence and the feasibility have proven that they are able to for the nation to number one be protected, but also it'll provide a return on the investment. That hotel, especially during the pandemic, it is very, very much. It's very significant that we do need to have a hotel in that area, and what traffic that does come through there, we could start raising money. But I was criticized in a previous meeting on advocating for a non-Navajo enterprise to be in there, and simply for the fact because our need is great and our need is immediate. And the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We were working with pushing forward a medallion who's working in Chantal. They are very able, and they have 9 hotels under their auspice. And who better to go to than somebody who's already doing it and doing what we want to do. They could build, they could design, they could plan, they could run and manage. So everything the nation needs is under their auspice. Merely a meeting or two to develop a plan to go forward with them. So that's what I advocate for. Again, that would be in response to the urgency, and that would be in response to the need that Crown Point has right now for a hotel. So I think that's it right now. That's all in my notes there. So, but we appreciate your concern, and let's work together on these things to bring projects to fruition. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President and President Nez. Let's go ahead and go back to the floor this time. I do not have anybody in the queue. Any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? There's none. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Waive your time.
Somebody says waive your time. I'm requesting an answer back on the three.
Honorable Eugene So, hold on. Can you please, if it's colleagues, everybody that's invited onto this call, Zoom, please make sure your phones or your Zoom link is on mute, as we have Honorable Eugene So, who has the floor at this time. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Okay. Some answers I didn't get back. Also, you should at least respond back and write. And one is Zerland's contract. The other one's a meeting with disability, on disability, auto assessment, auto and the meeting with regards to keeping water on the Navajo Nation. I would really like that response. This would have been done 3 years ago. I shown all this our president. She get auto and the sickness and right and Shadili. Thank you. I really need those meetings. It should have. Wait my time.
Thank you very much. Waiving your time. Moving on down. Yeah. Vice Chair Smith, 2 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I just need some time. Somebody give me some time, please.
That. Commissioner Smith, your time's out. That, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. President, thank you for the response as well. I'll put together some information and work with Garrett and his planning team at NDOT. We do have a new planner and Eastern agency, so I'll go ahead and put that together. Really need to start putting our minds together as far as Crown Point Hotel is concerned as well. So appreciate the response on that one too, President. I'll go ahead, Speaker, go ahead and yield the rest of my time over to Honorable Raymond Smith, my older brother. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Good.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for that additional time there. Appreciate that. Back to the subject on the Carino Bridge. That is an old Route 66 built in the 1920s. And what Apache County was saying is that they want to shut it down, but that's a major throwaway for the folks that live on Burntwater and Carino area and Houck area. And if we shut that down, that's going to create problems on behalf of their going back and forth to where they need to get to. The other one is, I understand that Jason John texted me and said that there's a W-9 form needed from the controller regarding the $120,000 Wide Ruins Phase 2 project. And IHS is supposed to get that W-9 to the Office of Controllers. I don't know if we can get that going as soon as possible. Like I said, 2 years, 3 years has been gone by. And we've been still wanting to get that $120,000 to be where IHS can do their right of way and get that project going for the Phase 2. The Phase 2 has been fully funded, and folks are anticipating water within the next, hopefully, with less than 2 years, because of this COVID-19 is going strong with us. The other one too is the housing with the Naval Hopi Land Commission. We need to do something. The houses are just constantly dilapidating. They built houses on bajadas. They built houses on shifty ground, and they are blaming the owners. And the owners are saying, nope, we're doing the best that we can. The other one was a question for a Vietnam veteran out in White Ruins area, Mr. Ashley. Navajo Hopi Land Commission is trying, Navajo Hopi honor riders are trying to build a Hogan, and they just don't have the manpower to do it. They're doing it on volunteer basis. I was just wondering if maybe veterans could, a department could help out with manpower, or maybe go out there and assist in getting that Hogan structure. It's just a Hogan, and it's going to be a roof over his head. I would appreciate that. And other things that are happening too is there's a water development that needs to be done within the Wide Ruins and Plagato area to help folks that live up by the Trans-Western Pipeline. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland. Nope, sorry, Honorable Freeland.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on down, I do have Honorable Sonika in the queue. Honorable Monica, what's yours?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't President, the Vice President, yet Schneiderly. I don't added Arnold Foundation. I know there's a lot of chapter officials that tune in, and I appreciate their participation. I know. Especially St. Michael's chapter, the officials are always listening in. So we are in our position. So again, the President, the opportunity is get at the bandit. Could I say had other at Kilo Delia, they at Italy. I don't know if we need to have another work session or whatever, but the sooner we get it done, the better it be for the people. And then I thought ito overall just show is the yashmoda. So this is we need to come together and make a decision on getting these projects going. There's only one project I'm concerned about. It's with Oak Springs chapter. And there was supposed to be a memorial done, and I know about 3 years ago, the Veterans Office met with you, Lionel Allen, Lane, and you assigned some of your staff to work with that. Because I don't know how far it's going. It seems like adult tone to get there. Maybe you can give an update on that. I'm concerned about that. And then also that road, Aspen Road.
Okay.
There's an erosion just right off the highway from Oak Springs chapter. Acquired Apache County Sunday again. So state or later no, it's not over. And I think it had to do with a permittee. I thought it last clean and I know the DOT has worked on it to some extent, but I think it's either the chapter or Apache County that's holding up the process. So it is a key go the upper money to give. I said, I don't know what it's going to take. It seems like we're just at a standstill in that respect. So we really need to start working together on this again. It is the one hour, President. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Owanika. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. President. Mr. President, what was yours at this time? And Mr. Vice President, if there's anything to follow up on.
Okay. Again, thank you, Speaker, Vice President. Thank you, Navajo Nation Council delegates. To Mr. Smith, Vice Chair Smith's question, that was a lot on the roads. And so I would just say that we'll schedule a meeting with Vice Chair and Paulson and Garrett. We'll get you an update on those projects. I know that I was out in Adzil yesterday with the family. We went out to Cecilia's dad's house there in Kelsey, and seeing the roads, but also seeing the store there, shopping center, Bash's, thriving. I think we just need to put bigger signs up to get more of the interstate traffic. A lot of locals. I even saw former delegate Lorenzo Curley there. It's good to see him. But Delegate Smith, we will touch bases and we'll schedule a meeting. Delegate Edison Wanika and to the St. Michael's community, Those of you that are on the phone, good afternoon. Wow. And I appreciate you mentioning, Mr. Wanika, the ARPA plan. You know, the ARPA plan keeps evolving on all these discussions. You know, one plan transition to another plan based on the comments. And I said this earlier, and you hit it out of the ballpark by saying we got to get this bill, ARPA funding obligated, because we should be talking about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is sometimes called a bipartisan infrastructure law, or we call it the infrastructure bill funding. You know, the roads, a lot of comments about roads and the improvement. You know, we did develop a plan, but we need to come back before the council and give you all an update, because we all need to make sure that, you know, our routes are being advocated for in our local communities. But a lot of time has been put into the ARPA infrastructure money. So we look forward to getting that across the finish line. I think our Naval people are praying for us. You know, we had a prayer and devotional this morning, and, you know, the folks are saying, you know, we need I think that's what you were alluding to too, Delegate Key Allen Begay, is people are just wanting us to get the infrastructure plan, the bill, across the finish line. And thank you, Mr. Wanika. I did get a quick brief update on the Oak Springs Veterans Memorial Park, or the project there right alongside the highway, and appreciate Lionel Allen his leadership on that. The dollars are still there, and Paulson and Jim Zerline will be meeting with you, Edison, on this. So Paulson and Jay-Z, if you're listening, please, let's get a meeting together so we can update them on that project. And that's not too complex of a project. Let's get it done. And I saw the gravel on the side of the road. I think some of it, if it's the same location I'm seeing right by the bridge, I think it's because of erosion. That gravel, those big chunks of rock were put there so that the erosion doesn't happen on that road. That's the route from Window Rock to Lupton. And so if not, then let's talk more about the permittee issue. And we're willing to sit down with you as well. Again, Mr. Delegate Wanika. Vice President, anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing else to add on that, but concur. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President. Now let me go back to the floor. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Is there any further questions for the President for the State of the Nation address? Twice. Point 3. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, so members of the Navajo Nation Council, although the staff that's here with us in Window Rock at the council chambers, although everyone that's on the call here, although Shitado, the Honorable President, although Honorable Vice President, during this first day of the spring session of the council alcohol idea other quick about this thing. So yeah, but indeed, a few weeks ago we had a meeting between the Navajo Hopi Land Commission and some of our Navajo people that have gotten together, organized, and refer to themselves as the second generation relocatees. For Ada, we had a whole day meeting with them, discussing, listening to their concerns and some of their experiences and stories. Of course, all stemming from the relocation experience, relocation from the 1974 Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. For Ada, the second generation of our Navajo people that have relocated as when they were children, when they were minors. Fast forward, this is several decades later, those children are no longer children. They are adults and maturing adults, and they have families and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Without in some of the more informal conversations I've had with those second generation relocatees, because some of them are from my legislative district, speaker, though members of council, right from the area that I represent, in my discussions and my meetings with them, they seem to all say that they need a place, need homeland, need a homestead. And when they were children, they were relocated with their families, and they didn't have a choice, they didn't have a say-so in that whole experience. They are feeling displaced, disconnected from the homeland, from the motherland, from the homelands of their people. I know you are aware and you have heard also about the concerns here. You mentioned this earlier, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. I think we are in a position as leadership to look for some remedy, look for some ways to address, to help, support, to assist our Navajo relatives that have been displaced as children. President or Vice President or members of council, Navajo Nation has fee simple lands, in around the Navajo Nation, and some are in close proximity, the contiguous to the reservation boundaries. And I am from the southwest portion of the Navajo Nation. That's the area that I represent, the 5 communities: Coal Mine, Cameron, Loop, Tulani Lake, and Birch Springs. We are in close proximity to the Winslow Land Tract, which is 92,000 acres of Navajo fee simple land. Let's make the connections. Thank you, Speaker. That's the statement I want to make. Appreciate the time.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions? Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Four jurors.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the presentation, President Nez, Vice President Leiser. Vice President Leiser, I hear that there was not enough signatures on the petition. So my understanding is you will not be proceeding forward with your campaigning at the federal level. So I just want to say that good job in trying, but I am, I just wanted to just make that clear that you did a good job. So number one, on page 3 of the report, President Nez, with the external partners, you were talking about a collaborative response plan that is being implemented, and you had a meeting on the on this issue with external partners. I want to make it clear, I have been asked, council was not invited to that meeting. And the person that I think is actually, that has been charging the missing murdered Indigenous relatives was also not invited to the meeting as well. And I read further in your report, the next paragraph, you do talk about, our deepest hope is that working together will heal, restore, and reunite families. And I think working together, you need to include working with council. This cannot be done just by your office. And I think the work with the collaborative response plan, when you don't have delegates who know what's happening, you're missing out and you're wasting Navajo money by having to have people who are doing the work that's already been done. So I want to remind you, per your report, you're talking about working together, and I haven't seen that yet. And at the very beginning of your report, you did state that you have been working with some delegates on this new plan. I perhaps, it's interesting, but I haven't been contacted to be asked, what the largest community on the Navajo Nation, the Shiprock community, wants with this ARPA money. I know that our chapter right now has not opened, and it's still limiting the number of people who can be in the chapter house. And many people in the Shiprock community have voiced, their concerns. So I don't think that talking about this working together, talking about, this plan that you're introducing for ARPA, it needs to be made known that the Shiprock people have not been involved in your plan. So I want to make that clear and let you know that in terms of page 3 of your report, your external partners, the chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, this is the first time I'm hearing about the Tribal Community Response Plan, and I think that sends a very awful message to the Navajo people. And so I just want to make that clear on the record, and for anybody who's watching on the World Wide Web, that the President's office has not reached out to the Law and Order Committee. And with these external partners that become so important to crime that's happening on the Navajo Nation, there has been no partnership that has happened with the Nez Leiser administration. Number 2, with Key Nez, I think I just want to appreciate the fact that veterans are finally getting a home. And of course, it doesn't surprise me, it's election year, but it's great that Key Nez is getting a home. I did meet with Northern Agency Veterans Council this past Friday, and I know that they passed several resolutions supporting the home. So technically, we had veterans fighting for Key Nez to get this home. Veterans like Vern Lee, Wallace Charlie, Lester Light, Tommy Yazzie, Joe Ramone, Lloyd B. Gay, all from Northern Agency. So I think that, in terms of who should be getting, accolades, definitely the Northern Agency Veterans Organization should certainly be part of that. In terms of the ARPA money going to vets, this has been requested to you so many times. I don't know how else to request it. It's also been printed on the newspaper. If you want me to send you an email I'll be happy to do that. But if, in fact, I think I did send an email. If we could get a list of all of the veterans who are going to be getting homes, the reason, again, is the Northern Agency veterans are concerned that power was given to one man to decide which vets will be receiving a home. And out of fairness and being transparent, I think it's important that our veterans understand what the process is in receiving a home. So thank you very much, Speaker, for the time, and colleagues.
Okay, thank you for that, colleagues. Go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time? There are none. We go back to President, Vice President. President, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the questions that were posed. Aroshita Thomas Walker, Hiana, Le Winslow, the Tlasi Klio, Ado Bin Go E, the Chidahas Nana Bachinigia, Ado Chidahas Nanagido, the Tlasi Kli at the, I want to say the Winslow Chamber of Commerce facility, and appreciate Delegate Jimmy Yella here for being there, and Melinda Orviso Siako also. We talked about the, as you mentioned, the second and third generation relocatees. Ado, I need a relocatee fund. Belanda so clean Beshmas Amathenigi. Aro Kodosh now, Vice President Lizer, the Forest Lake one secret. The kid had Nigido, Banash a Nikijibaka Ilia Behaz Ani, Celine. Ado a Benache a cut Behaz Ani. Ashtanelia. Ado Behaz Ani, Gi a di Beso. George don Ichigi Nalsos Hadilneya Hadilyadads Ako Robert Black Eya Nalsosigi Hadilene Fund Management Plan Uliego Bishi Eya Kujibesmas Untitled Nelje Beswick that is Igishi Eya Yandat Idol Budget Finance Committee. So E Kodo Hanet Kodelia Aja. Chindan Lunigi Dodge the Hasnanigi. A Besogi, that's a shot, Asati, Babesa Bando, Nesti, Chindan Linigi. Second, third generation relocatees maybe should be included in the Dene Relocatee Fund. And you all know you approved that. And all is needed is a fund management plan to be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. So what we're recommending is put some language in there for those relocatees, second, third generation. And in terms of the land that is needed, you know, there's plenty of land in that region. We did, after that meeting with the relocatees in Winslow, we went over to the proposed hay farm Dr. Shabala is working on with the RDC, Resource Development Committee, Chairman Nez, and the committee on utilizing those lands that Navajo Nation purchase, and we pay taxes, land tax on, property tax on every year. But those lands are still idle. And I know Delegate Walker, you brought that up. Try to relocate some of those individuals in that floodplain area. Those individuals get flooded out every time it rains heavily, snows heavily, and bring those individuals up to some of the purchased lands, you know, and have them have a homestead there. There's some land close to Winslow that we can utilize if master plan just right. You know, those are options, and I appreciate RDC pressing on the need to get those lands put into trust. But before we put them into trust, we should build infrastructure, build facilities there, and then turn it into trust. Because as we all know, it's easier to build buildings when it's not trust land. So there's many of those lands in that southwestern part that's not being utilized, but we pay property tax to. And I appreciate too that the Eastern Land Board brought up the purchase of lands, and I've mentioned this to Chairman Yazzie of the Eastern Land Board and those delegates, that we got to utilize these lands that we purchased, you know. And there's potential other lands to be purchased, like the Chavez Ranch there in Tuajile. I know Delegate Hino, Chairman Hino, has been really adamant about that. And to get all our due diligence in place, we'll be meeting with Delegate Hino on that and other lands that are available so we can expand, so that our Navajo people that want to return home have access to a home site lease. And if they're fee land, if we master plan them right, then, you know, our Navajo people can return home without, I know that some would say that there's a lot of people out there that are not going to agree to having a home site lease in the area. So this would be one way to resolve that for those that are professionals that want to come home to Navajo. So I appreciate Delegate Walker for that. And then, yeah, and then for Delegate Walker's region, you know, the economic and community development portions, the ARPA dollars and SDS projects, there's a lot of projects in the most rural parts of Delegate Walker's region. I think the last count was a little bit over $89 million of SDS projects in that region, because it's a big region. You know, he represents a large land base area. And so the need is great in that area. And we appreciate Indian Health Services, Director Rosalind So, and Captain Brian Johnson, and many others for, you know, including those major projects. And those projects have been not funded until now because of this big amount of money that's going to the Indian Health Services. So appreciate the IHS for that. Delegate Eugenia Newton, regarding the TCRP, you know, the TCRP is bringing all the executive branch partners together so that there can be a plan. I know sometimes we say, where's the plan? So we're developing a plan for services for the tribal community response plan for missing persons. You know, we're wanting to develop a missing persons unit under the public safety. We're addressing putting dollars. We reestablished the K-9 unit. We reestablished the drug and alcohol task force. Now it's called something else. We put money in there through our budget. So, you know, there can be roadblocks and drug and alcohol busts, you know, in our communities, because that's what the Navajo people were asking for. In terms of missing persons, you know, we're developing a collaborative effort, bringing all the partners together so that we can have it put on paper, and so that we can have a response when a missing persons is issued or an alert goes out. What happens? Search parties come in from the local level. We need the local chapters with their search and rescue or their certs, and that way it gets mobilized and we follow a process, you know, even going back out, just like we did with LMA Brigade, going out with drones and searching and then finding places of interest. And then we go out there as a team where it's GPS and to find and to check where these interest locations are so that we make sure that every place is covered. Now, I think that's the new way of doing things. Before it was search and it was just almost everywhere and anywhere. But now with drone technology, and I saw that firsthand when we were doing the search, drones flying over and locating areas of interest. If there's like maybe a cloth out there, they will put a GPS on it. And then once they put it on a map, that's when we go out there and we check those locations. That way it's just not anywhere and everywhere, trying to find, some leads. So those are things that we're incorporating in TCRP. It will be developed because it's part of the DAP, the DNAT action plan, which we approved, and it was approved, and we had Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Delegate Amber Crotty, who did speak, and we appreciate their speech to the federal government regarding accountability at that meeting. And so it's going to be a lengthy discussion, and of course we'll be presenting the plan, and then the plan will be looked at by the leadership, and that supplement of recommendations, and so recommendations will be placed on the plan. First Lady's leading that effort. Second Lady, First Lady is competent. She knows what she's been on the New Mexico State Task Force, missing persons, so as a Second Lady. And so there's a lot of expertise, of course, that they have on bringing folks together. So, and then for the question on the veterans, $50 million, of course, will be set aside for the veterans. There's already the list from all the agencies, right? And then the housing manufacturing facility. If you saw the Hogan in Tuba City and Red Mesa, that Hogan concept, putting housing manufacturing facilities around the Navajo Nation, having them built, the walls built in these facilities, and then later on taking them out to the site, putting them together. That's what's happening there for those two homes. And I think that's what the vision that we have here, rather than bringing in all the material, and labor has increased a lot lately. But if we buy them in bulk and have housing manufacturing facilities to store these, I think we can really create these homes for our veterans, not just our veterans, but our elders, and do that for our Navajo Nation first before we reach out and, maybe other people off the Navajo Nation want to also buy or purchase one of these Hogans. And I think there's a lot of credit to go around to everyone. Appreciate your leadership as well, and getting Keenez a home and another veteran and Western agency a home. And that's just a start. So thank you so much, Speaker and Vice President. Any additional comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I like your comments there. Delegate Walker, let's make the connections. Obviously, there's still a lot of connecting that needs to get done here as we discuss ARPA. So prayerfully, there will be a lot of connecting going on. Yeah. And then Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for your words. You were the first one to commend me for my try. It was the old college effort. So yeah, I appreciate it very much. There is unity in opportunity. I want to say that, state that. If you look at the word opportunity, unity is in there. So I do wish that we would work readily together. Just, I guess on that note too, was looking at something, and it's very humbling to have tried to do what I tried to do, basically from my 3 years as the vice president here, seeing the need for a stronger bipartisan effort to come out of Navajo. If you are not willing to risk the unusual, you will have to settle for the ordinary. It's a statement by quote by John Rome, a business and a management guru. But I appreciate your words there. And I do, I guess, we always support our veterans. It goes without saying, and it should go without saying. We appreciate our veterans so much that we look for every opportunity to be a part of any events. And of course, just recently, you and I were together there in Shiprock at the National Vietnam Veterans War Day, and the recognition of those over 100 Vietnam veterans. Welcome home. And so again, we say welcome home to those veterans. We support and love and honor our Naval veterans always. We appreciate their services to the great United States of America. So yeah, that is all I have. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor. Are there any other further comments or questions? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Nobody with reserve time? Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board to accept the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Kiel votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto Sill. Honorable Otto Sill votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Vote green. Vote is,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, we have 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. That 20 in favor, unopposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for being here with us this afternoon, and look forward to this current spring and into the current summer. To
Thank
work
you,
together with your
Speak-
organization.
Sorry. Thank you, Speaker, and have a good rest of your council session. Happy birthday to Edmund Yazi, by the way. I think he just turned 16, 18. So have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let's move on down on our agenda. Item number 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. Madam Chief Justice, are you online?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Madam
this
Chief
is
Justice.
Joanne Jane. Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was having a little bit of a problem with the phone here. Thank you.
Madam Chief Justice, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greetings, my people and my relatives. Honorable 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Jonathan Nez, Vice President Myron Leiser, Speaker Seth Damon, and distinguished guests who are with us. Welcome to all of you who have joined these proceedings when the Navajo Nation government shares with you the highlights of the work done for you for fiscal months January, February, and March of 2022. I am Joanne Jane, Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation's Judicial Branch, which includes the District Courts, the Supreme Court, the Peacemaking Program, and Probation and Parole Services. I am the representative and the voice of our staff, and I thank all of our staff for the dedication, hard work, and also their accomplishments. I am Tkapahe, Kenya Ani Bashichin, Twitch Ini Dashache, Adoe Tkapahe Dashanala. The Navajo Nation Judicial Branch will highlight portions of the thousands of hours of work that we have done, and we are going to report this to you today. Our detailed report has been put in the Judicial Branch website, which you can see, or you may contact us to get a copy of the report. This report details only a portion of the work that was laid out in 70 pages. However, it provides a transparent account of our work. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic hit without warning in March of 2020. It affected our courts, it affected the Supreme Court, peacemaking program, and probation and parole services. And there was little time to prepare for a strategic plan on how to continue the court and program operations. Once a plan was put together, staff moved quickly to inform the public about the changes to court operations. How did we do this? The branch used traditional means using Navajo thinking and decision-making. We used Bayatye, which means talking things out. We addressed the issues to create a plan called the Continuity of Operations Plan, using a method of dispute resolution. We used Kea as a central part of keeping good relations among the staff and also the public, because we knew that we had this huge situation on our hands. With Kea, inside case, Ado Nahata, Ina Ado Sihasen, we used all of these traditional concepts to put together a strategic plan, keeping the separation of government functions and then also keeping judicial independence. The judicial branch has a part of our services, an educational portion of our program. And just for this purpose, I wanted to address some of the listeners out there that do not know about what these 4 concepts are, and they are, in Sahi case, means being aware of a problem, and in this case, being aware that we had a pandemic. Nahata, meaning that we develop a plan, and so we develop a plan to resolve the issues that we were faced. Ina, which meaning life, which means learning and maturing and having these experiences. And then lastly, we also used Sihasen, that is hope for a successful outcome, hope for the future. And so these are the 4 concepts that we use in creating what we would call the Continuity of Operations Plan. Now, shifting from in-person to virtual appearances did not make court operations easy. These rapid changes created confusion for staff, court users, and certainly the public. It became apparent at the onset of the pandemic that the information technology disproportionately affected our court operations and involvement of the public. Online tools and communications are limited, as we know, to the public in many of our communities where court operations had to turn to virtual means of access. Our branch website, radio ads, newspaper, drop boxes outside buildings, or social media outlets have limited uses and may not always fully explain details on our court processes. The pandemic certainly changed how court hearings were conducted, how and where documents should be submitted, or which cases could be served or heard by virtual hearings. It changed how court hearings were conducted, how and where documents should be submitted, or which cases should be served or heard by virtual hearings. Contrary to incorrect belief that the judicial branch was closed for court and program services, the district courts, the Supreme Court, peacemaking program, and the probation and parole services have always offered court operations and services during the pandemic. Numbers taken from branch reports in the last 24 months since the pandemic began, staff have received over 31,000 filings in all types of the cases that the courts receive. Staff have closed over 28,000 cases. The branch has been open for services and will continue to be open for services. Yes, the public were not allowed in the buildings, but it was for their safety and for their health, as well as that for the staff. Staff created staggered rotating schedules. They set up procedures on how filings could be done, utilizing email, fax, drop boxes outside the buildings. A court even set up a door ring system with a camera and microphone. These are the activities that the judicial branch had to face in the last 24 months. The question now becomes, looking into the next 6 months, what is the judicial branch going to be doing? Certainly, we will continue to provide services. We will continue to move into different phases that I will describe. We will move into a road of recovery with expanding court and program services, which are consistent with health and safety mandates for the public and the staff. As I stated earlier, using bayatke, talking things out, we then created a roadmap, what's called a roadmap to full capacity, and it details a gating criteria that was created by the Center for Disease Control for the courts and programs to move by phases. All but three courts or the programs have moved from phase 0, which pretty much is buildings are closed to the public, to phase 1 with movement, eventually to phase 2, 3, and 4. Excuse me, and 4 being back to pre-pandemic status. Advancing from phase to phase, we have found, is a meticulous process involving advice and recommendation by the Navajo Nation Health Centers, the Judicial Branch Health Advisor, and the Director of Administration of Courts and Programs. And all these are recommendations that are made to myself as Chief Justice. Courts and programs are tailoring their guidelines to local health circumstances so that each court or each program will have different gating criteria according to the statistics in their particular community. And they will move forward according to the advice, as I just stated, from the CDC, from the local health agencies, and from within our branch, from our public health advisor, and then also from the administrator of courts director. So that is what we will be doing for the next 6 months. Secondly, it is necessary for the Navajo Nation executive and the legislative branches to commit to and expand and to fully fund the judicial branch with general funds. And these are the general funds of the DENE for fiscal year 2023 in order for us to fulfill our mandate to maintain justice as a basic tenet or a basic right of our people. The judicial branch is dependent upon the executive branch. We are dependent upon the legislative branch to fund us. And we request to be an equal part of government for that funding, for general funds for fiscal year 2023, which is now in the making, which will come up soon. Thirdly, the judicial branch has a $27 million American Rescue Plan Act application. That is the ARPA funds that the branch needs, and the branch is requesting to be included in your budget analysis, the executive branch and the legislative branch, in your budget analysis and for your approval to help us move also along with you so that we can help our people for the next 3, 4, 5 years as we have to look into the future. Fourth, the judicial branch has and will continue to provide stability for the government by providing, again, court services, by peacemaking services, and probation and parole services, while at the same time keeping ourselves independent, increasing personal access to the buildings. And then also we will be addressing improvements to court and program facilities that we have outgrown, facilities that need improvement, facilities that at times cannot provide the 6 feet safety distance during this pandemic. We are addressing all of these, and we need your help. We also need help with our people, to give us comments, because we appreciate that, because we work for you. Fifth, just some other plans that the judicial branch has for the next coming 6 months, and there were a host of them, but I just wanted to highlight a few of them. As Chief Justice, I appointed 2 judicial branch staff members to the Net Action Plan Advisory Committee. Our branch will be working with partners in the Net Action Plan, which is an inter-branch initiative that was developed about 6 years ago, with the goal of addressing our people, our most pressing issues, and those are suicide, violence, and substance abuse. This plan was approved by the Council and the President in October of 2021. Planning is underway at this time with the executive and legislative branches, and we are happy to be partners with you to begin the meetings of the advisory committee to implement the Net Action Plan. On June 12, 2020, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia issued an order awarding $15.7 million plus interest for a breach of contract regarding judicial branch services as a result of litigation in Navajo Nation versus Department of Interior. In October 2020, the Navajo Nation received this award after there was no appeal by the U.S. government. And we were very grateful to previous Chief Justice and previous staff and the Department of Justice for working diligently, for working really hard so that we, as a judicial branch and the Navajo Nation, because it also would involve your departments, it would involve the legislators, because we are all partners. We are all collaborators for this initiative. More on this particular funding. Legislation was created for the fund, and it was called appropriately It was introduced by the Law and Order Committee in January 2021. The legislation was passed April 19, 2021 by the Navajo Nation Council, and it was also signed into law by President Jonathan Nez in May of 2021. This resolution recognized that a fully funded and independent judiciary and peacemaking system protects the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. This resolution also reimbursed the Navajo Nation Department of Justice for their litigation costs, and with the remaining amount deposited into the fund. This law requires that the fund principal and income would be expended upon recommendation by the Chief Justice through an annual or multi-year expenditure plan approved by the Law and Order Committee and by the Budget and Finance Committees. As Chief Justice, I will be forwarding a multi-year expenditure plan to the Law and Order Committee and also to the Budget and Finance Committees to make this become a reality. And finally, but not least, the next 6 months, we will continue to engage in recruiting efforts that will continue to recruit and sustain and that which would meet your approval, both the legislative and executive branches. For judges, as we are experiencing vacancies, and when you have vacancies in services, there is a void in services, and there is a void in justice. Thank you. These are highlights of the judicial branch report for today. Thank you for your time you have spent with us in your busy schedule today. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. Thank you very much for being here with us. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the floor to accept, get a motion in a second. Accepting that motion by Honorable Vice Chair Walker, second by Honorable Kealan Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker Kealan, Madam Chief Justice, report the only area that I have a little bit concern of your report is requesting the Navajo Nation to fully fund the judicial branch, the Ninigi. It will work against us in the future. So a court determined, you just mentioned it, a court determined that there was a breach of trust responsibility by the Interior, so that now that the Navajo Nation was awarded back of what was owed to us in the previous years. The responsibility of the federal government in getting these funding, I think that's where we still need to stand on. The expansion of a court across the Navajo Nation is needed. There was a situation that happened where prosecutors based on state because as you know that I was on the Law and Order Committee and during the last term, and even previous, I was a chair. We were fully pushing for the federal government to even receive funding to pay the judges. And that's how far we've been pushing. The cumbersome of the budget and then so on really makes at the time that the court didn't really want to deal with federal funding because the Navajo Nation government general funding is just a matter of getting it and use it as the way you appropriate it. And then there's a lot of backlogs about, especially some of these grazing permits. I think that's one thing we really need to relay the message back to the community to say that the probate that it's not getting nowhere. There's no benefit yet. Specialized I'm not asking or telling you as a judicial branch what to do, but all I'm saying is that on behalf of our Navajo people, how do we address it to resolve those probate issue that's within the Navajo Nation District Court? So with that, Speaker, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
That from Kealan Begay, reserve your time at 1 minute and 47 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Eugene
We
Folk.
go back to Madam Chief Justice.
Elmer Begay.
Hold on, Madam Chief. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know members of the Naval Nation Council. I don't people that are on the line too. So yeah, I don't Shadido Chief Justice. So yeah, my question relates to as you as a part of the three branch government and as a chief of the three branch government regarding this fundings that was given to us through ARPA for recovery, and we went through this CARES, and we should be able to understand what the relief was. And so right now there should be a recovery, a plan. I mean, actually a plan. I mean, I asked the president, vice president, a plan that they have. So, right now, you're talking about people. We're talking about people that lost loved ones. Where do we start to mentally and physically? How do we assure that they're being helped from the government? That part of it, what they lost. How do we comfort them? Where do we start from? Today, as a three branch government, where does yours start from? We should be talking about recovery. From the basic thing that a elderly talks about. How come we don't use that concept to do that? I think that's an actual plan that we would like to see there. Whereas all your traditional practitioners, counselors, so that's my question. Where right now, all I heard was that we're in the yellow states. We just go by whatever's written there, but on our own mind, and as being as being leaders, how do we apply that? How do we know how much of this to implement that a recovery to restore a person's what they lost to be put back into harmony? Where do we start from? Where did they go? Like right now, we have a physical recovery office. Does that mean that a person that's in need of help right now? We're talking about second generation families that left from their home place years ago without their knowledge, and now they're beginning to know. They want to know where they're actually from. They want to go back, but they're not being welcome. So where do they go? What the heck? They're confused. So how do we do as a government? We have to go to that physical recovery office to go in and then get help. And they come back out. So they'll be all mentally and physically be helped, be like put that, restore that harmony back into their life. What is that kind of office we have? Is that what we establish? It's one question. Other than that, all we do is we've been experiencing giving vaccination. Now we're on the second booster. How about the mental stage? So that's our responsibility as a government. Where do we start from? How do we store that that their state of mind is okay. How do we, what kind of words, what kind of ceremonies, what kind of office do they go to get that wellness? That would be my question. Speaker, reserve my time.
Time. I'm gonna be exactly on 5 minutes. With that, we're going down. Honorable Eugene So.
Good say.
Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Good say, yeah.
Speaker, before Delegate Eugene So speaks, I'd like to call a point of privilege.
Yes.
As Speaker,
Hold on. There's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Speaker, there was a reference to a report. I'm on the judicial webpage. Can I get some information on where I can access that report that was referenced? And I also am looking through my emails thinking that I may have just overlooked it, but I can't seem to find it. I'm now on my emails from April 4th and I can't find that report. Perhaps it was sent out to us and I just overlooked it. So if I could just get some information on where I can get that report from the judicial branch. Thank you.
Madam Chair, are you referring to the State of the Nation report, or to the report from the Chief Justice, or to what the Chief Justice was referencing to?
Speaker, there was a mention of a report that's on the judicial webpage. I'm not sure if that is the report that was being discussed today or if that's a separate, more in-depth report. That's why I'm trying to find out what was being referenced to earlier, and that's my purpose of this point of privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, let me go back to the presenter, Madam Chief Justice.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
This is Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, in regards to the comment by Delegate Charles Newton. The report that I refer to is the second quarterly report that the judicial branch has on the webpage. That was just posted this morning. Thank you. Does that clarify the inquiry?
Do you find it, Madam Chair? Do you have it?
Speaker, on the webpage, it references the quarterly report that was released, but there is no no link to it. It just says April 18th, 2022, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Fiscal Year 2022 second quarterly report is available on the branch reports webpage.
Do you have it? Okay, it was emailed to everyone this morning at 7:26 a.m. too as well.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, Honorable Eugene So, let me go back to you. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chair. Please on this kid. This year, branch got on message. He come that you on bands key. Pero that all asking us to keep order, executive and legislative. Pero that I tested that you need incidents now. That's all the what Aiden has not that's it all. But all regards to these probate cases for youth immunity, I do used to handle it when I was a grazing committee member. This sport, and they used to have classes. That's my question. Are these classes agenda is for that per se. It's no. At ends all look at all per se, I know. A class agenda is so. I wonder if that is still going on in each chapter. I mean, each district. We used to have it once somewhat in Chinle. So usually the grading committees probate home. After that, you know, I don't get card and they get the probate, I reckon. I don't know how far that take, but I just put this in. I just allow it and so. It ain't under this case, I don't know how that in this kid. For the people out there that are asking me if they still having that class. It is, yeah. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you. With that, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Now let me go back to you, man, Chief Justice, for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Speaker Nantai, Speaker Damon. I would like to respond to Delegate Key Allen's comment, and then also in regards to the question that he had. First of all, if I understand the question and comment correctly, I believe that it was in reference to the statement that I'd made earlier in regards to that the judicial branch is requesting that the courts and the programs be fully funded. And I was referring, excuse me, to the general funds, and that's general funds for fiscal year 2023. And so that was what I was just referring to. And in regards to the litigation that started back in 2013, and the award just came out in June 2020, and it was finally accepted in 2021. I wanted to address that part of it. The question and comment was about, if I got this correctly, that the federal government, there was an expansion of the courts is needed, and I hope I'm getting this correctly, Delegate Key Allen, is that there was a couple of questions in that particular statement. One was that the prosecutors did not have funding, and I'm not sure exactly what that particular comment was about, so I don't have, if you could clarify that. I'll start with that. And then secondly, there was the responsibility of the federal government, and that was connected to the expansion of courts, and it was needed. So my understanding about this particular lawsuit, which has been completed, at least for this particular year, was that at the time the judicial branch were not getting the funding that was needed for the services that were needed that the judicial branch had at that time. And so that was why the nation, both the judicial branch and the Department of Justice for the Navajo Nation, collaborated to file that suit. And so in regards to at least the understanding, it was in particular to the judicial branch's needs, their services, and the amount of funding that they needed for that particular time. So Delegate Key Allen, I hope that I answered that part of it. If I didn't understand your questions, please let me know. And so in regards to the backlog on grazing permits, any cases on grazing permits, and then also in regards to any probate cases that would be filed and had been filed with the courts of the Navajo Nation. And your question is, why are these not getting decided, and why are they not getting out? And so I can answer this way, is that the courts of the Navajo Nation, certainly if there's any filings in regards to grazing permits and or probate cases, they would be filed in the district court. And that case would move forward within the confines of court procedures and so forth. And then once that happens, then it becomes before a jurist or the judge.
Okay.
And at that time, that case would be brought before a jurist. And so it is the district court that determines, and the district court is the court, meaning the staff and the judge and all those that are involved in this particular case. They have a court calendar, they have a court schedule, and they are the ones that make decisions at that level. So that is how I can answer that one generally. Delegate Key Allen, thank you for your comments and your question. Mr. Speaker, do I continue with the questions from Delegate Begay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to what is the plan? Where do we start mentally and emotionally for comfort for our people? And where does recovery start? I wanted to respond in my role and our role as the judicial branch. Our judges, again, if there are cases that come before them that deal with the challenges that you mentioned, emotionally and physically and so forth. And so the judges are the ones that would make inquiry, they would make analysis, and they would make appropriate recommendations to services. And I have no doubt that judges have responded in that manner and that they will continue to do that. And you made a comment in regards to restoring what we lost. And you talked about how do we respond as a government. And I understand the hurt and the challenge and the comfort that has come before us, before our Navajo people. I understand both as a member of the community and then also a member of the government, how that has affected families and how that affects all of us. In regards to how do we respond as a government, I can speak from my part and our part of the judicial branch as to how we are responding. And I've just talked about that. In regards to an overall government, how do we address that? Certainly there are, and I don't want to present a simplified version of how we would respond as a government. Certainly, we as a nation, as a people, I talked about that earlier. We have to talk about it. And we have to respond in the respective places that we are in our government, meaning, what is the role of the judicial branch? What is the role of the council as the legislators? And what is the role of the executive branch as stewards of making programs and having these funding and having these types of services. And so I would like to respond that way, Delegate Begay, that Bayatio, Eshikutashi Eya. I think that's going to be how we do this. And the question becomes, how do we do this? When we put together our respective, and I can talk about the judicial branch, when we put our budget in, whether it's under the American Rescue Plan Act, or whether it's under the general funding that is available to the government by the people. In that regard, I do understand that we as individual branches, take a look at our respective responsibilities, and that, at least for the judicial branch, I am aware, and our staff have been aware, that we take a look at the mental, the physical, the emotional part of individuals and their families that come before for services from the judicial branch. So we recognize that, and it is a priority. And we all do understand that it was heightened, very, very heightened during this time, during this pandemic. And speaking of the road to recovery, I highlighted somewhat that we're moving towards having people come back in, the public back into the buildings and so on. And so, Mr. Speaker and Delegate Begay and members of the Navajo Nation Council, and then the executive branch, and also to our Navajo people. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
in regards to Delegate Eugene So, do you wish for me to go forward with that one, or do you want me to wait? I'll go by what you.
Continue on.
Thank you,
Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Delegate Eugene So, thank you for your comments. Excuse me, and your question again. You did talk about probate, and then also I know that a lot of the probate cases may be connected, maybe not connected to probate cases. And again, the judicial branch is very mindful. We're very, very mindful of these cases, and we're mindful that they are there, and more will continue to come in. And so long as we have the responsibility to move those cases through the system, through the judicial branch, we have done that. Certainly, there are challenges with that process, and the challenges comes in with the again, and I don't I want to underscore when we face a pandemic, and so we had to resort to virtual hearings or virtual communications with the public, and that didn't help. And even before the pandemic, I wanted to just also stress that the fact that we have less judges, say, than 4 years ago or even 5 years ago, has a huge impact on how we respond as a nation, as a judicial branch, how we respond to court cases that come in. We have 7 vacancy in our judges' positions. And so what this does is that it puts this huge impact on our judges, on our court staff, on all of us. And we are right there with you, Delegate So, and all of the council members, and all the executive, and all the departments. We all work together. We work with the Department of Justice. I mean, although there are challenges in that communications, but we have to collaborate, and we have been doing that. And so the second part of your inquiry, Delegate So, is that are there pro se classes? There have been pro se classes. In the last one that we had was one of our staff attorneys did a pro se class in the Sanders area this past quarter, Sanders, Arizona. And pro se classes are done by staff attorneys. And because we also have vacancies for staff attorneys, the pro se classes pretty much, are at a standstill at this time, but they are not forgotten. And so it's a matter of shuffling the resources the resources to the cases, because you have for an example, the judges have, the ability to analyze and make decisions. And then there are staff attorneys that conduct the research, and they conduct the gathering of information for later analysis by a judge. So the staff attorneys are very integral and very important in this whole process. And so when you have vacancies such as what we have, and certainly individuals are, if they see another opportunity, we don't hold them back, and we encourage our people to just try to fill in the void, and so that's how I wanted to answer that, Delegate. So yeah, thank you, and I hope I've done that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time, Madam Chief Justice, before I go back to reserve time?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours at this time. Chairman Daniel So, right? Yeah. Chairman, floor is yours. Chairman, we can't hear you. Chairman Daniel So going twice.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the system keeps muting me. Speaker, Ados and I, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado, Madam Chief Justice, and to all the folks that are on the call, question pertains to one, the basis for the court settlement. And in your presentation, you're saying that it was based on the original non-funding of expanded judicial services. And so this money would be used to go to the base of expanding judicial services. How does then a request for ARPA funds, again, the basis is to expand services, would they basically be a conflict, or would the request be parallel? And if your request to the council for ARPA funds is granted, then it would double what judicial branch gets before it would be separate and apart, 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 from the FY23 budget. And so in that aspect, then I guess my question revolves around the thinking of the use of the settlement funds and the ARP NRA funds. So that would be the extent of my questions. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Chair. So Speaker Damon had to step away for a little bit, so he asked me to help assist him during this time. Staff, can you tell me how much time Chair Stowe has? 2 minutes and 21 seconds, Chair Stowe, is your time. So with that, staff, do we have anybody else who has texted in or who is currently wanting to ask questions of the Chief Justice? No. So with that, Chief Justice Jane, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to answer the questions that have been posed to you by the delegates.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, Madam Charles Newton. Thank you very much. I would like to address Delegate Daniel. So, thank you very much for your question and your comment. The settlement award from the Navajo Nation versus Department of Interior funds that the judicial branch would receive after an expenditure plan has been developed. Basically, the Department of Interior, I'll call it the Department of Interior settlement funding, those addresses operations and maintenance. So it addresses more of the needs on operations and maintenance, and then generally, and then as to the ARPA, those would be funding. I believe that would be for facilities, and so if we have any 93-638 grants, which we do have, which is separate to different funding source. The 638 grants are not for funding, and so that's how I wanted to answer that. So in regards to whether there would be a conflict, I believe that, and I can go out and talk about this part of it, is that, and I'll add for the settlement, that was for, let me look at my notes really quick here. I gotta double check this to be sure I'm correct. Okay. All right, as we know, ARPA is for immediate funding. I think that I recall that when we put in for our funding for the ARPA, that's for immediate. And as we know, the limitations for the years for ARPA is through 24, and then I believe through 2026. And so the settlement is for long-standing issues such as operations and maintenance. And so those are the differences. And with that in mind, I believe that because there are different uses for ARPA and different uses for the settlement, that the conflict question is probably not there. I could be corrected on that, but if I'm answering in the sense that the DOI funds are for operations, maintenance, long-term, and that the ARPA is for, the ARPA funding is for immediate funding, and that if I'm wrong in that, I would have someone assist with that. But insofar as I know at this moment that there would not be a conflict in that. And in regards to the comment of would it double what the judicial branch gets? What it does is that it would fund the judicial branch for different purposes. As I just stated, operations and maintenance from the Navajo Nation versus the Department of Interior funding, and then the ARPA funding would be for immediate needs. Thank you. I hope I got that clarified, Delegate Daniel. So thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you for that, Chief Justice. So with that, we do have Delegate Crotty, who has been added to the lineup. So I'm going to go to Delegate Crotty, and then after Delegate Crotty, we'll go back to reserve time. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours. Delegate Amber Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yep, Isade, Pro Tem Speaker, thank you for the floor. Good afternoon, Shemayaja, Chief Justice, thank you for your report. Today, we're raising awareness for Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I want to appreciate the judicial branch for participating in the U.S. Department of Justice tribal consultation on the violence in our communities, what resources are needed, and how we can address our missing and murdered Diné relatives. Colleagues, this is a weekly meeting that the Office of the Speaker has been helping host because we had tribal consultation with Department of Interior, Department of Justice, and on Wednesday, there'll be a tribal consultation with Health and Human Services about the violence in our communities and our comprehensive approach. We passed the Diné Action Plan last year, and as we move forward, my concern is looking at funding and how our systems are supported. So with this settlement and going into operations and maintenance, what I would like to encourage or have a discussion on is how we could support the judicial branch. Because so many cases, and I've read how many backlog cases, I think, and I'll follow up on your written report, Shemayaja. It's my understanding over 28,000 backlog cases. And as delegates in becoming and being advocates for not only our constituents, but our relatives across Navajo Nation, it appears that they're requesting for delegates to intervene to get some relief from the courts, whether it's the hearing or if it's deferred. And so I would want to understand what support judicial branch would need to either, during this time, we received a request from mental health where they're going to set up a crisis program when it comes to mental health. I think at this point with our judicial system is how can we create something that can deal with the crisis of our cases and the caseload. We know that the current judges, in looking at some of the preliminary reports, it would take them years to catch up, and it would take years for the capacity to build up. What is the plan, or how can this council support judicial branch with the immediate needs to address these case backlogs? These cases are domestic violence, family violence cases, probate cases, land dispute cases, across the board. And rather than just identifying the issues, Shemayaja, I want to know how we can help, because I think it's more than just funding. And are there policies and procedures or requirements that we can either waive or amend to help provide an opportunity for our people to get some sort of justice. And when we look with our state partners, they have magistrate judges. And I know from our community, we have really been asking for these probate judges so that, the land disputes, that escalates into violence, that escalates into homelessness, that causes a lot of heartache in our community. So how can we create a probate process that's robust, that takes into consideration? And I really appreciate the peacemaking program being part of the conversation and the solution when it comes to violence in our communities. And I appreciate the part in our written statement is saying the goal should be at the very least to have 110 peacemakers throughout our communities. And maybe that could be an elected official rather than looking at Title 26, rather than looking for volunteers. It's my understanding that the chapter president may have a peacemaking role. So I want to stay curious and discover and continue to collaborate, Shamayaja, and see how we can also build up our judges. What type of training is need to be a Navajo Nation judge? How can we get some of our advocates to become judges? How can we get some of our Navajo lawyers? And I just think there's a lot of opportunity. And something that we have learned from COVID is we also can have these hybrid or virtual meetings, which could hopefully help expedite the process. So I appreciate the time, the energy from the council, the work that we're doing with the executive programs. And Shamayaja, I'll yield the rest of my seconds to get that information on how we can support one another.
Thank you for that, Shadeja Delegate Crotty. So with that, I'll go ahead and right now we do have reserved time. Oh, I apologize. We have another player who has been added to the queue, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. The floor is yours.
Hello, Yate, Madam Chair, Yate, Protect Chair, good afternoon. I have a question to Chief Justice Jane. You said there's 7 judges positions. This is a really at large. Too many judges positions are available. When are these vacancies come a vacancy? And also, how many staff do you have there on vacancy? And then one of my colleagues concerns about the prosecutors have less underfunding. That has nothing to do with judicial. This has to do with the executive branch on that one. That's for your information. One of my colleagues asked for that one. And then for a funding that was requested for, that was probably by me, but I don't brag about it. This is under Herb Yazzie and coming back all the way back to Robert Yazzie. Underfunding with judicial branch of alternate a lot, but there were so many positions that was needed to span out because there was time. There were a lot of cases, like, I think it was like 92 or 80,000 cases at the time. But I don't know how many cases are backlogged now, right now at this moment, because I know there's a court or been closed. It's very hard to get back to court, and you leave the message for the call back. They never call back, so it's like everything stands still. Anyway, I'd like to have this a request to save my remaining time. Pro Temp Chair, yeah.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 5 seconds on your reserve time. Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for taking over. That if not brief, for a moment that I really needed. With that, I know that we do have a couple of questions from the last three individuals, Chairman Daniel So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then Honorable Yellow Hair. So let me go ahead and go back to you, Madam Chief Justice, for a response.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yeah. I did respond to Delegate Daniel So.
Okay.
The Chair, Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your comments and your questions. And so I would like to start with how can we support you? Yeah, thank you very much. We do know and we do understand, and we realize that the public is asking about their court case. How can we get in touch with the court and so on. And as I had expressed, it would be in the last year and the last year and a half that we have been under a judicial system which we had to revert to, going by the public health orders, going by what our staff were recommending for for how we would deal with keeping staff safe, how we would be keeping the public also safe also. And we are really grateful again for our staff for doing this. And so what I would like to do is just generally reply, and then also Stephen Etcity is on the line also, and he's a director of the administration of courts, and his office, he directs that, and so they provide, him and his staff provide the development of the court system and the programs within the judicial branch. So we actually have been requested with the Law and Order Committee to present to them a list of policies and procedures. And so they have extended, the Law and Order Committee have extended their support, and they have requested, how can we help? And so we can, I will have, Mr. Speaker, if we can have Stephen Etcity report on where that project is. We are working on that, and we are really grateful that we can have a robust probate and grazing and all the other cases, all the other types of cases of how we can move through that. It is a very challenging time, and we have seen through the years that funding had been, at least I can speak to general funding had been cut back. Vacancies way, at least prior to, I think if I'm correct, prior to 2017, I believe, there were decreases, I believe, in vacancies. Vacancies were created because of the lowering of funding. That's my understanding. And so it's been the last few years, I guess the last 4 or 5 years, that we've been moving forward as a judicial branch to continue to get more funding. And so thank you for the comment on training for judges. We have looked at all different ways of how it is that we can engage individuals so that they would become interested. And so part of those policies and procedures to amend certain parts of policies and procedures, those have been, and I believe, and Stephen Etcity can report on that part of it as to what the status of that is, but we are very much aware of that, and staff have commented and given feedback to the effort to look at the policies and procedures would help do this type of work. And we do agree that there are a lot of opportunities. And so, Speaker, at this time, may I, at least for this question, have Stephen at City respond to some of the more details of what the Office of the Administration of Courts do. They develop the court system, so he's in contact with all of the courts and programs in a greater depth. Mr. Speaker, if I can have the Net City answer in regards at least to the policies and procedures to amend, and then also some of the other work that we have engaged in and we need more help on. Mr. Speaker.
Madam Chief Justice, as this is the receive a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the, I mean, you are more than welcome to do that, but just as a recommendation, as if it was to the president or to myself as the Speaker of the Legislative Branch, that usually follow-up meetings are more inclined to be as more in-depth conversation to those specific questions, just as a recommendation, Madam Chief Justice.
Well taken, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that I did answer the fact that, thank you, Madam Delegate Karate, thank you. And we did receive the invitation for assistance from the Law and Order Committee, so that we are responding. And I will not have, I will withdraw my request for Mr. Etsidi to be on. So we can make a follow-up on that. Delegate Karate, we do have some work that we are working on in regards to policies and procedures and different processes that could improve one, recruitment of judges or recruitment of attorneys or recruitment of staff and so forth. And then how can we streamline this? So thank you for that, Madam Chair, Delegate Karate. I hope that I have answered all of your questions, and if not, please let me know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then so in regards to, may I move then to respond to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair at this time?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Delegate Yellowhair. The seven, you asked, your question was, when did the 7 judge positions become vacancies? Through time, at least when I am aware of, some of these vacancies had been existing I think about 2018, so not necessarily all 7. However, through the years since I've been here, is that there have been judges who have retired, and judges will resign and move on to another profession or whatever that would be. So we are experiencing the vacancies, and so judges have moved on, and it has been very challenging to recruit new judges. I can report that the system, or not the system, but there was traditionally and originally the Law and Order Committee was a committee that was vested with the opportunity and authority to have prospective judge applicants go through that committee, and it was through time that was delegated to the Judicial Conduct Commission, and so that is the system that's set up at this point. Is the Judicial Conduct Commission are the body that receives applicants, and they are the individuals as a committee make recommendations as to whether or not a a judge applicant would move forward to become a probationary status judge. And so in regards to, yes, Delegate Yellowhair, you are correct that the request for the Navajo Nation versus the Department of Interior, that was filed under former Chief Justice Herb Yazzie was here, and we thank him and the Department of Justice for that. And so in regards to the comment, but that there were so many positions back then, and I believe that through time they were deleted, is my understanding, due to funding. I may be incorrect, but I believe that happened through time. And then in regards to the concern about the public calling the district courts and the Supreme Court and the peacemaking and or probation and parole. We as a branch have had discussions in regards to how do we remedy this. And so each prospective program, which would be peacemaking and probation and parole, and each judicial district have had that conversation amongst their staff. That is my understanding. And as I stated earlier in my report, when we have gone through this pandemic, each district or program had to go into a process which would stagger, for example, that would stagger employees because of safety. And so they've had to stagger their schedules, and so, you know, certainly there are those chances and opportunities that when somebody calls, you know, because it wasn't fully staffed in the building. However, they were fully staffed because some of the employees were teleworking, meaning they were working from home. So it just was the nature of the process that we were put in, that certainly we would miss calls, and we have remedied that. We tried to remedy that as much as possible. And so I do know that our staff has been working really hard to remedy that, and that, you know, it's just one of those challenges that we have as a nation. So the judicial branch is not the only branch that is experiencing that. And so it affects all of government. And so thank you, Delegate Yellowhair. I hope that I answered your questions or your comments. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Madam Chief Justice. With that, colleagues, are there any other questions or comments before I go back to reserve time? If there are none, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable
Speaker, Delegate Otto Show.
1 minute and 47 seconds.
Speaker, point of privilege, K. Allen.
Point of privilege, Key Allen.
Speaker, obviously my question when I posed in Navajo wasn't understood. If I could be able to pose the question again in English without deducting any additional minutes, seconds, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, again, I appreciate the time. My specific question, I don't appreciate delegates trying to correct, even if they don't understand my question. But my specific question was, why ask for full funding of the general funds to the judicial branch, knowing there was a court indicated that they have a conditional responsibility to fund courts to Indian tribes. And I made a reference to lack of funding of a program which I came to my mind first was the prosecutor's office. And I didn't say that the prosecutor was part of the judicial branch. All I said was these are type of programs that the Navajo Nation will need to continue funding. So that was my main question, Speaker, and I'd like for that to be answered by the Chief Justice. I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you, Honorable Keeling, with that point of privilege. Let me go back to Madam Chief Justice. Madam Chief Justice.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you for your question, Delegate Kealan, thank you very much. And so the question was why ask for full funding from general funding or general funds? So that means from the funding within the Navajo Nation. So there's not outside funding, any federal funding, and so forth, or funding from any other settlements. So why ask for full funding? And so the question is, because the judicial branch, even though right now there are vacancies right now, and anyone can see that if you look at the judicial branch website, you'll see that there's a lot of vacancies, and those happen for a number of reasons. And so each of the districts or each of the programs that have vacancies, they have their reasons for that, or people that have resigned or moved on, that we don't have any control over that. But having said that, those positions are needed. In fact, there are more positions that are needed. In fact, our funding for the request, the draft of the funding for fiscal year 2023 for general funding includes 14 new positions. And when the funding for general funds comes up, I mean, right now we have a schedule for that right now, that the government has a schedule. And so the draft budget that we have right now, which I had staff put together, is asking for 14 new positions. And so I trust the districts, I trust the programs to tell and to analyze their programs, and I trust them to make that recommendation, because they are the grassroots. They are the ones working the trenches. They are the ones that are doing the day-to-day work, whether they're teleworking or whether in the office. They are working, and I know that they make that recommendation, and as Chief Justice, certainly I have the duty and responsibility to take a look at all that. And when there is a request by a district, again, I'm going to rely on that, because they are the ones that are working every single day. Certainly, there's that analysis that is being made that I have to make for the betterment of the whole judicial branch. And so to answer the question, why ask for full funding? It's because the judicial branch needs that full funding for personnel, for operations, and for maintenance. And so these are funding that had been taken away at some point in time in the past. For the judicial branch was working, even, let me look at my paper here. I want to bring up a statistic. In the years 2015 to 2017. And these are all in the reports that are on our website. Back then, there were 54,000 filings, over 54,000 filings in cases, all types of cases. And they closed 59,000 cases. And so this is seven years ago. And so the difference between 2015 to 2017 to now, 2022, the cases may be half that amount, but that half of that amount that I talked about earlier, for just in the last 24 months during COVID, there were 31,000 filings. And then there were also 28,000 cases that were closed. The difference being we were in different times, certainly. So my point is that full funding is needed, and general funds is a sure source. Hopefully, it should be a sure source of funding for the judicial branch, and that any other funding is temporary. And so I'd like to just finish with that, Delegate Kehat, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, let me go back. I have Honorable Otto So in the queue at this time. Honorable Otto So, 5 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Also, Madam Chief Justice, Kodo, Dashinsago, Isani in la report. So, ni Ashi Dashinsago, and that has late house ago. Ado Dashinsago, ya now it. And Nidna, Kodo Obayan, see it. Based on any, and each year, these fundings that you talk about for these positions, and just hearing the delegates, why this and why that, based on the Ishna. And I really hope that this year, the 3 branch chiefs, you don't agree to whatever is decided for you. Nowhere in the law indicates that 3 branch chiefs agree to is part of the funding formula distribution to formulate the fund. But what I'm getting to is that this is the reason why budget hearings are held in need of the program. And maybe if council can take some of the monies from the other 2 branches to fund your program, maybe those 14 critical positions could be fully funded. But at this time, that need is there for all the judicial districts across the nation. Secondly, we've been getting calls. I've been getting calls, and I'm sure delegates are getting calls too, pertaining to court hearings, waiting on the courts and so forth. We are getting those calls. I'm not too sure what's going on, how the schedulings happen, and so forth. But we do need to move on some of them, because 2 of them particularly that they reached out to me indicates that there's children involved. Their safety and wellness needs to be addressed. So I'm not too sure how you guys are prioritizing some of these court cases at the local level, but prioritizing based off of the gig The other is that a couple attorneys also have issues pertaining to probate, that probate orders are completed, but or probate orders are the hearings are completed, but they're waiting for the judge to sign off. And hearings that so forth, but they just need the judge to sign off. And I got a couple of calls of that nature because a couple of those calls, there's monies involved pertaining to checks. Those days expire. There's no reissuance of those checks and so forth, and financial matter for those people out there. So this is across the nation. So strategize, try to address these issues, because if some of these checks are slated for 1 year and you can't cash it or anything, what happens? We hold you responsible for allowing these things to take that long? Or how do we hold you responsible for it? And I'm sure that there's you do indicate you need to take care of these issues, and our constituents out there have issues pertaining to cashing these checks that are tied to some of these probates. I believe those families out there are relying on it. Their children and their spouse. With that, reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. You have 20 seconds in reserve time. That, colleagues, at this time, I have everybody else in the queue. Is there any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? If they're not, let me go back to Kealan Begay, 1 minute, 47 seconds.
Reserve time, Speaker.
1 minute, 45 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
So not at this. Madam Chief Justice, one question that I really asked was, are they still having that appropriate cases in each district? That's what I've been asked. Okay, now another thing is somehow some lawyers need to really look into the permits and lease versus the treaty and the fundamental law. Permits and lease, you really look at it, that's not a Navajo way of counting. And then somebody was saying renewable. That's easy. It's nothing. Grandpa always said to me, acceptance. You accept it, you start healing. It's nation there. So we have to accept what is going on, what happened, so we can start healing. All of you out there. Thank you, Speaker. Pay my time.
So every time at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
Can't lost it, Philip. I'll waive the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman. Waiving the balance of his time. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow hair, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Hello, Yate Nan, Speaker.
Yes.
Good 24 compliment. Yeah, Chief Justice, your response, but I'm not too happy with the questions and the answer that you provided back to me. You're really kind of off target, Chief Justice. I don't know how I can help you with this, but probably need to study more. And when you make available to my questions, I just want to let it go. I can't help it anyway, but you need to really study. You're a little bit off, Chief Justice, but I just want to yield my time and just let it go and based on my vote
Point of order.
coming. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Point of order.
Order on also.
Mr. Speaker, can you hold the meeting in some sort of way to not to degrade you just had a delegate degrade the Chief Justice to tell her you're a little off. And I don't think that is appropriate. And would like to have maybe see if the delegate that called the Madam Chief Justice a little bit off apologize, because that's not in the full firm of Vincent, you know, Haji, I just hit it earlier. Can you hold this meeting and with some sort of speaker?
Point of
Some sort
order,
of
Chief.
dignity. Thank you.
Point of order. This is Delegate Yell here.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So before I answer, go to point of order. I think one thing is that, again, it goes back to the way that the meeting is being held. And in this case, we talk about so each one of the delegates represent the people that that have elected them on the floor. And that's the reason, if there is to be some action that's been taken, please let's refrain from anything, but just keep in mind what we are debating policy and recommendations for policy changes. With that, point of order, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, thank you. We have a right to speak. Even in nothing, not even nothing. That's it. Yeah, speaking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With that, colleagues, I'm going back to Madam Chief Justice at this time. There was a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to Delegate Otoso and thank you for your comments a few minutes ago. Delegate, so I have here the 3 points that you talked about. You made a recommendation, and that talked about the 3-branch chiefs agreement, and that has been, and I thank you for that. Certainly, again, you know, the judicial branch and the executive and the legislative branch, you know, we go in and we have bias. And I certainly would encourage that to occur, which we have done in the past. And so, however, the comment, Delegate So is well taken. Recommendation is well taken, and you know, it is, you know, there is there is value, you know, there is value in lots of value in you know, receiving recommendations, you know, from the other branches to myself and to my staff, and then vice versa. You know, when we give recommendations and then just to make things better, you know, because we are always learning. We learn all the time, every day we learn, how can we do something better? And so that's how I take questions and comments when I give a address for the judicial branch. I take it into my heart and see how it is, you know, that I can learn from it, see how I can be better, do some more research and all that. So well taken, Ahihat. Thank you very much for that comment, which will be taken wholeheartedly, Ahihat. And then in regards to constituents reaching out and getting, they're talking about getting calls, and the judicial branch is aware of that. And as I stated earlier, you know, we have are making improvements. We're working on moving from what's called phase 1. We were at 0 phase, which means that we were pretty much didn't have the public come in. Staff were teleworking if they had to. Some came in on a staggered basis and so forth. And so as we move forward, going from, say, phase 1, which all of the courts and programs, and except for 3, which they will be reaching their phases, and so then we go to phase 2, where it opens up a little bit more. Then phase 3, it opens up a little bit more, and then phase 4. And so we do ask for patience again, and we've been doing that for the last 2 years to all of our people, and we do understand that. And I do have faith in our judges and their court administrators and court staff, you know, to make the best available decision that they make, because they are there at their homes in their districts. You know, they do know the incidences of COVID, for example, and so they know best. They know better than. And so I rely on that, and I have a lot of faith in them that they are doing the best they can, and they are improving all the time as we are. And then in regards to attorneys having issues in regards to a hearing that was done, and that what is waiting is an order. As a Chief Justice, and also as a Chief Justice at the Supreme Court, a lot of the cases, including probate or grazing or children's cases or any civil cases or criminal cases, all of those are subject. They could be, they could come up on appeal. And so when that does happen, then so by that time, or not by that time, but the position that the Chief Justice has is that on one hand, you delegate, and a lot of that delegation has not as Chief Justice, but some of the program procedures and processes are dealt with either at the district level and or with the administration of courts to provide that type of assistance. And so in regards to the issues of delayed or orders that have not been done, again, this is a decision by the court judges and to move those cases. And again, they move and they operate according to their schedules, according to their caseload, according to what they have. And I don't know all of the details about that, but certainly they have heard this. I'm sure they are, maybe some are hearing this at this moment. And however, there would be a follow-up with the administration of ports to see if there are services or to see if there are ways that there may be experiencing problems, maybe staff being ill and not getting to whatever that might be. The administration of courts director would be able to make contact and make a follow-up on that. And in regards to who and how does someone hold me, the Chief Justice, responsible for any of I'm assuming, I guess it's for payment of the check if I heard that correctly. And so basically, that decision basically is at the district level in regards to the specific case. If somebody owes a certain amount of money and so forth, the judge makes that decision. But on a different level is that as Chief Justice, there is that awareness that I do oversee administratively the jurists, the judges. However, the decision making is up to each individual judge that I do not get involved in at that level. I hope that answers your comments, Delegate Otoso Ahihat. Speaker, I believe that, may I continue with answering Delegate Eugene So, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
In regards to the question that I have here is that, are they still having probate cases? I'm reading that to say, are the judges and the districts involved in hearing and seeing and making decision on probate cases? Yes, they are. And again, as stated earlier, in each district, they have their court schedules and they have their caseload, and they're very much aware of those. And in regards to, just as I stated earlier for Delegate Otoso, is that the courts, it is on, there are challenges, and that's what we are helping with, and we do help the courts and the staff and so forth. They're all working with each other, and they're all helping each other moving through this. So I wanted to say that at this point. And you, Delegate Eugene, so you mentioned attorneys or lawyers needing to look at documents. I'm not sure if that was a comment for me to answer, or was that I'm not sure about that. Certainly the court has a process. The process is set up so that litigants, if they go and are represented by attorneys and I'm not sure what, Mr. Speaker, what this particular and delegate, so what this last one was about, lawyers needing to look at documents. I thought it was at a lease. If I can get clarification, I would be willing and very happy to answer that. Delegate Eugene So, and Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chief Justice, thank you for the response. And again, let me go ahead and continue back to the floor. At this time, I do not have anybody in the queue, but I do have reserved time. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Otto So with 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. The other thing too, Mrs. Chief Justice, with the judge vacancies, what's your projection of time to get legislation, the first legislation out for confirmation of the judges? What's your time estimate for the first judge to be? I know we have a couple of judges for the evaluation is going on, but time frame of these judges. Thank you for council's consideration.
Thank you. Honorable Otto. So that, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think Nando is that check. I guess, Shada, Madam Chief Justice, my point was that we shouldn't stop short and really make a statement to say that fund the judicial branch 100% by the general fund. I mean, that's how I interpret. But my point is that we should continue to seek funding to the federal government based on some of these recent rulings. And I'm sure within the ruling, it states that the federal government does have certain trust responsibility, anything relating to the court and even the Navajo Nation as a whole. We shouldn't stop asking for additional funding, especially through 638 contract. Washington, Dojo Banit Indo, Dojo Hutati Ingo, Onas Nedodon, and Deno Data, and Nago Hasha Yego, Bedadil Cargo, Ada, Peso Yard, and then he they kid up in the Code, Eda Inish, Hala, Ego, Ecuador, Art, Kodo, could the base of the Onahana, the Archbishop, just only Archbishop, and then he Archbishop. I quietly asked the I guess that's my whole intent and purpose of my statement. What ego could she be can't just only to could yard and then he asking Hana hat idol, he gishay could do a then he said recommendation in lad on the store and left on the so what I could over half feet on the head. Speaker.
Thank you. Time. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Now that's not your this idea. I don't cases or this or the shit. I was asking for district district court. They usually have appropriate classes every month. I was wondering if they still have it because it really benefits the people out there that are looking to that can have their permits or whatever they want to appropriate. You know what has on is as additional but that's kids for classes. The appropriate classes, the process is needed. Because I don't just follow it over there. Even if they still have it or they're going to have it again as soon and when how soon too. The other one, she said the one that she doesn't understand it. Yeah, if you look at the home site lease, grazing permit, land use permit in there, there's a lot of language in there that really don't that kind of conflicts with the way we live, fundamental law. More than that, in the court with those permits and leases, and it's what one of the attorney general said to us one time. Twin errors. The case are just piling up. You need to change the law somehow. Do something about these permits and leases. That's what he told us, but we never did. It's so many years ago now. Yeah, it needs to be looked at it because it does conflict with the way of life on the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Chair, to Madam Chief Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chief Justice. Madam Chief Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much. I will go to the comments and question by Delegate Otoso. Yeah, thank you very much. In regards to the judge vacancies, in regards to the confirmation of probationary judges. For the public's information, there are 4 probationary judges that the judicial branch has, and then we have 1 probationary justice for the Supreme Court. And so the process is that there are evaluations. The Chief Justice does evaluations, and generally, then there is an evaluation team that is created, and that evaluation team consists of the Chief Justice, a judge of a different district, a member of the Navajo Nation Bar Association Commission, and then also a member of the Law and Order Committee. And so this team, per the procedure, the employment procedures for judges and justices, is that there will be evaluations done within a probationary period, and that is what Delegate So is referring to. And this process, it would seem that it would be a process that would just take place immediately. Having started the process of the evaluations proved to have a lot of time challenges in regards to having the team members meet, having the evaluations conducted by myself with each of the probationary judges and justice, and then also sending surveys out to colleagues of the particular judge or justice, getting surveys, sending surveys to the Navajo Nation Bar Association, and then also the other group of participants would be the Office of Public Safety. And so all of that process takes time. And so I'm getting to a point actually with answering this question. I just wanted to lay that foundation down as to how and when that happens. And so the process has been slow, but it has been very meticulous, so that we have the judges go through a evaluation process. And some of the judges are out past the 2 years of their probationary period, and so the question is, when will there be legislation out for the confirmation of judges before the council? And so basically, I just described the intra-branch, meaning within the judicial branch process, and so that this team makes a recommendation to the Chief Justice as to whether a probationary judge would move forward in the process. And so the last process in this whole routine or this process is that a probationary judge or probationary, justice would then move to the Law and Order Committee. The Law and Order Committee have a process that's been established, where the process is that the Law and Order Committee would have, in part, hearings for the particular applicant, judge applicant or justice applicant. And then once that's completed, then the Law and Order Committee makes a recommendation to the president. And then the president's office would make it would be a satisfactory or not satisfactory recommendation. and then it goes to council. So that process is very time consuming. And so finally, Delegate So, I'm getting to answer your question after having said that. I wanted to lay that out because that will answer when is legislation out for the confirmation to the council for consideration of the 4 probationary judges and the 1 justice. And my answer is I hope that we can get this as soon as possible. And I understand that is not, I don't have a time date on that. And so right now, the process has been that there are evaluations that will be completed for the 2nd and 3rd 6-month period, because the judges and justices have to be evaluated for every 6 months that they serve for the first 2 years. So, Delegate, so I hope to get it in 2022. I mean, get this process finished in 2022, which basically is going on another 6 months, and hopefully it's before then, because what we want to do is get that process completed as quickly as possible. Thank you for that comment and question. And Speaker, would I move on to addressing Delegate Kiel and Begay, and then also after that, Delegate Eugene So, in that order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate Kiel and Begay. Thank you very much. And certainly thank you that we should not stop at funding. The judicial branch, we have a full-time grants administrator. That is an individual who is always seeking federal funds. And so we are very fortunate to have that position within the judicial branch. Certainly, we also we do agree that we have to get, or that we're looking for, and has been the process with the judicial branch, that we have looked for federal funding, and we're very, very active in federal funding. So my understanding is that when that Navajo Nation versus Department of Interior lawsuit, was initiated by the Navajo Nation, that that was in regards and in response to the trust responsibility of the federal government. And so thank you for your support in that, and thank you again for reminding us to continue to seek funding. Thank you very much for that, Delegate Kiel and Begay. Delegate Eugene So, thank you for clarifying that one particular comment, the home site lease. That was what the question was for. And in regards to your statement that the language of the lease would be in conflict with fundamental law. And so the legislative branch, has also in regards to, and thank you for reminding that there is, if there's language conflicted somewhere, it is an opportunity for we as a nation to take a look at that. Take a look at where there are conflicts in the law, or where there are conflicts with fundamental law. No, we have to take a look at why that happened, and then also what do we do about it? And so it appears that there needs to be conversations. I believe that would, if you, our director of the administration of courts would I'm sure be willing to take a look at that and see what you're talking about, and that in that aspect, there would be conversations leading to how that may get rectified according to the discussions that would be held amongst the decision makers for that. So that's how I want to respond to that, Delegate Eugene Silva Kehat. And then in regards to whether or not there are there are pro se classes. And just to clarify for the public that might be listening, is also this pro se classes. Pro se is a word for individuals that would be representing themselves in court. If they don't have an attorney, they would be representing themselves. And certainly the judicial branch has people. I mean, we have our Diné people that come in all the time representing themselves. And so a lot of times they don't have the opportunity, or they want to learn more, or we also learn from that is that how is it that the community can offer, the branch, the government can offer classes in various places, name changes, or whatever type of case that they find themselves that they want to represent themselves. So the government, the Navajo Nation, does provide opportunities, and the judicial branch has been involved in that initiative when we have provided at various locations throughout the judicial districts or at the program level pro se classes, so that individuals that want to know more about, how do I do this process? They want to know that. They would say or they might just want to know more about the legal process and some of the processes and the paperwork that has to go through that. And so to answer your question, Eugene, so at this time, there are, unless I stand corrected by the districts, there are no pro se classes, and you talked about every month, and the opportunity have been there, and so we are looking at some point starting those up. I do know that there have been, for example, Tuba City, they were providing some pro se classes, and I'm just looking at some of my notes that I have on pro se classes, and so they are done usually by staff attorneys, and so that's how I want to answer that, Delegate. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice, again, for that explanation and your presentation and response. That, colleagues, at this time, I don't have anybody in the queue or anybody with reserved time. Are ready to accept the Madam Chief Justice's report at this time. Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, can you please repeat your vote? Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Are you able to hear me? I vote green.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, we have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. The speaker not voting. Motion carries on accepting the report from the Chief of Justice of the Navajo Nation, Shawn Jane. Thank you very much, Madam Chief.
Thank you very much, members of the Navajo Nation 24th Council. If you have, thank you very much.
Oh, have a good day.
Okay.
With that, colleagues, moving on down. Item number 6, receiving report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, if somebody could, one of the chairs could take over this time. If one of the chairs could take over. Okay, Madam Chair, Madam, I almost call it Madam Chief Justice. I mean,
Maybe one day.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours. I'll toss the virtual gavel your way. Madam Chair Charles Newton's here in the chambers with us too as well, for the record. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. And anytime that I can assist, Speaker, I am here at the chambers as stated. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 6, to receive a report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Committee members, we do need a motion and a second to hear this report from the Speaker. Delegate Brown makes the motion. Can I get a second? Second, Delegate Kealan Begay. With that, Speaker, you have presented to this committee before. You know the rules and the procedures that are in place in providing a report. Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time to provide your report to the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thank you very much for allowing the time for myself as we oversee collectively today as the pro tem speaker. Colleagues, I just want to go ahead and introduce myself first. Again, my name is Seth Damon. I am currently the speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm born for and with that, I have the great honor and pleasure of working as your speaker and overseeing the governing body of the people and this beautiful chambers here as the House of the people. Again, in 2019, we came into this collectively, colleagues, as a 24th Navajo Nation Council. And I just want to say thank you. Within the last almost 3.5 years, we've successfully, collectively moved this nation forward. And within these sacred chambers, legislative decisions that we've made impacted the lives of, now that we know, over 400,000 Navajo people. And it's the responsibility we honor each and every day. On behalf of that, colleagues, the largest sovereign nation in the United States is under your wing, under your belt, and under your guidance in order to make policies and decisions. We extend our gratitude to not only to Mr. President, Vice President, and Madam Chief Justice, who were here presenting here before us, but also to our chapter leaders, state and federal officials, individuals that are visiting the nation. Thank you for being a part of this. I know that now that we are moving into the summer or spring session, as you know, we hope to know that there was some more snowfall, but we continue to pray, and I think for the wisdom and guidance from you, colleagues, who bring that every day to the chambers, and the renewance of the revocation of what we need to do. As Honorable Elmer Begay has stated and asked these questions today, what is our next steps in order for us to not only move out of this winter months, but also move out of this pandemic that we've been battling for the last 2 years. And more importantly, what do we need to do to effectively change not only what has been given to us as an advocacy, or the Navajo people has given us the advocacy on their behalf at the state and federal level for different accomplishments that we need to make sure that they have, like voting rights, appropriating the CARES dollars, funding efficiency, and protecting Navajo sovereignty. It's just some of the smaller things that we've had done in the last couple of months. In the clear, we know that we're all feeling the economic impact of inflation that rising at the pumps, especially with gasoline and the pandemic, and bringing to the light, as Honorable Nathaniel Brown has brought forth, the struggles in these foreign activities and bringing together the Khatafis in order to give us hope with these foreign wars that have caused these problems for our Navajo people. I hope to know, colleagues, that we will continue to work together with the Navajo Nation executive branch as we thrive when we need to go ahead and tell our leadership, our people, that we have over $1 billion of American Rescue Plan Act funding for hundreds of water projects, electricity and broadband projects. And the executive branch, as we know, we've been working with, and I hope to know that you continue to work with us in these times. And these times we need to compromise and not just give us a one-handed sheet to state that this is the draw on the red line, Mr. President. As a governing body, we represent all 110 chapters who bring different light to this chambers. And with that, we have developed a more importance of what we need to do in teachings from not only our elders, but amongst each other, and giving us that compassion of Jean. We move forward in this one Navajo Nation family in what we've done. If you see in the packet that was handed out, colleagues, there's in the last couple of months, I've been very busy, not only with your individual, collective committees, but also individually, as each of you have fought for individual compassionate movements or policy changes, derivative market changes, and trying to make sure that there is something that's great to the benefit or the greater good for the Navajo people. From the Navajo Nation Civil Rights Act needing to be updated to leading the charge and making sure that the Navajo Nation is part of the Navajo Radiation Exposure Compensation Acts and their extension for the amendments to the direct services that we bring and fought for with the BIA, with our new Interior Assistant Secretary, Mr. Brian Newland, as he visited our nation, to the discussions that all of you have on a daily basis with our Congressman Tom O'Halloran, to our legislative leaders in the federal system, whether that be Senator Mark Kelly, Senator Sinema, Senator Ben Ray Lujan, on a daily basis, who continue to work with our advocacy and reaching for the new line. But most importantly, making sure that there's a continuation of working together with the establishments. Moving outside of the realm of our four main committees, we do have also our Sexual Assault Prevention Committee, who has actively worked on numerous expansion of bringing policy changes to the state task force led by Honorable Freeland, to trying to identify what we need to do in all four states to expand the boundaries and protecting the Navajo Nation sovereignty. As we move forward, colleagues, in this too as well, we cannot forget that we have also under the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch, the Office of the Auditor General, who continues to work towards completing the accomplishments of what they have done in the past, but not only moving forward in this next quarter, as they will be looking at doing some complete audits on the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, Hogback Chapter, Greasewood Chapter, Cuddy Rock Point, and also looking into the CARES Act special duty pay, hazards pay and review, and their performance audits of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Also, we know that the Navajo Nation Election Administration sits underneath the legislative branch, and with that, collectively coming out of the pandemic and working together as of today, as of March 22nd, 2022, there's over 119,918 registered voters. Of that, in Chinle Agency, as you can see, there's 16,253. Eastern Agency, 29,349. Fort Defiance Agency, 28,944. Northern Agency, 23,997. And finally, in Western Agency, 21,375 voters that working together. And as a request, Miss Rosita Kelly will be at our next NAPIT committee to do a update on this year's election process. We also have the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, who's led by Mr. Leonard Gorman and colleagues. Were you working together with Mr. Gorman, whether it been on New Mexico or Arizona redistricting? I just want to commend you all, and Utah as well. Commend you all for that great work. And Mr. Gorman, thank you very much for your leadership, your compassion, but most importantly, the way you know how to work those maps. I think that was something that was tremendous in order for you to be part of that discussion over the last year. They're continuing to protect our sacred sites, Navajo voting rights, and trying to make sure that there's funeral and burial studies on this. That's through the guidance of the Commissioner, Mr. Steve Darden, that we can go ahead and bring light to more positive outcomes. We do also have under the legislative branch, the Navajo Utah Commission. This Navajo Utah Commission, as we know, is overseen by Mr. Clarence Rockwell. And the Utah Commission now is prioritized with the Utah Navajo legislative priorities of 2022, and which included what they passed and trying to identify what we need to thrive together for, and make sure that we do not forget any of our Utah Navajos out. And if that's advocating for more education, higher education facilities, transportation, Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement Act to be completely funded, or continuing to battle the voting legislations there in the state of Utah. And most importantly, trying to identify what we need to do to keep the ICWA statutes in law. But I know that there's been great, tremendous leadership working with not only Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Charlene So, and Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and really making the positive lines that they need to do in order to move forward and making the impact and issues and recommendations become a reality in the follow-up. We also have the Ethics and Rules Office that is currently, as with every single, I think, presentation that was been given today, is there's a lack of, there's a huge establishment of vacancies, and this is one that I know that we're really trying to work to fix, to find our new ethics and rules director in moving forward, and advertising and hiring for the individual. But most importantly, the show to order is really has been impressive since the Ethics and Rules Office has completed more and more of its obligation, including identifying that out of the restitutions and collections, there's been another $233,389 that's been brought in. I do commend them for what they're working in trying to make sure that they have at this time some of the hardest work that they need to do in order to complete their obstacles and overachieve what their goals are. We also have the Labor Commission colleagues. So that Labor Commission, I can proudly say, has held and completely moved towards trying to identify what they need to do and really getting more and more hearings involved, especially during this time of the pandemic. And we can honestly say that in the last couple of weeks, they had 23 more hearings, teleconference or on Zoom, or even now coming back into in person. I think this is something that is huge due to the fact that we had a huge backlog going into the COVID, and we're trying to make sure that that funnel is coming out of it. Not last but not least, we do have the Navajo Nation Eastern Navajo Land Commission too as well. And their top priorities as they move forward is the Nelly Project, Navajo Land Buyback Program results through private land tracts, and then new ranch land purchases there in Eastern Agency. I know that as of last Friday, colleagues, if you didn't know, Mr. Larry Rogers has retired. So there is a vacancy there too for Eastern Navajo Land Commission. But we thank him for his years of dedication and work to that office and to the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Council. Last but not least, we do have a new director, executive director in the Navajo Government Development Office, Mr. Harrison Sosi. Mr. Harrison Sosi, as you know, he's a former Attorney General for the Navajo Nation. And their commitment is to really try to identify what they need to do to work together with the Navajo people, and trying to state that the commission meetings are being open and anyone is invited to those commission meetings because they're working for the betterment of getting the collaboration for input for all of the Navajo people. I know that they're continuing to work on their white paper as a case study for understanding Navajo Nation sustainability practices and guidelines in 2021 through the COVID-19 pandemic presentation, unique opportunities. So that should be presented before the Navajo Nation NAPCA Committee here shortly. So again, I thank everyone for there under the Navajo Nation legislative branch. And we do have a continuation with two other departments, Office of Legislative Services, and Office of Legislative Counsel. Mr. Rico, as you know, you all have delegated or nominated him, or was nominated, and he has taken the helm and he's been leading the charge at Office of Legislative Services. So I thank him and his team effortlessly, continually working towards the benefit of making sure your jobs are just a little bit easier and trying to move forward. Office Legislative Counsel too as well. I think that, as we all know, does not need any more, well, let me just say, does need as much as we can possibly do to help thank them for what they've been doing over the past couple of months, over the past year, in order for us. And again, with the vacancies there, the continuation of individuals trying to fight for new lawyers to make legislations, I think that Ms. Barbroff is trying to do the best that she possibly can with the staff that she has in place. So I thank her for what she's doing. Last but not least, I really want to thank too as well the individuals in the Speaker's office. As you work with them every day, the legislative staff assistants, and then also the finance personnel, and everyone who really brings a forefront in working here day in, day out to making sure that our jobs here at the Navajo Nation Council and the legislative branch work together, whether that's our office specialists or our IT group that helps us out on a daily basis. But I do want to give a shout out to Mr. Kyron Hardy, who thankfully has been with our office for almost a year now, who's really helped push the forefront on what he needed to do and getting together this report. So I thank him. I know the last two times he was really wanted to be recognized for what his accomplishments were, but now this is the very first time we're doing the report. Most importantly, with the dedication and work and teamwork that we have to the communications director, Mr. Elray Nelson, thank you very much too as well. As you all know, time and effortlessly We try to assist as we have one PIO and one communications director. We're trying to get as much as we possibly can to get done, but Mr. Ray Nelson has been pushing forward to try to get everything that he possibly can out as quickly as he can in order for us to change not only the time frame of what we need to do in an immediate fashion, but most importantly, trying to get ahead of the game and make sure that we have what we do at the council out there advertised, expressed in the media, and showing what the Navajo Nation Council does on a daily basis. So again, I thank you all colleagues for your work and bringing your advocacy because this would not be done without you moving forward on everything that we've started here on our side of the street. And at the end of the day, sometimes we don't get the credit for it. Individuals might show up at the last hour and try to take the credit from us, but we do the hard work. You have the boots on the ground, and I thank you for what you've done every day being out there. So again, colleagues, thank you very much for allowing me to present this afternoon. But most importantly, thank you very much for a continuation of moving the nation forward with the Navajo Nation legislative branch. So with that, Madam Chair Charleston, I'll yield back to the floor.
Thank you for your report, Speaker Damon. We do have a motion established by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, a second by Honorable Key Allen Begay. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments to the report that has been provided to us by the Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Seth Damon?
Connie.
We do have a question at this time. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Pro Tem Charles Boone, thank you. Thank you, Speaker, for your report and your written report. It's great to see the accomplishments. And Speaker, I want to ask some questions in terms of my observations and ways that areas of growth and just raise some priorities in terms of the last quarter and again, how can we as a council through, so as oversight committees, we're authorized and given authorities to work on behalf of the council in certain areas. And so with that in mind, Speaker, I think in terms of, well, first, let me say thank you for your staff and your leadership when it comes to sexual assault prevention, when it comes to missing and murdered and their relatives, when it comes to human trafficking, child abuse awareness, Indian Child Welfare Act. These are all very hard conversations that need to take place. And I want to thank your office and Chief of Staff Yazi and her staff for always continuing to show up and making sure that we create a safe space to have these conversations. And for the subcommittee, really without the support of the delegates and the Speaker, a lot of these areas could not be addressed. So I appreciate all of that support. With that in mind, there's still areas that the nation needs to come together and have a conversation regarding the violence in our communities. This is an area that has a lot of, trauma, a lot of shame and blame. But if we can continue to support our communities and our families to have the opportunity to share their stories, and also the opportunity to get the support that they need. So in the conversations, like for our awareness walks, we've set it down with prayer, and we're talking with our Hataflis, our knowledge holders, to understand what has happened in the past and how that impacts us, mind, body, and spirit. And and how then we can continue to heal so we could heal our children. And there has to be policy or position statements from all of the oversights in terms of how violence impacts their oversight. There's not only violence in the law and order oversight, there's violence when it comes to land, when it comes to housing disputes, there's violence when it comes to health education, when there's elder abuse, when, thousands of calls are done annually for our nation, and how as a council are we going to respond? So what I'm asking for is your continued support in addressing those issues. We, as a council, we approved and passed the Diné Action Plan. But now we need to take action. And what are areas through your office can we identify as low-hanging, like statute of limitations? We have cases that run through the system and there's never any justice. We need victim rights and we need to support our advocates. And Legislative Council helps us through these conversations, but we also need council to be able to pivot. And so when we're talking to congressional folks, when we're talking to international, and as we prepare for the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Rights, it's free, prior, informed consent is in the Declaration of Indigenous Rights. And so how on Navajo Nation do we apply, and what laws provide free, prior, informed consent? And so we're going to target and look at violence against women because that's one of the subcategories, but that is in every aspect that we need to incorporate here on the Navajo Nation. And those are policy changes. When I'm reviewing the agendas, and this is, I think, is so important, Speaker, if you could bring maybe a facilitator or a consultant and they could analyze how much administrative work the council is currently doing. And we're doing the work of executive and sometimes the work of judicial as delegates because we're trying to get
Delegate
done.
Cotty, your time is up.
I'm sorry, I don't see a timer, but thank you, Pro Tem. And I'll put my comments on email. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Shadeja, Delegate Crotty. So with that, we do have Delegate Kielen Bigay. You have the floor.
Thanks, nonetheless, Speaker, Madam Charles Moon. Could you say report in lagi quite other quick machine, but this like a Veterans Direct Service. The Navajo Nation Council passed a resolution NABI 25-21 requesting for direct service. I believe it's being utilized without our involvement as a council, as we're advocacy. No, but yet I guess if you're a council delegate and if you're veterans, I guess you're an exception. So I believe that our Veterans Administration really needs to acknowledge that some of us are veterans and they need to respect our position or our duty and what we've served on behalf of the Navajo people and the United States. Veterans Direct Service. We still need to schedule a meeting with the DC level veterans administrators, not the minority. I mean, I think we've tried so many times, and I believe that our own Navajo Veterans Administration continues to block us to make these efforts as well. So that's one thing I'm continuing to ask Speaker to go with the higher echelon of the United States Veterans Administration to have the Navajo Nation meet with them on regarding veterans issues. Post office is another area that we're dealing with. Nabi IN 4721 the council passed a resolution requesting for a service, requesting for a report from the United States Postal Service. At each community, there really needs to have a better service. Upper funding checks, a lot of them are being not being delivered appropriately. Johnny didn't know that. I think that should be a prime example of that. We need a better postal service on the Navajo Nation. So I'm still asking the speaker to continue work with the administration, and we did brought this up to Miss Senator Sinema on this particular issue, and she made a recommendation to see how we can coordinate and have our local chapters to be the point of making contracts or agreements for local community organizations to take up a lot of these services from the United States Postal Service. So I'd like to continue for us to work on it. Uranium field hearing, Council CO 60-21. That's another thing that we need to continue to ask the congressmen and our delegation to work with the both joint congressional delegations to come onto the Navajo Nation. This is Navajo only, because they continue to say that they had done a field hearing, but we were just included with the rest of the uranium issue with other tribes and in our region. But this field hearing request is only for Navajo. Broadband, Highway 191, Smart Highway, Kodo Council passed a resolution, NABI 21-20. Kodo, we've been meeting on it, and I appreciate you attending some of our meeting, Speaker here in Chicago. And then some of your staff continue to work on a lot of these progress. So we do need to continue work on those particular issues. Although upper funding, I stated this morning that I believe that we continue to not have the full council to be involved in this particular supposedly compromised budget. I wrote emails to the local chapter officials of the proposed budget and what's entailed of that particular proposed budget, and I believe that if I haven't heard anything or wasn't asked to participate, I believe that at least I should be able to advocate on behalf of my chapters that I represent, Speaker. Now, legislation, I'm being continue to ask the 50 sheep unit grazing permit legislation that needs to be developed. And then also appreciate the Legislative Council's drafting up the legislation regarding veterans 21, 22, and 24. But there's one more legislation I really need to continue push, which is
Delegate Kiala, your time has run.
I appreciate it, Madam Charles Newey. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Delegate Thier. Committee members, please look at your email. I did email you the number if you wish to speak or if you wish to ask questions regarding Speaker's report. Next in the lineup, we do have Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Brown, the floor is yours.
Beshmans on the Nebenat Kitney Linigi, Ado Quegi, Yahanani, Speaker. Thank you for your report. Previously, we did set aside funding for an energy consultant. I just want to make sure that our work in the energy work continues with some of these important energy legislations that are coming up. And listening to our people outside today, they have expressed their concern, not hearing from Navajo leadership on a lot of these, like helium, coal, the closure of coal mine, NGS, etc. They would like to hear from leadership on exactly the stance and moving forward on energy policy, etc. So if we can get an energy consultant back on board. The other one is housing. I know that, Naval Housing Authority reverted back over 22 million. and that really hurts our people who are still without housing. If we can if we can create a mechanism with leadership with the Speaker's office to work on housing, that would include, Navajo Housing Authority, community development. They do have, I believe, 4 to 5 grants that they work with, HIP program, CHID program, CDBG, etc. And I know that USDA Housing has a long list of our people waiting. I think that's one of the number one things besides hardship that I get as, some of these burnout from people who lose their homes to fire. And now we have all this money, but yet our people are still homeless. Our people, including our relatives who want to move back to the Navajo Nation. That's one of the biggest obstacles moving back to the nation is housing. And if we have all this money, I think leadership should continue. Let's continue to work together with NHA. The other thing would be if we can have a staff also dedicated specifically on revenue generating ideas, a nation's plan. I think, with Navajo Nation investments, we have studies that are out there, like SP and G and E, I think, but they have studies out there where to invest, like social justice movements, etc. So if we can have the economists work with revenue generating ideas with the Economic Development Office, and this is where the new economists, why we set aside dollars so we can have a clear direction on where the visitors are flowing, where we can make future money for general funds that can help support the chapters. So if we can work on a tourism initiative where we are really, that's the lowest hanging fruit right now. Besides making funding, but I feel like the Navajo, what I'm told by Navajo Tourism Department is we only do promoting or marketing the Navajo tourism. They don't actually have the policy in there that allows them, and that's our work from the, I don't know, for the time, I don't know, it's not up there, but 1 minute, okay. The other piece is, again, I've mentioned this numerous times on the council floor with our Hatali to make sure that we continue to move forward. And this is where I did not mention this to Shema, Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, about the Hatali advisory, either her department with the peacemaking or over in Navajo Nation Historic Preservation under Mr. Begay's direction, Richard Begay, to help us in planning to set aside funding so we can continue to give our offerings and our prayers on behalf of the nation and our people. Right now, there's a lot of grief. There's these systemic traumas that we inflict on each other also, but also from the federal government. And on top of this, we're still in a pandemic. So, and now the drought is coming. Let's prepare for this drought. I know that we have been talking about it, and let's, make sure that we use the AIF funding to combat drought. And again, that everything go back to our Hatalis, giving our offering. So those are my comments, Speaker. Yeah.
I got Delegate Brown. Your time is up. We do have in the queue right now Delegate Elmer Begay. I'm going to go ahead and recognize him, Speaker, and then I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, Nalida, for recognizing me. I appreciate the report to with Secretary. Members of the Naval Nation Council, those that are on the line. But yeah, my question is, I know that I've been question for a report regarding the recovery. Seems like, Speaker, that I think we need to, all these legislation that are coming through, and I hope that our Chief Legislative Counsel, Dana and Barbara, is on the line, and then also our attorneys that are on the line. I think we need to start concentrating on how to deliver the recovery. Where do we start? You know, like we just start all these legislation regarding appropriation for community projects that trying to finish buildings and trying to get more equipment and appropriation for anything, you know, that seems like noticing that I know that it's obvious that it's election year, that we're trying to do that, but we know that how slow the government is. I think we need to put a priority on it. Which legislation is pertaining that refers to the recovery of the people in need or help. Seems like the mental health part of it is out there. People have anxiety, so they go. We're talking about the authorities. They're the one that's still working out there, day and night, trying to fix up people's emotional feelings and how they've been affected. So there's no other part of the. Seems like I haven't heard anything regarding even the Department of Health, and then as well as the 638 hospitals. Seems like there's nobody coming in to assist the people that got hurt. So when do we start addressing these issues with them? I know that some of them use the hardship funds for themselves to get out of the hardship that they wouldn't go through. So it seems like, Speaker, I think we need to start prioritizing to make it sure that they know that all these legislation that are going through needs to be addressed to which one is benefit the people's health, the people's mentally health and physically and emotionally, and how can we assist? I know that we just look up to the authorities, but we're not really helping them too at the same time. And how do we start? How do we ask them that what do they need from the government to help them? So I think that's where we are. So that will be my question, Speaker. I think we need to start concentrating more on that. So that's my question. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Yeah. Where's my time?
Thank you. 49 seconds is what you have left, Delegate Elmer Bidang. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. Four of our colleagues have presented questions and concerns to you. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much for the questions and for the conversation that we have. This is what we do at the office. We help fulfill the direction that your mindset wants to go in order for us to make these derivative changes on policy. So I know that, referring back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty's questions, I guess it's more of direction too, as well as the continuation of support will still be here. But I know that the continuous support, maybe to have more discussions, not only with individuals like Department of Behavioral Health or Department of Health, or even with the 638 hospitals, to realize what is missing out there in the community, and us to continuously have those conversations and making more and more areas of a safe space that you have stated is the way moving forward. And not only you, but the numerous individuals who have found that as a obligation of recovery across the nation when we're talking about sexual assault and sexual abuse, domestic violence, and moving off that as a advocacy for us to change what we are here as the nation's legislative branch. I think that changing the statute of limitations is something that is definitely viable, and that's something that is on the low-hanging fruit side. But I know that us working together with the Office of the Prosecutor would really need to have that open obligation to have those discussions, as they did in the beginning or in the 23rd Council. I know that the former chief prosecutor met with Law and Order Committee members, the SAP committee, in order to make recommendations. And I don't know if that's something that does happen currently with the chief prosecutor's office and wanting to sit down with them. And if that's not happening, maybe that's something our direction we can do, is moving towards that and help organizing those meetings. I know that the obligation for us to continuously support victims advocacy groups or victim support centers across the nation, as there are not that many, to provide more counseling, to provide those safe spaces, just to have open-minded view of everyday obligation in order for there to be new active ways to change the direction of this nation, especially when we need to start continuously talking more and more about sexual assault prevention. I think that in that time frame, Madam Chair, a lot of the different things that we need to do too, as well, is maybe sit down staff with Madam Chair and try to understand a couple of things that we need to do. Not only what I stated but also moving forward towards trying to put in the general fund budget, asking for additional resources for not only as Madam Chair Amber Crotty indicated, facilitating more towards connecting these limited boundaries, overcoming these directional walls that are up, and most importantly, trying to make sure that we're giving that support out there. And I think that's something that our office can continue to work on. Honorable Kealan Begay, your question about the Veterans Direct Service, I know that at this time, what the most important thing that we're working to continue on is the direct service. I think one thing that we were looking at in moving towards this year's budget too, as well as, and I'm glad we're talking about this now, is this year's budget is really trying to identify veterans, as you indicated, is a full-time operation. We here at the legislative branch go far and beyond what we need to do to help assist, and we don't mind, but I think that we need to look at providing more of a full-time legislative staff assistant towards meeting the requirements of our veterans, and maybe even advocating to ask Ms. Barbroff to have an attorney specifically just on veterans, and asking for that in the general fund budget to meet those requirements that we need to get, and to make sure that our veterans are heard, whether that be for every portion of advocacy here at the county level, state, but most importantly there, as you indicated, at the DC level. I know our office is working together, as long as with our outside help from Mr. Carlisle Brigade on the post office initiatives, and we will continue to move forward on that. Uranium field hearing, I think that's something that we need to get on, staff. I think that's something that was something that we haven't been pushing, as there's been so many things that our office is working on. But I think that if you field hearing and advocating for that, moving towards when Congress comes back into session, we can work together to make sure that that's something that we're pressing forward as soon as possible to bring that. The broadband smart highway, I think I've been at a couple of those meetings with you, knowing to know that where the dedicated areas of interest are in order for us to support those individual endeavors, whether they be working together with the Navajo Nation Land Department to try to get over the hurdles, or our office trying to make sure that we're working together with the BIA and a BLM office in order for us to get those right of ways through in assisting. I think that's something where we need to move forward. And I know that advocating on that, I know we have a couple of our staff members working on that too as well. So thank you, Honorable Keon Brigade, for bringing that up. I know that it's with the ARPA funding, as indicated earlier today, I haven't seen what the president has specifically rendered as his next presentation or his next recommendation. But I know to hope that there is some kind of solidarity and compromise, and not just that red line again that we need to work on together to make sure that there is movement moving forward on our ARPA funds. So we continue to move on that. Honorable Brown, as we know that with the energy consultant, I'm glad you're bringing that up. We put that in the, as you know, the budget process is starting here soon. And we're putting that relatively back in the budget request for that need, not only to work together with a revenue generating individual consultant on coming up with new ideas that are outside the scope of work of not just things like helium or hydrogen, but like you indicated, the low-hanging fruit of tourism and working together with individuals in the Economic Development Office. Housing needs, definitely. I know that that was something that we put together, and Honorable Stewart and Madam Chair Amber Crotty have sat down with our office to look at hiring a consultant with the funding that we currently do have. And I do believe there is a variation of a consultant to put together some kind of housing plan. But that housing plan is not going to work unless if DCD comes together with us and Navajo Housing Authority. As Navajo Housing Authority gets their annual appropriation of funds, the HIP program gets an appropriation of funds. And as you heard Madam Chair Amber Crotty express on the floor, the opportunity that we have in order for us to build and to move forward in trying to identify new opportunity, new ways of leveraging our permanent trust fund and trying to make sure that there's housing for everybody. I think that's something that we also included in hiring a new consultant for that. With the Katatli organization, I just want to say thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for bringing those into our greatest assets together in one room in order for us to move forward in a direction and trying to say these are the ways of the world is acting right now, and these are the ways of hope and the direction that our elders, our spiritual leaders can really try to advocate or make the assurance that we're advocating in the most proficient ways. I think that one thing that we can do is really work together with Mr. Begay and probably try to identify in this year's budget where we can put some dollars specifically in a fixed cost variance in order to have that funding on an annual basis rather than them meeting every 5 years. And I think that's something that would be great in order for us to have that positive outcome, especially for our Navajo people. Last but not least, Honorable Elmer Begay, I think the road to recovery has started. as moved forward with the council's huge work towards getting a lot of the CARES dollars in and executing that, but also moving forward in these different policy decisions that we're trying to make our way for. And if that's not making sure that there's better resources for our people here on a daily basis, or recommending for our advocacy here at the local and the federal level. But I think that I thank you for having that vision moving forward. And I think that the individuals who are starting to have that thought in trying to make sure that we're having those conversations about what we need to do in order to have that recovery. I don't know, again, what Department of Health or the 630 hospitals are doing, but I think blending in that benefit for people, as you indicated, for any health or mental health reasons is something that's missing. And that surely that's something that we can definitely work on in our office to see what we can do to reach out to those individuals and see what kind of methods or plans that they have in place, as we haven't heard anything. But I think maybe they're just waiting for some direction from this house too as well, in order for them to go ahead and upload what they need to do to move forward. Maybe there's some injection of funding that might need to be presented, as we did make sure that there's portion of dollars that can be advocated towards reaching that level. But I think the road to recovery has started with the nation's leadership here in this chamber, and with the recommendation for hardship payments to help assist too as well. As you know, we're coming out of this pandemic, and I hope to know that by summer session, we will have a full council here again to make sure that we can advocate collectively together underneath this or in this great house. So again, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues for asking those direct questions. Madam Pro Tem Chair, I'll go ahead and return the floor back to you.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time. We do have Chair Daniel So, who wishes to speak. Chair So, the floor is yours. Second call, Chair So. Third and final call for Chair Daniel So.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me? System keeps muting me, even though I do *6. I guess, members of, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, the colleagues. We're all on this call, and we're basically listening to the speaker's report. But guess what? It's also our report. It's the branch report. And I appreciate the inclusion of all the issues, Speaker Damon. The main thing I want to emphasize is the Navi legislation the HES committee took to Washington, D.C. We had positive feedback from Department of Transportation and Assistant Secretary Brian Newland. The other is the Navi legislation on post office. And
the most favorable response was from Teresa Leger Fernandez. And going forward, I'd like to recommend that we have Mr. Leonard Gorman lead the group into addressing the situation. We all understand when we drop even a postcard at the Brock post office, it travels to Albuquerque and then finally goes to the destination, which may be Fort Defiance. And so that aspect, even heard from Sandoval County clerk. They're 10 miles away from Albuquerque. They pay a utility bill at the post office in Bernalillo. It travels to Albuquerque and then comes back to get delivered to the utility service. So those are some things, and that's perhaps the reason the USPS is so inefficient. And I think it's time that we are part of making the change. And we have colleagues or representatives that are willing to address that matter. And especially for the rural areas, it's so much different than the metropolitan areas. So that I would like to request that of the council. There's many other things that the other is the voter registration. How do we address it in a methodical manner that is acceptable, that basically would comply with the current status of the Voting Rights Act? And if it doesn't meet our needs, then we have to challenge the current Voting Rights Act. So with that, those two items I'd really like to, and we know Mr. Leonard Gorman is such a whiz at the Voting Rights Act, and perhaps we could get the Human Rights Commission to address those two matters. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go back on mute, and I appreciate the time to speak.
Thank you for that, Chair. So with that, committee members, we don't have anybody else in the queue, nobody else texting in. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor back to Speaker Damon at this time. Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman Daniel. So I think what we can do here at the Speaker's office is work together with Mr. Gorman and see what the Human Rights Commission is about about trying to move forward on that, or what their recommendation is too, as well as they are advocatively working on that right now. But the other thing, our issue around the post office, I think what we can do
Good to hear from you.
is what the obligation that we need to do, what we need to do in order for us to open up the opportunities and making individuals understand more, I guess, of what United States Post Office Service does and how much of a lacking in resources they are in the rural country of America, especially within Indian country. And what we can do is we can definitely have that discussion with Mr. Gorman, Chairman, and whenever we're ready to mobilize that again, I'd like to have that conversation too as well, not only with Health, Education, Human Services Committee, but also especially with the post office that Honorable Keon McGee's been pushing as well. So again, thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. We do, Chair Stowe, you did not reserve your time. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to Delegate Thomas Walker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although members of the Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon to everyone. Although and the staff, though legislative branch staff, although the listening audience, this afternoon here on our spring session council meeting call, virtual call, Zoom call. Okay, although Speaker Damon, thank you for presenting the quarterly report to the council here. Appreciate the contents of your report, and then the Q&A session that we're doing right now. That we appreciate that as council members, where we sit down with our branch chief and have sort of a dialogue. Many of the issues and concerns, plans, ideas, initiatives that are moving along, we kind of all know about that, bits and pieces or in various phases. Well, Speaker, I'd like to again get your attention to issues that come directly from our communities, from the Hogans, from the elders. And these two issues, either they're pretty important, critically important to our people, and some of us, I think most of us, I should say, or all of us. So one is the San Francisco Peaks issue, and I think we're still organizing what would be a front, what would be a coalition front of Navajo leadership, although Native leadership, leaders from the region, from the area, eventually from the whole state of Arizona, New Mexico. And soon enough, it could be an issue that's supported and taken up for advocacy by all tribal leaders, because it's important that how we preserve, how we protect our sacred sites. They directly relate to our beliefs. Those beliefs are pretty important. We know ceremonies, they're just not rituals. They're not just beliefs, something you believe in. Those are basically at one time in the past the only healthcare system. Mental health, spiritual health, emotional health, family health, economic health. So the healthcare system like that's indigenous, it has to be powerful for it to last centuries and still going. So the San Francisco Peaks, as we know, it has everything to do with our beliefs. But so, Speaker, I appreciate your support, yourself and your staff that lend help to the delegates that are involved, that rise and tend to speak in advocacy in strong terms to anyone out there, the outside Navajo. So the support is necessary, and as a branch leader, I do certainly appreciate your support, and I want to say that, okay, more can be done. So more can be done. A lot more can be done. Not saying that not a whole lot's being done. I'm just saying we still have a long ways to go, and I know we're limited in the resources, time, funding, personnel, and that. But Speaker, we have to keep moving forward in our advocacy, protecting our ways, our beliefs. So I know that staff they work right along the delegates. I want to give a shout out to all our staff members that accompany us, that sit with us, that help us. You know, these issues are bigger than all of us put together, but they're there, and I think that the 24th Council will leave a legacy if we
Delegate Thomas Walker Shajah,
even take
your time is up.
take another step forward in the direction of advocacy, preserving our culture, language, beliefs. Because Speaker, also see by showing Sagi.
Anybody else? So with that, Speaker Damon, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. We don't have anybody else in the queue, and we don't have any delegates on reserved time. Oh, we have, I'm sorry, I take that back. Correction. We do have Delegate Elmer Begay with 49 seconds. Before I turn the floor back over to you, Speaker Damon, I'd like to ask Delegate Elmer Begay, would you like to use your 49 seconds at this time? Delegate Elmer Begay. Not hearing anything, Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. Speaker Damon.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our Pro Tem Chairwoman Charles Lupton. I just want to say thank you to Vice Chair Walker, who actually was the one who has been spearheading and helping assist our office as continuously learn from his leadership on the San Francisco Peaks and Arizona Snowball issue. But most importantly, trying to make sure that our office is doing what we need to do. And I thank you for that understanding that we can do more. And we will continue to do more, Vice Chair Walker, especially in the needs towards tribal consultation, not only as we've been working out with, I think we can go as much as just with the Navajo Nation chapters, but moving towards advocacy for other sovereign nations that recognize San Francisco Peaks as their sacred mountain too. In the understanding, maybe what we can do is just really try to see if there was a follow-up from last month's meeting. I know that there will be again soon another Southwest Tribal meeting to provide more information on the MOU that's in place right now, or the MOU that has recently expired actually, and the MOU that comes into fruition that could possibly be in taking its place. And at that time, I think it's a perfect indication for what we need to do to express our supplementary endeavors, especially working together, not only with this office, but really working together with the Human Rights Commission, and then also working together with the National Navajo Historic Preservation Department in order for us to complete that task. So again, we will continue to work on that initiative. And I just want to say thank you too, as well, to yourself, Vice Chair Walker, for helping our office continually understand the need for this and making sure that this is something that's on its highest priority. So again, thank you. I go back to the floor, Madam Chair Charleston, or Madam Pro Tem Chair. Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. Just can't get it right today, can you, Speaker? That's okay. So with that, committee members, we don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, but we do have 49 seconds. Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay, we are going back to reserve time. You have 49 seconds.
Shanali, this is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Begay, the floor is yours. Oh.
Okay, yeah, Shanali. And thank you for the response, Speaker. And I know that I think we need a plan how we can start. I think we're doing good with the Hotapis. So I just want to know that what is the next step we can do. I know we did the Naya and then what's the next step we can do for the healing? I think we need to put that maybe into a report. So good night, speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Begay. So with that, we do not have anybody else in the queue at this time. Speaker Damon, is there anything that you would like to, or is there a response at this time?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, for taking the lead on this at this time while I'm doing the branch report. I just want to say that to Honorable Elmer Begay, there is a path moving forward, and that path is not only together with our individuals who are healers traditionally, but also to members of the community, our Navajo people who have other beliefs as well. And I know that we've been working together in those different dominations, religious dominations, in order for us to identify what we're continuously doing. But I think the impact that we need to work on together right now is with the executive branch on a road to recovery. And I see that's what you're saying. So again, that's something we should have a follow-up meeting on, and I would like to have that discussion. Not only that, but maybe bring that up at the next 3 branch chiefs meeting on a topic. And I really like for you to join us on that conversation, Honorable Elmer Begay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Pro Tem Chair, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Lupton, for allowing me this time again.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. So with that, committee members, we don't have anybody in the queue. We have no delegates. The delegates who did ask questions, we have no time left on any of the delegates. So with that, we do have a motion established by Delegate Nathaniel Brown and a second by Delegate Key Allen Begay. Committee members, are we ready to vote on the report provided to us here at this time by the Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Seth Damon?
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Daniel.
Delegate Herman Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the report. I know I guess so. Yeah, Quado. Ko other quick question, Quado, I don't about the whole net Quado. But I initiative from the Office of the Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council, but I initiative, but the white Ashiki. Ko Marita, we are advocate Ishki with us. So has twins, Lenigi, Delegate Elmer Begay. Ilaya, Ashki, and thoughts advocate Ishki. Dam, out I had 3 shot Dam, Navajo Nation President Ecuador, when he made the State of the Nation address. Lada, how does he say the next case in about the disk? Ecuador moving forward. Where the West is Ecuador. I see Ecuador. We cut it all day in the Dam, Ecuador and Hiki, we leggy. Marita couldn't not is that is now. I was at other years, so Cocodo a very whole just a year ago. Been that state on an Ecuador, but Faro Ecuador, a you they need many that's under Husky. Scared on nails and get us under Husky. What and Ecuador a net Nijaday not this thing Ecuador. Ecuador Ila a dollar Ecuador. Nasmada ilte aro in Ecuador ado kwe ko shitam asini ado le tato nation te ko od labes ata da ilte bagi ban sa hakke so ko speaker ya hat zigi ado na ko to the nebena ha gajen da hote ado le hatta da nation te oy anhon takat ante ado kwe da sa ba la mi fa na da has kre ko to even na ko to hotel zinol ke hegi ko to ila ben seat se ko to ata hotel zin pin ka ko which or that again the hotel pan yana ti jo hotel ba hotel de ko to ni ka na again ka na so ke sigi claro a hui chen da is de na ni so le ho even na ko to ado le da to ni o ya na hon ko ja ko za ko da hal si so chat da ho so na ga da chel da ado le khana je da ho zo da ada na san de ko da ba hotel de kena ite na ha de ya en da chil in sen de na ga ho zo da ka de da na ha kya sa atan de is ba isin ito to isin ya da ko da ba le kena isa ha da na ha ga ge ge I see that das sen on da ha shi ko da ko da ko da ba ko en ko da I see ko da never is piso and he need actually de be ko da men na ani need linigi the never is ko da ye chana ni do le ye be che be do le ko da ko ide ko da actually ne ko da fi ke so che ne kai ko da ho ne sho so ko en ko da shel khas ne so linigi ye ko khada inosna ye ko ge che be do de inosna ko da so ide ko da ba ha de ko da aruna ko da na ga da Office of the Speaker, 24th Council. Kwato na kay moving forward. Ha ila in hat la for the iban first case kwato. To I feel the ne bita dide. Kwato dos ana halona na sigin gidan sida halona binna as at all bail na sta halona ko. Kwato I see ado ale asa gi be later. Kwato kwadna for this so it Dinkin hat at all Stephen Nail install Stipe for the eat all less. So it ha yardis in the Kodo. Because ideo yaba passion Kodo as at all committees at other you better in Mexico, but Kodona Gate as a council as a whole. That I see the name better. But ideo yaba passion Kodo, but wheel yard, at Kilo wheel yard, the bonnet Zado less Kodo. So ideo a Baha Street or less. I don't know. Navajo Hopi Land Commission to Dokodo Hasin so that I don't know, but I in nature con a great as the test camp Mr. Speaker could up the great technical amendments that he could HOE as the behave on it and then public law 93/531 to could amend that was niche. Ila the Hagi Besson Zealand for you.
Delegate Daniels, your time is up.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else in the queue? We don't have any other delegates in the queue at this time. Speaker Damon, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time. Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for those those comments, Honorable Herman Daniels, and I think I thank you for those words, especially what we're trying to do, I think, and collectively since the start of the 24th Navajo Nation Council was really trying to collaborate. Unfortunately, at this time, there was a pandemic that we didn't know was going to happen. But in the initiative en route of what we wanted to do and what we continuously tried to do is that collaboration. If that collaboration isn't amongst ourselves, then nothing can get done. If the collaboration is amongst ourselves and not with the president's office, nothing can get done too as well. I know that working together in the past, we have got some big initiative ticket items. And what we need to do, again, I think that there is that opportunity of compromise that we are taking amongst ourselves right now and really trying to work in that direction, meeting together on all different variables, I know that we're almost there on some issues and collaborative ideas that we can do moving forward, especially trying to close out this 24th Navajo Nation Council through the spring, the summer, into the fall, and then into the opening of a new session into the 25th Navajo Nation Council. But in that closure, I think what we need to do is remember that what we started on and what we continuously try to collaborate with, taking the initiative and direction of what we have done in the past. I think collectively, one of the big areas is really trying to get everybody back together. And if that's something that we need to do to start taking that legislation and having that legislation overturned or rescinded, to having our colleagues come back into session is something that needs to be done. Maybe that's something, I know that a couple of you colleagues have stated that you're willing to sponsor at this time to bring that collaboration back to the floor. There's other initiatives where it's meeting together more and more with the president's office or even at the 3 branch chiefs, because whether the area of interest right now is coming up is not only some of these big key derivative items like ARPA funding or looking for items to advocate for in DC, as all of you are continuing to go back there now, but the opportunity there is to say, what can we do for the future? And what can we do and over these next couple of months to try to close out what we can do and leave the legacy of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I thank you for those comments, and we'll definitely be working together at our office level to try to make sure that we have that continuously support not only what you all are needing to make it easier out there to push forward and advocate on a daily your daily activity, but also on the committee level too as well, collectively, and then there as a whole, the Navajo Nation Council and at the Nabi committee level, continuously moving forward. Just as your closeout, when you're talking about Navajo Hopi Land Commission, our office is working together not only with your chairman of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Honorable Otto So, but working together collaboratively too, as well as I just had a meeting this past Friday with Mr. Robert Black and trying to look as a road path and moving forward on some of the areas of interest that they're needing to be done, and continuously trying to look at the technical amendments, trying to appease what the Hopi Nation is doing and making sure that they can come back to the table. And then last but not least, some of these smaller initiatives from the local grassroots individuals that are looking at activity action that wanting to be placed into collaboration and maybe even expanding some of these technical amendments. But I think the focus right now is really trying to get those technical amendments through on its purpose, the way they stand, in order for us to go ahead and get some kind of action completed over the next couple months, and making sure that our advocacy in DC's complete with that closeout. So again, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. So with that, committee members, I do not believe that we have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote on this report?
Ready to
I'm going
vote.
to check my text messages one more time. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. So if we can get assistance, Bobby, let's do a roll call vote. And colleagues, this is to accept the report that has been provided to us by the 24th Navajo Nation Council Speaker Seth Damon. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Callan get Junior votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green. Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Pro Temp Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Speaker not voting.
Thank you for that, Bobby. So with that, committee members, the report provided to us here by the 24th Navajo Nation Council Speaker, Seth Statement, is hereby accepted. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 7, receiving financial reports from the controller. Speaker Damon, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for being the pro tem speaker and conducting continuation of the conduction of Navajo Nation Council Spring Session. With that, colleagues, as we conclude the Speaker, the Navajo Nation Council's report, which was item number 6, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 7, receiving the financial report from the Navajo Nation Controller. Did we get a report?
Yeah.
And colleagues, that there was a written report that was sent out at 7:26 a.m. this morning. I'll turn the floor over to Madam Controller.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yes, good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to do my report, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to Mr. President and Vice President, as well as Chief Justice. I'm presenting my second quarter fiscal year 2022 report. First item is the CARES Act Fund. The Office of the Controller has issued a total of 47,895 checks amounting to $16,386,316 to elderly Navajos age 60 and over. Each of the 47,895 seniors received $342.13. In total, CARES Act hardship checks through the first, the second, and the supplemental hardship were paid to 319,403 enrolled Navajos, amounting to approximately $362 million. And there's Exhibit A-1 that lists the financial status of each business unit that was established to account for the CARES Act Fund expenditures per approved Navajo Nation Council resolutions. Next item is the ARPA Fund. As of March 31st, 2022, ARPA hardship assistance issued by OOC amounted to $444,822,000. Additional checks were issued between April 1st and April 13th, amounting to $62,753,600. In total, 305,137 enrolled Navajos were paid $507,575,600 of the $557 million budgeted for ARPA hardship assistance, leaving a budget of remaining budget of approximately $49 million as of April 13th, 2022. And in accordance with the Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY 4121, 43 business units were established to account for the ARPA expenditures. In Exhibit A-2 lists the budget status of each business unit. With regards to the controller's internal offices, for the payroll section, we ran 1,367 checks and processed 23,639 direct deposits. And we continue to encourage direct deposits instead of the costly payroll checks. For accounts payable, we ran 328,522 checks and ACH payments. For the general fund financial data, the unaudited gross general fund recurring revenue that's shown in Exhibit B as of March 31st, 2022 was $123,634,883, and set asides totaled $36,088,306. The net revenue for the general fund was $87,546,577, which is 63.81% of the projection. So we're over in our collection of the general fund revenue. And the average price of barrel of oil for the quarter was $94.29. And this schedule shows the monthly revenue deposited into the Navajo Nation General Fund revenues for oil as listed below. The other significant source is the tax revenue for the general fund. And we listed the monthly revenue that we collected from the taxes. For the second quarter, it totaled to $13,644,732. The next Exhibit C, those are the unaudited expenditures by branch. The legislative branch has expended $6,880,888, encumbered $1,639,122, with a remaining budget of $10,951,482. The executive branch expended $77,784,993, encumbered $10,040,501, with a remaining budget of $91,756,309. And the judicial branch expended $6,297,030, encumbered $83,419, with a remaining budget of $11,239,455. Fixed costs expended $14,606,784, encumbered $5,668,659, with a remaining budget of $10,417,434. The updated UUFB as of April 12, 2022 was $23,966,288. And that is shown under Exhibit D. For contracts and grants, it shows Exhibit E. For the unaudited summary totals for the active federal report shows the revised budget to be $2,171,938,671. Actual expenses of $823,659,390. Encumbrances of $63,151,535, and a remaining budget of $1,285,127,746. Exhibit F shows the active state funds reported by division. And audited summary totals for the active state report show the revised budget to be $109,047,510. Actual expenditures of $14,727,586. Encumbrances of $9,479,279, and a remaining budget of $84,840,646. And Exhibit G is the BIA IHS fund report, and the summary totals for the active BIA IHS report show the revised budget to be $1,204,733,102. Actual expenditures of $733,693,186. Encumbrances of $27,259,760, and a remaining budget of $443,780,156. For the investment information, the second quarter of the fiscal year has been a rocky market with externalities creating uncertainty in the marketplace. Also, the NNG has been in forbearance for their outstanding gaming loan, and the various Navajo Nation portfolios have yielded a negative holding period return. So the Master Trust has an ending market value of $4.38 billion. The defined benefit plan has an ending market value of $1.195 billion. The ARPA fund, December 2021, the 1.5 ARPA fund was invested in U.S. Treasuries and other governmental securities by fixed income investment manager C.S. McKee. As of February 28, 2022, the ARPA has a market value of $1.496 billion, with a second quarter return of a negative 0.28%. As we stated, because of the volatility in the market, we had a negative market return for the ARPA fund, but it's considered unrealized losses. This means that these unrealized losses will never be realized, and these positions are primarily used for interest income generation. So for the ARPA, we have a remaining balance of $579,461,464 that was left at Wells Fargo in a money market fund for immediate access to fund the hardship assistance program, and other ARPA projects. Interest earned to date from the ARPA fund investment total $1,568,338. For the in-house investment, OOC is managing $1.878 billion, and it yield an annualized return of 0.28%. So the next pages are all the exhibits. Exhibit A-1 that pertains to the CARES project listing. For the exhibit A-2, that the ARPA projects listing. As I stated, there were 43 business units established under the ARPA. And the total allocated dollars to date, $1,9,228,770. Expenditure to date, $464,295,364. There was an open commitment of $49,468,219. That gives a remaining budget of $418,970,414. And for the unallocated dollars, that's $1,070,232,694, for a grand total of what we received from the U.S. Treasury of $2,079,461,464. And the rest are the general fund revenue. Exhibit B. Exhibit C is the budget status income statement for the different branches of the Navajo Nation government, including the fixed cost. Exhibit D again is the UEFB. E, the federal fund. F is the state. And G is the BIA IHS report. So that concludes my report, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Rob Willie is here, and we are ready to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report, Madam Controller.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, point of privilege, Madam Chair. Member Cardi?
Yes, yeah, okay, thank you, Speaker. Acting Controller, in my Controller's report, I do not have the Sanderson funding breakdown. Speaker, I don't know if that's just, I need to have that part of the report. So I'll need to know, is that included, or did I get a copy that, my copy does not have that report, and I downloaded it from the Navajo Nation website. Thank you, Speaker.
Is it?
Motion, Delegate Rickness.
There's a motion of privilege. The
We have 13 pages.
is Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, is the one that you have, is it 13 pages?
Let me check, Speaker. Yes, 13 pages.
Madam Controller, is the one you're going off of have 13 pages?
Yes, correct, Mr. Speaker. It totaled to 13 pages with the exhibits.
I don't have it in front of me. To do with CSN on there though.
There's no CSN. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no CSN included in the report. There was a memorandum that was issued that includes the CSN. We can send it to the council.
Okay, great.
Okay, go
If you
ahead.
could, if you could send that to Chief of Staff or Mr. Manuel Rico, and then from there we'll send that document out. Madam Chair, McCarty, it's on its way. With that motion, I heard Chairman Ricknez. Was that you, Chairman?
Yes, motion.
Motion, is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Second, Honorable Edison Winika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions for Madam Controller? Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours. Oh.
Who's first? Oh, you.
Was Madam Chair first? Oh, Madam Chair, McCarty, sorry, Honorable Slater. I didn't see the queue on that one. Madam Chair, McCarty, you're up in the queue first.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So in addition to CHASN, so we track and follow the controller's report. So we would need some consistency in terms of the financial report provided to council. And other areas that I don't see here is the breakdown in terms of the investment. So I've seen negative and understanding the market's volatility, but that is something that we usually see in other quarter or other reports that are provided to the council. And I would need Ms. Begay to provide that information. Speaker, the other issue now that's coming to a concern in terms of especially allegations against council is my concern is how information is being provided to the office of President and Vice President. And so as we're trying to shore up, this campaign of misinformation on ARPA funding, I'd also need to know what is the status of Acting Controller Begay. So we've talked about this in the committee. When is the council going to actively, and so this question is to Ms. Begay, when are you going to look for a permanent controller that meets the qualifications of Navajo Nation laws? I think that's an important question, and I do have concerns when passing through in front of the office, just the sheer amount of people who are waiting outside in terms of the hardship and how that's being distributed. So I'd like those questions to be answered, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amber Cruddy, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I'm gonna go to Honorable Carl Slater, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Madam Controller. I want to go to page 5 of your report. It says the in-house portfolio invested with Wells Fargo has a market value of $1.878 billion and has an average annualized yield of 0.28%. Can you go into further detail of what that means? Is this a trading account that the nation is operating within Wells Fargo, or what does this mean by in-house investments? I don't sit on budget and finance, so I don't get these same reports, but I would just like a little more detail on that. And then with respect to that 1.8 billion and then the retirement plan funding, are those considered a part of the master trust where it says 4.38 billion? Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
That 4 minutes, 15 seconds on reserve time. Let me go back to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Crotty, first question about the Sihasan. Mr. Willie is emailing that to everyone. I believe he already did. And with regards to the controller position, we are working with the Department of Personnel to basically work on the class plan and the JVA because of the changes in the controller's job description, the minimum, the preferred qualification back in 2018. And that will be incorporated with that new class spec. And thereafter, we're working on the salary of the controller as well, because the salary that's on the class spec is not the actual salary that was paid to the previous controller. So we're working with the DPM on that. And after that, then we will be working on the issuing the JVA for the position. And we plan to advertise that outside the Navajo Nation, in addition to the internal DPM advertisement. So that's the controller's position. For the people waiting outside the admin building 1, we have so many return checks. We're approximately 10,000 return checks. So we decided to just go ahead and open up and let the recipients of ARPA to pick up their checks. So for the Fort Defiance agency residents, we asked them to come in and pick up their checks. And for the different agencies, we were doing the check distribution drive. We just did one for the Tuba City agency last week. This week, Chinle agency is scheduled. And the purpose of this is that we just have so many return mails, and some of them were also from the CARES hardship, and they're ready to expire. And the only way to do that is just ask the recipients to just pick them up in person. We have issues with the post office because we found out some of the recipients put the correct address, but they were not delivered by the post office because they were not the registered box holder. Their kids were not registered box holder, or simply that they have the correct address, just the post office just return it back to us. That's why I recommend that the Navajo Nation government should work on the rural addressing, because some communities back east, they only have like 200 residents, and they're getting their mail physically delivered to them. So compared to the Navajo reservation, we have to rely on the post office, but that's a recommendation that we experience with this hardship program, that there's so many return mails. And for Delegate Slater, Wells Fargo, the in-house investments, those are the grants that we receive from the federal government, the state government, that we invest short term so that we can generate interest income from those that we do not have immediate needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue, Freeland? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. Let's go ahead and continue on down, colleagues, back to the floor as the response was given to our colleagues. At this time, Honorable Freeland put you in the queue, so I don't have anybody else in the queue, so the floor is yours. Good evening, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues of the 24th Nation Council. A lot of constituent concerns, of course. Number one is the telephone numbers that are published. A lot of individuals have been calling those numbers, and there's to no avail. There has been no responses, or doing other things, or maybe you're short-staffed. Each of those numbers have somebody on every end of those numbers as well? That's my first question. In regards to address changes, there was some individuals that reported that or asked if those changes were being completed or were they being lost. Is that another situation? I know this is such a monumentous task, but these are some of the concerns that I'm getting from out here in my area. What about the checks that have been returned with addresses off the reservation? People in our urban areas, can they also go to the agency settings and get those checks distributed to those selected dates, or will you have distribution sites at the urban areas as well? Our agency council email address has been getting questions and inquiries related to the OOC numbers by so many situations as to why there's no responses to those numbers. So those are the kind of concerns I'm getting out here in Eastern Agency, Madam Controller. And I know this is such a large task, and just understanding that a lot of our people are still trying to get through those numbers. I've driven by last week a couple of times and saw the long lines outside Admin 1. Thank you to the staff that are working out there and taking care of our people at that time, during those times when there's long lines. But those are some of the things that we need to address as well. So, ADS Speaker, those are my comments or questions. I reserve the rest of the time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. 2 minutes and 50 seconds is your reserved time. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
That will get Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening, Speaker Shadal, and also 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all those people that are listening in to the spring session. Thank you. Also the presenters from the Controller's Office. Ms. Begay, a couple stories or a couple incidences that has been brought to my attention, and I don't know, I didn't have the answer for it, so I will relay those little stories to you. Story number one, a person received CARES Act money without any problem the first time around. And we assumed that with this new hardship, the ARPA hardship fund, the checks will be sent out based on the first CARES Act mailing addresses, if the mailing addresses have not been changed or anything. but this person did not get the ARPA check, and he inquired about it and found out that the check was sent to his previous address, and he does not recall having entered a previous address in his application for ARPA funding. And it's kind of a situation where how did they get a hold of the previous address if the person does not use that address anymore? So now he contacts the controller's office, and he's told that the check was mailed to his previous address, but nobody at that previous address knows about this check, or the check never arrived there. So what happens now? That's the first story. The second story has to do with the email. Person emailing to get information and finds out that the email listed on the email to call or email to use to ask for questions is not really, it's the wrong email. So the information that this person sent to this email, in a sense, has been sent to an email that is not connected to the controller's office. So I don't know how the confusion came about as far as email going to the controller's office, but people out there are having trouble with emails, trying to use the email to contact the controller. Those are my two incidences that was brought to my attention. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, well, let me go ahead and go back to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, for the question. First, the telephone numbers. Yeah, each telephone number, there's an assigned staff. We have 20 temporary employees working under hardship. And we get so many calls. One time we got 14,000 calls in one day. So definitely we're not able to answer all the calls. And we're working with the call center. We reach out with the NTUA if they can help us with this so many calls that we're getting. The good news is that we already issued 300,000 checks. So hopefully these calls will go down, but we're still trying our best to answer all the calls, but it's just too many that we're just overwhelmed. We're short staffed. Regarding the address changes, yes, we will be calling these returned mails from off reservation to make arrangement for them to pick up their checks in the different agencies, the nearest one, as well as there's technical drive that's upcoming in Denver. So if we get the return mail that postmark or address Denver and the vicinity near Denver, so we will be bringing those return checks so we can give them to to recipients that live in Denver or surrounding area, as well as there's a plan to do another technical assistance drive in Phoenix. So that's the plan. We will be bringing the return checks with us when we do the technical drive to the different urban areas. And with regards to Delegate Begay question about the first one, person that received CARES Act hardship. So it's implied that that person will automatically receive the ARPA hardship. So the problem we encountered with the portal that we received from the previous consultant, we need to do a lot of cleanup. Some of them have incomplete address. So the staff, what they did is they worked with vital records when they were verifying the CIB. And from those information, the one we're missing the address, they used the vital records office information when they applied for their CIB. And another problem that we encountered, there's thousands of CARES Act recipients that were sharing CIB with another individual. So for those that have not received their ARPA, as I said, we already issued 300,000 checks. Those are now the one with problems with their CIB. They may not know that they were sharing CIB with another individual. I had a email exchanges with another person, 40 years old, that have been using this CIB since he was born, went to school, used the CIB for his medical records, and now we found out he was sharing a CIB with another person. So the remaining approximately 20,000 that we're working on now, those are the one with incomplete address, sharing CIB with other individuals, and we're trying to resolve this issue. And then the second story about the wrong email, the email that we posted on our website, the ooc.org, as well as the ARPA website, they are the correct email. And we're getting those emails. I'm not sure what email address was sent that was wrong, but everything that we posted on our website, they're correct email. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. That, we continue moving on down. I do have some new colleagues in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay. This is who I have in queue. Honorable Keon Begay, then Chairman Rick Nez, and then Chairman Daniel So. That.
Auto So too.
And then Honorable Otto So.
And Eugene, so too.
And then Honorable Eugene So too. That, Jay, Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Mr. McGay, appreciate the update regarding the opera funding. The other area that I know several of my people have contacted me about was that they had to refill the whole application. One incident was that they put in a wrong zip code, that they had to go back on the waiting list, and that her whole family has to redo the whole thing. We're talking about 60, I think it was 7 family members that they're going to be on the holding list. So I'm not sure if that's appropriate or necessary. Why couldn't the staff just help change the zip code rather than having the family and now have to wait on the change of the zip code? And then the other one is that regarding our Navajo people standing outside, I mean, is it possible that the office be able to secure maybe the education center or the civic center at the fairground to have people have multiple stations so that people won't be standing outside, especially our elderly? I think that's one thing that we really need to deal with, and also have the census office at the same location. I mean, we always talk about one-stop shop, and I'm not sure why we're not really pulling together to help our Navajo people get their hardship check. And then also, when you say that you're short-staffed, is it the people are not applying? Because we have set aside $180 million to resolve all the opera funding. So I'm not sure if opera funding is not providing the personnel staff to have them work with your office to expedite, get these opera funding out. So what ego kudon bana in concert snantano sinigi late out on the civic center that education center that all those essential area programs go under one roof and get everything done rather than having to go here and there. I mean, typical Navajo programs where they're being told to go over here again, and so on. So maybe that's a recommendation from me to get these done. And then also when you're talking about having people have to go to different agency to get their to check up on their checks if it returns, I say that why only those agency residents? And why not just open up to everyone and making sure that they may be working and they may not be able to get to the other location or to their own location. So each agency go but only if you're living in that agency, not up at the next door. So I think we really need to just go all out and do what we can to get the information out there. Speaker, so agenda to meet your phone.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambige. That, moving on down. Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Ms. Begay, thank you very much for the report. I would like to reiterate some of the statements that are made by my colleagues. But our people are reaching out to us. They're very concerned that they're trying to contact your office, but now I can tell them that you all receive approximately 46,000 phone calls a day. They were wondering why the phones are always busy. Now I can have an answer for them. I believe that your office, Ms. Begay, needs to contact 110 chapters and provide perhaps a weekly update as to what numbers they need to call or continue calling, as well as also some of them are concerned that the ARPA hardship assistance checks has been skipped over them. They feel like the checks have been already distributed and they got nothing. and somehow they got wind of information, some sort of information that is going around out there, that everybody's gotten their checks, and those that haven't got their checks yet are not going to get their checks. So there's concerns out there. And I think the local chapter, when they have their chapter planning meeting and chapter meetings, regular meetings, they could disseminate information when you email directly to the chapters from your office. I think that would be very helpful. The chapter officials are pretty good about distributing information to their local community members, and therefore it would be great that your office sends these updated information to the local chapters. And the question that I would like to ask, has all the is it complete? Let me ask that question. Has all the check processing been complete? And that's just the one question that I would like to ask. And thank you very much. And I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker Damon, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and all the folks on this Zoom teleconference call. Miss Gay, thank you for providing this report. And I appreciate the directness and not having any other commentary, just reporting straightforward. I appreciate that. The one thing that still troubles me is, has the Navajo Nation received all the information that Baker Tilly was supposed to have turned back over? And if they haven't, is that cause for you and your staff to do double work in going forward with the ARPA funding as for the hardship assistance as well as for the CARES Act? And if the information that came from them, is that the cause for some of these aspects of wrong addresses, people sharing the same CIB, and that's of concern to me. I really, I guess, support all the recommendations that are being made to improve the services, and I really do express that you're basically operating with lots of vacancies in your staff, and you're doing the best that you can. And I appreciate what you're doing. And I just, we do have, and part of this, what I'm seeing is the Vital Records Office is basically operating with an archaic system. And that seems to be also part of the problem. And I realize that that's not under your pardon the expression, not under your control. So that's where I place my questions. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 34 seconds. Pat, let me go back to you, Madam Controller. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. First question from Honorable Delegate Key Allen Begay regarding the wrong application submitted or wrong address, zip code. I'll let my staff know if it's can be corrected, like zip code, just for us to correct it instead of sending it all back for a change of address form. Thank you for alerting me on that. For people standing outside the admin building, one, as a matter of fact, we made arrangement to use the sports center at the fairground. We will be moving there beginning tomorrow. So there's a big parking space at that area, and that will eliminate people standing in the heat. They can wait inside their own vehicle. So that's the plan beginning tomorrow, that we will be doing the check distribution over at the sports center at the fairground. And we thank the fairground manager for allowing us to use the facility over at the fairground. And we will invite the census office to join us so that those that have issues with their CIB, they can be there to assist as well. And the issue with the short staff, we are working closely with the Department of Personnel Management. It's just there's not that many applicants for the office specialists that we need for the temporary hardship staff. But whatever they get, they assess them right away, the applications, so they can refer them to our office. And the question from Honorable Delegate Ness about contacting 110 chapters. We would like to publicize the CIB of those recipients that we receive returned checks. There's approximately 10,000 of them. We're working with DOJ to do this. We can break it down by chapter, by agency, and then we can share just the CIB without the name so that we can get hold of these recipients so that they can pick up their checks. And we are working with the chapters as soon as we get the okay from DOJ to do this. And based on our records, there were 320,000 enrolled Navajos that received CARES Act hardship assistance. And we process ARPA checks to approximately 300,000 enrolled Navajos. So there's still 20,000 left to go, but we're finding out that there's a lot of enrolled Navajos that did not apply for CARES assistance, but they are now applying. So we're also working with them on that. In addition, the technical assistance drive that's ongoing. We're attracting those Navajos that never enrolled to enroll so that they can get assistance. And we're working with the Office of the President and Vice President to get additional funding for the ARPA hardship. But for the CARES recipients, we will be able to assist all of them because our data or our records show 320,000 that receive assistance. And we will be able to assist all the CARES hardship assist recipients with the ARPA assistance. And for a question by Honorable Delegate Daniel, so regarding the Baker Tilly portal that we received, we have to do a lot of cleanup. There's a lot of our CARES recipients that were on that portal that did not have the correct address, did not have the CIB, and or they're sharing CIB with other individuals, but regardless, they received the CARES assistance. But with the ARPA, once we process the ARPA check with this particular CIB number, we cannot assist another person with the same CIB. Our accounting system will not accept that. It will get rejected. That's why we're working closely with the Vital Records for them to resolve this issue. And we acknowledge that other programs, Navajo Nation programs, they are also short-staffed. Everywhere they're complaining about no applicants, and we're facing the same situation with our hardship program. But we have the funding to hire additional temporary workers. It's just there's not that many applicants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. Let me continue on down. I do have Honorable Otto So next in the queue. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Also, Madam Controller, thank you for your report. And it looks like your office is very short-staffed. And it really baffles me that we have appropriated $180 million, and yet we have DPM and so many people being an obstacle to hire that office assistant or someone to help you guys. And has there been any type of solution to expedite those hiring? Maybe off of an emergency-based hire, because I know DPM will say, "Oh, you're overqualified," or "You don't qualify," or whatever. Maybe your ears is too long on one side. Has there been any type of plan to try to enhance that hiring process for your office so that you will have adequate office staff to try to assist the nation in the hardship? The other is I too have constituents asking about their hardship checks and so forth, and I've been emailing. I have emailed emailed you a couple of times to try to address some issues. Just like today, I emailed you pertaining to one of my constituents in Tuba City, and they too think that the Navajo Nation Council is issuing out the hardship checks. And, they complain or that they talk about the communication issue at the local level. And, I think a communication issue of who is behind the issuance of the checks and so forth, because when the drive was happening in Tuba City, people were thinking that the checks in Western Agency was given to Tuba City chapter to distribute. There was some misinformation, and I got calls on that. And I said, no, I said Tuba City chapter just allowed Office of the Controller to utilize space there so that they can provide this 2-day event there. The other is that the people in line at those 2-day events, I think you guys have over $180 million that had been appropriated for the support services. I think bathrooms are very important, key bathrooms. And if the budget could include a couple of porta johns, porta potties, so that those people in line could make their way to the porta john to use the restroom. And a lot of them, they were in line, they had to lose their space in line and go back to the end. So things like that happened there. And then the other is that I think that the 1-day or 2-day event is not suffice. It has to be like a 1-week event, because the lines are long. And I do get those comments, and they say, why is this? Why is that? How come this? How comes that? And I just said that I can only convey information back to the controller's office, because the controller office works under the direction of the president. The Navajo Nation Council has authorized payment for hardship payments. So the issuance of the checks and the process, that collaboration should be the responsibility of that office in the executive branch to communicate directly with the Navajo public. Right now, the Navajo public thinks that the Navajo Nation Council is who you work for, who your office works for. And looking at that, clearly you work under the direction of the executive branch, and that communication, our Navajo people deserves that. And I just like to wish that you get that information out there, and those other a recommendation to enhance those public outreach that happens at the agency level. But it's all over the nation. It sounds like it's going on in Northern Agency, Chinle Agency, Western Agency, and Fort Defiance Agency. So, if I have any time, reserve my time.
Hold on. With that, 16 seconds in reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So. Good evening. Floor is yours.
Okay. Audit and cities, auditions are other robots that the Dragon and cities on students. I reckon we never thought there was going to be stampede. There's all this stuff going, and we just got lost somewhere in there. We weren't ready for this. Nobody ever knew there's going to be a pandemic. Nobody ever knew there's going to be some money coming down the drain. So this is just at the moment thing that we did. So I feel I'm pretty sure we did the best we can. We did also the same thing, almost 2 years trying to resolve this. And we're still at the other ARPA. We haven't done anything yet. People are waiting. So we're in the same boat as everybody else in this government. That's how I see it. And the controller, she was new in there when we put her in there. And then we put all these kind of laundry on her, try to resolve it, try to wash them all up. Papers action, day application, etc. I believe it's really our way of doing things is trying to resolve it the best way we know how, instead of pointing fingers that way or that way. And he thought that the Yahweh, the favorite Swedish name, we did that to the people. They want the money right away, like yesterday when the check is just not come out yet. So that's another issue. The personality or the attitude of the people also got involved. Men sa Casey in the middle. So between il aro between it all art. I want the heart. I jail and shit. So I could all be hostile of it. I assume Mr. Gay is married to Navajo. There's a Gay at the end of her name. I believe you have girls. That means you have introduced a clan on the Navajo Nation. That's how I see it. If there's a woman that's married to a Navajo, there's a new clan on the Navajo Nation. So with that, that's about all I can say about what we're doing now and what we're saying in regards to this. Oh, I with that, I reserve my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 56 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So, good evening. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker. Good evening, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for being with us on this day. Madam Controller, I want to thank you for your report and your answers as well to my colleagues' questions and concerns. I do have a couple of issues that I do want to reiterate as my colleagues have spoken before of my constituents trying to reach the controller's office to get a status and update on their applications. And this goes back to prior to the CARES hardship assistance. And with that, I've always been worried since you came into this position and what kind of a transition you and your department were going to be going into and how you would manage that. Right now, we have constituents that are hoping to get an update. They have not received their first check with the CARES. And right now, I know that they've called multiple times. So I'm wondering, what is your plan as far as assisting with these concerns? And as we do know, there's a lot of open positions right now with DPM. And then what can we do and how could you utilize those open positions as far as with the workforce to help reach out to these individuals or set up at chapters, at least within each agency, to allow the constituents to come again and to check on their applications. So if you can provide a response to that, that's an idea. Maybe you can take that into consideration. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. That reserve time at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Madam Controller. Madam Controller, for response. Good evening again, Madam Controller. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Response to Honorable Delegate Otto's question about expediting the hiring of hardship temporary employees. We are working closely with the DPM. They were very responsive. They prioritized assessing the applications for the hardship temporary workers. It's just there's not that many applicants. So, but DPM is working on assessing the applications right away. once we submit them. And regarding the communication issue at the local level, for example, with the Tuba City chapter, I would like to thank the Tuba City chapter. They were a big help in the check distribution drive, and we need to secure the checks, so we're not leaving the checks to any agency chapter. So that's a miscommunication there, and we want to correct that. With regards to the bathroom facility, we will make sure that's will be going to be a bathroom facility on the future check distribution that we will be doing with the other agencies. With the question from Honorable Delegate Eugene, so we already issued 300,000 checks, and there's 20,000 left from the CARES recipients that did not get their check. That represents 7%. And those are the one with problems with their CIBs, with their addresses. So we're working with them on this. And the last time I was at the council back in January, we have not issued a check. So for the past 3 months, we were able to issue 300,000 checks. And the Navajo Nation government, or OOC, had never done this before. The most we issued was like 5,000 checks a week. But we're trying our best to accommodate all the CARES hardship recipients so that they can get their checks, the 20,000 left. And Delegate Charlene So's question about the CARES Act hardship assistance program is now closed. We're not processing any more CARES hardship assistance checks. I'm not sure what was the reason why they did not get the CARES assistance for those that applied, but we're making them apply for the ARPA. In order for them to get the ARPA hardship assistance, they need to apply for those that did not get the CARES hardship assistance. And opening up the agency offices, not just the one-time check distribution drive, that's under discussion to assign temporary hardship employees at the agency offices so that they will be there Monday through Friday instead of this just check distribution drive. And of course, anybody from any agencies can come to Window Rock. Now it's over at the sports center, and we can issue their checks. They don't need to wait for the check distribution drive scheduled for the different agencies. They can just come over here in Window Rock and pick up their checks. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Madam Controller. Sorry, colleagues, I was trying to explain to one of our colleagues the process. With that, colleagues, is there any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Controller Begay, for providing this report. I think a lot of the questions regarding CARES have been asked, except for one. How long are the ARPA checks good for? I know that some people are saying that they've tried to deposit their checks only to be put on, their checks being put on hold for several days. There's also people who are reporting that after 60 days, they did try to cash their check. A lot of it was because they were trying to track down their check. When they finally received it, they weren't able to cash their check. So in the situations where checks are no longer good, what is the process for people to return checks and to receive a new check? That's number one. Number two is I do notice that you do have some information on those checks that are related to fraud, about how many checks have been reported to have been cashed by someone that it doesn't belong to. That's two. Number three is who made the decision to have the checks from deceased relatives or deceased individuals? Who made the decision to have it sent back to the controller's office? We have a lot of people who are saying that they could use those checks to help assist with bills that were left over, or in some cases funeral costs. So if I can get a little bit more information on that. And then my last question is, have you been working with the president in implementing a plan on how we could supplement our lost revenue? I think that ARPA has given us the opportunity of replacing some of those funds, but in the next couple of years, we're going to start to see a shortfall. Is what my concern is. Has your office started to prepare in maybe coming up with some figures on what those shortfalls are anticipated to be at? Thank you. I reserve my time, Speaker.
That 2 minutes and 53 seconds on your reserve time. Colleagues, is there any further comments or questions at this time?
Yes. Hello, Speaker. This is Delegate Yell here.
Good evening, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare. Floor is yours.
Yeah, hey, Speaker. Thank you very much, Elizabeth Gay, Acting Controller. Yeah, I just want to, do you have a list for those people who have not received funds under CARE Act funds? Do you have a list with the total amount? Maybe also the same situation with the CARE Act money too. Do we have those names who have not received a hardship pay? Both sides. Do you have accountability? Labor law list, something like that? Do you have one like that, Elizabeth? Could it? Yeah, save my time, Speaker.
Every time at 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Delegate Begay.
Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the Naval Nation Council. Although the Madam Controller Begay, good evening. I have a question. I know that this is CARES funding, and I'm trying to listen to all the questions, but I think there's one particular one that I think I don't know how to go about it, but I know that all these funds were given to the Navajo people based on their population. So during the time, that during the population count, the census count, and some of them people were still living alive, and but things like when during this when we start doing the distribution of hardship, seems that some people passed, and it seems like that this was their funding. It was part of their was given to them based on their account of them being living. But once they passed, it seems like what's the best way that we could do, because now they passed, and just like they were told, just like how my knowledge, Charles Noon just asked that question, that people they're told to take it back, and I guess that people still need it. What can be done? Is there any procedures that they can go through to to help them out? This is we're talking about recovery. We're talking about getting well, and how to maybe to start the process of getting well again. That losing a loved one. So, is there a way that these people can receive according to the beneficiaries? That's just my question. Thank you, Speaker. This will be reserve my time. Thank you.
That 2 minutes and 17 seconds on by Omar BA. That, let me go ahead and go back to Madam Controller. Floor is yours, Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First question from Honorable Delegate Charles Newton regarding the ARPA checks. ARPA checks is good for 90 days. And those that were put on hold, we clarified that with Wells Fargo. They acknowledged that there were certain Wells Fargo bank that put a hold on the check, and they put a stop to that. So they assured us that they are no longer putting a hold on the check if that ARPA recipients deposit the check into another Wells Fargo account. So, but if the ARPA recipient has a different bank, then Wells Fargo cannot have control over that bank putting a hold. But with Wells Fargo account, they assured us that they're not putting a hold on the check. And the process to receive new checks, if the check become stale, dated, or expired, they need to return the check back to OOC so that we can do a void and reissue. For fraud, we uncovered several fraud wherein the ARPA recipients did a mobile deposit of the check, and then that same ARPA recipient used the check to go to a check cashing store and cash the check. So we encountered several issues on that. And the check cashing store even attempted to return the check back to us, OOC, but we tell the vendor that we're not reissuing another check because the recipient already deposited the check to their bank account. So they have to go after the ARPA recipient that basically committed fraud for doing that. And for the deceased individual that we issue this directive that the check must be returned back to the office of the controller, because the ARPA hardship is a federal fund. We have to comply with the federal law that if the check is addressed or payable to a deceased person, then they have to return back the check to the office of the controller. And there was a legal advice issued by our own Department of Justice on this, but I will contact DOJ again to clarify this about the deceased individual check, if we can use it to pay outstanding expenses of the family. And the last question about working with the president in implementing a plan on future lost revenue or future shortfalls. There are division directors meeting that discuss about the shortfalls because of course, the closure of the coal mine. But with this fiscal year 2023 projected revenue, because of the increase in crude oil, we projected that compared to fiscal year 2022 projected revenue, our general fund revenue for 2023 will increase 20 million approximately. So that's the shortfall for 2023 is a non-issue because of that increase in crude oil. And for the question from Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, funds that did not get distributed to the CARES applicants. When we took over the Baker Tilly portal, we identified 8,000 or so applicants on the waiting list. We tried our best to contact them, but since the information for those 8,000 or so applicants on the wait list, they're incomplete. We could not get hold of them. And right now, they're just starting to tell us that they applied for hardship under the CARES Act, but they did not get assisted. And basically, it's too late because the CARES already passed. There was a deadline by the US Treasury that we have to encumber the funds back in December 2021. That's why we were able to identify the 16.5 million savings from the CARES Fund that we use for the senior supplemental hardship. So basically, all the CARES Fund will be expended. And for those that did not get assistance under the CARES, they have to apply to receive the ARPA hardship. And for the question from Honorable Delegate Begay, for the funds given to the Navajo Nation is based on the population, and including on this population are now deceased individuals. If they still can get the distribution, again, we will reach out to DOJ to clarify that, but we're using the federal law that if a hardship check is paid to a deceased individual, it must be returned back to the Office of the Controller, since we're dealing with federal funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. Colleagues, going back to the floor, is there any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? If there are none, we go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Acting Controller, Ms. Begay. I appreciate your questions. I am also looking at my report, and can you direct where is the segment on the permanent trust fund? I just want to echo so that this council understands, and executive and judicial, that we have a $20 million, I don't know if I consider it a surplus, but 20 million, a projected increase of $20 million of this year's revenue. And so I think that should shed light when delegates feel that we're in a chronic deficit. And so I'm trying to find the information on the permanent trust fund. I don't see it in my report. If I could get that information, Speaker. And I also would need to dig down and just see at what point was there a decision not to send out a request for proposal to get additional help with the hardship distribution. Regardless of the amount, we knew that there was going to be 400 plus distributed checks, and there are Navajo accounting firms out there that could assist. And I'm looking up at these rates for these entry-level positions. You're not getting applicants because you could make more money at McDonald's. And so I think Navajo Nation is not in line with fair wage conditions. But I want to thank you, Ms. Begay, for assisting the council with the legislation, the hardship legislation that increased the amount, and the delegates who helped with CJY-62-21 hardship assistance. I understand you're asking the president for advice on funding to look for additional hardship, but that office did not help. That office did not help to increase the hardship. You can look at that legislation and you will see the chief of staff signatures not on those documents. And so a recommendation that I would make, if you have a projected number of how much additional dollars you need, we can look at how all of this funding that was allocated to central support and just start. I'm looking at the numbers, and they're in almost a single digits across the board in terms of drawdown, and we allocated this money back in July. And so there is additional funding that could be needed if on how this council can take action. And I'll reserve my time and wait for those answers. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve your time with 22 seconds, Madam Chair. Moving on down. Vice Chair Slater wastes his time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaker, colleagues, Yolanda, thank you, Madam Controller, once more for your responses earlier, and definitely appreciate that. In regards to another question I just thought of earlier, when I guess in situations of the line or phone calls, could a family member make an inquiry for another family member? That was another question that was posed to me as well. I want to say thank you as well to you and the team, as well as the amount of calls that you're getting, the 6,000, and you mentioned up to 14,000 in one day. How that's been affecting, the staff and everything that's been associated with hardship. Definitely appreciate that. Definitely want to look forward to any other responses that you may have related to the hardship situation. And I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute and 48 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Rick Nez, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. And I'll go ahead and waive my time. Thank you.
Thank
Ready
you,
to
Chairman.
accept the report.
Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Quickly, Madam Controller Begay. Basically, how much is left of that 1.8 million that went to the executive branch? I think I missed the presentation in that aspect because it was fairly voluminous on your financial report. And then on the total amount that's left on the CARES Act. There was some monies that went to water projects and etc. And I'm wondering how much is left there. And again, you're saying 320,000, but we've heard estimates as much as 440,000 Navajos. So there would be a tremendous increase in funding those folks that didn't get the first CARES or didn't get the elderly CARES. And so that's where we're basically having to come up. And I realize President made a statement that we're only limiting on the new compromise bill that Honorable Freeland is sponsoring, 745,000. If we give more than that, each chapter would be getting an audit. Speaker,
That's time.
Thank you. I'll come back on another issue. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go back to Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First question from Honorable Delegate Crotty on the Permanent Trust Fund. I'll have Rob Willie answer that. Go ahead, Rob.
Good evening, members of the Navajo Nation Council. It's Robert Willie, County Manager, Office of the Controller. So the permanent fund, as you all know, the second 5-year plan, which was CAP 30-20, was passed in April of last year, which gave $40 million to the general fund and any remaining amounts to any projects. So during the budget sessions, an amount of $43,569,000 was allocated from the permanent fund trust income for that first year. 40 million of it went to the general fund, so that left $3,569,000 to be allocated. In CS, the budget resolution, which I don't have the citation of, they had unmet needs of $1,366,131 for various items, stipends, and such. There were 2 line item vetoes, which left a balance of $2,202,869, which was not allocated from the permanent fund. So that's still available. That's still in play if anyone has any legislations or projects that they can utilize out of the general fund. The permanent fund interest for fiscal year 2023 is being calculated. There are several components that are missing right now. But once that memo is completed, it will be sent to the 3 branch chiefs and Dominic Bial for the budget allocations for FY 2023. Ms. Crotty did indicate that there was $20 million that was set aside within the 3 branch chief agreement, and which subsequently passed on to the budget resolution. In the undesignated unreserved fund balance, it was agreed that 20 million would stay in that as a reserve to fund any shortfalls for the 23 budget. I'm not sure if that's going to continue, but that's really up to leadership. So that concludes my portion of the report. Thank you.
With regards to the other question of Delegate Crotty on who made the decision on the not issuing RFP on this ARPA hardship, when I was informed that our previous consultant charged 14 million to handle the CARES hardship 1, and then we handled the CARES hardship 2. Then when the ARPA hardship was introduced by the council, since we already have the information on the CARES hardship 1 and the CARES hardship 2, I decided just for OOC to internally handle the ARPA hardship and save the 14 million that we spent on the fares on the first CARES hardship. And the question about the entry level salary of the office specialist and office assistant, yes, I agree. It's higher salary to go to work at McDonald's. That's why we're not getting as many applicants as we wish for this vacant positions that we have. And but the Department of Personnel Management can answer how to upgrade the salary of the Navajo Nation employees, especially those that are earning less than the $15 per hour that most companies now are paying their employees. And Honorable Delegate Freeland question about a person inquiring on another family member ARPA hardship. If the family member is a minor we will be able to give information, but if it's an adult, the adult recipient must be the one that will call us or inquire about the status of their hardship check, because we encounter problems in the past wherein we inform a family member about the status of the hardship check of another family member that's already an adult. And we got in a situation that there were some family disputes and all that. So to avoid that, we decided not to reveal any information if the hardship recipient is an adult. And regarding Honorable Delegate So's question about the Navajo enrolled members population, we estimate according to vital records, 411,000 enrolled Navajos that will need ARPA hardship assistance, and we only budgeted 345,000 enrolled Navajos. And again, this is based on the CARES hardship recipients. There were only 320,000 CARES hardship recipients, and we just added 25,000 to make it 345,000 budgeted ARPA hardship assistance. But with this Vital Records Office statistics on enrolled members, there's going to be approximately 411,000 enrolled Navajos that will be needing ARPA hardship assistance. And we reach out to the Office of the President and Vice President for the supplemental funding for the ARPA hardship assistance. And I believe that's part of the request that the Office of the President and Vice President submitted to the Office of Legal Counsel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That continuing on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 16 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, Madam Controller, all I would say is maybe if you could move forward to issue checks, but to find a way to improve the system, because definitely our Navajo citizens are calling us and talking to us and telling us why. And I'm running out of excuses to provide to them. So, thank you.
Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute, 56 seconds.
Hey. So, Mr. Gay, so does that mean we're doing all right, or we're going off the edge with our money? And I do get all these concerns from the people also, but I just try to work with the people. That's all I do, and I try to shout out to everybody, because I had to clean my house before I can say something to them. But we're still trying to approve the ARPA fund. Until then, I guess I can say something, but we're still wrestling with money over here. We don't know what to do with it. Until we do, I guess. That's all I can see. And you're doing a good job. Thank you. For me, I think you're doing a good job, because I see a lot of people with checks at the Chinley bank, long line all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. On reserve time. Going twice, Honorable Charlene So, on reserve time. Going 3 times. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. On reserve
Thank
time.
you, Speaker, and thank you, Controller Begay, for answering all of the questions that have been posed to you regarding hardship, and especially the questions that I asked about the time frame and also the deceased members, their checks. But my question now is, we're providing assistance to those Navajos who are currently living on the Navajo Nation. What about those Navajos who are living off the Navajo Nation? I've gotten reports from people saying that they're taking days off to drive in from Phoenix, from Denver, from Salt Lake. What about those people? Are you guys planning to do something like what you're having set up at the sports complex here in Window Rock, out in the urban areas, or do they have to take time off to come in? I reserve my time, Speaker.
At 2 minutes and 4 seconds on reserve time. We go back to Madam Controller for response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding Madam Chair Charles Newton question about providing assistance to Navajos leaving off the reservation, there will be a technical assistance drive in Denver, Colorado. And for those return checks that we received that have Colorado, Denver address or surrounding areas, we will be bringing with us those return checks so we can distribute them to those ARPA recipients. There's also another technical assistance drive in Phoenix, and we will be doing the same. We will be bringing those return checks with us to Phoenix so that we can give out the check to those ARPA hardship recipients instead of coming all the way here to Window Rock. And for those other off-reservation Navajos, like in Albuquerque, I believe there's a plan for another technical assistance drive. So we will try our best to assist Navajos that living off the reservation to give them their ARPA hardship checks. And for Honorable Delegate Otto's comment about improve the system of distribution checks. Yeah, we're trying our best to assist the 20,000 remaining CARES recipients to get their checks. We will work hard to resolve their issues and work closely with Vital Records to correct the CIB issues. And thank you for the comment from Delegate So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, 4 minutes, 10 seconds on reserve time.
I'd like to yield my time to Shitsu Chairman Daniel So. Speaker, Thank you very much. Acting Controller Elizabeth McGee, thank you for your great help. Let's clean up this book and take care of business for our Navajo. God bless.
That there's with 3 minutes and 56 seconds to allocating the time to Chairman Daniel. So you accept? Chairman,
Oh, hello. I accept.
floor is yours.
Otto Sheha, Chichi, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ms. Begay, and to Speaker, President made a statement that if we give more than $745,000 to the chapters in the legislation that Honorable Freeland is sponsoring. Speaker, I'd like to see if there's actual pinpoint on the ARPA to basically, I guess, pinpoint what President has said. I'd like to see it in black and white. I thought we still undergo the Single Audit Act. And so that's the part I'd really like to get an answer on. Since, Ms. Begay, since you are the controller, perhaps you have that exact information. The other is the part about the balance of the CARES Act. How much do we still have? And again, we realize that some of the folks, even though they used the Baker Tilly website, they didn't get a check. And that problem with that portal seems to have denied funding for the first CARES Act allocation. How can we resolve that? I do have constituents that said they never got a CARES Act check. So that's one item that is of major concern. I realize that the deadline has passed, but those folks that had applied through the Baker Tilly portal certainly would have met the deadline. So those are some things that I'm really, how do we get to the bottom of this particular aspect? Troubling. And again, previous information was Baker Tilly was waiting for the final payment to bring that portal to the Navajo Nation. I don't know if that's occurred, but we certainly need to pursue that particular aspect. Thank you, Speaker Damon and Ms. Begay. You have stepped up to really do a good job for the Navajo Nation. We really appreciate how you've conducted yourself and the staff. The staff have really also stepped up. And I don't know how else to really say it except here on the council floor that we appreciate the outstanding work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That, and we move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Chair White, other members of the Naval Nation Council. Thank you, Madam Controller Brigade. Thank you for your response. But I think question is I'm not sure how much people is using the hardship check the right way to or as a recovery. But we appreciate that that people are receiving, even though it's taking a lot of times and a long time. And but I think I've been sending you some emails, and I'm pretty sure that you were responding back to them directly too. So some of these I don't get it, but there's some of these emails I receive it back, and I try to communicate with the people too. But like I said, that I'm not sure when those questions will be directed to DOJ regarding the beneficiary. I guess you could call that people that lost loved ones and they still have the check, and it seems like just to give it back, and it's hard for them. So I know they've been asking us, is there a way that we could use it somehow, or how can it be done? I know that it's under federal law, but I think it's very difficult for the Navajo people here, because we don't have the prompt postal service that we have. They live within this where they have that HCR PO box and things like that. It takes them a long time. And for example, here in Dalcon, once they receive their the mail, but if the storekeeper, then the staff there are busy, they don't get to it until the next day. So it's kind of hard, we don't live like in a city where postal service is prompt. So maybe I think we need to reconsider something more like that. And I know that we've been working with the post office. Thank you.
Thank you. That I have Honorable Wilson Stewart McHugh. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours, and I'll go back to the Madam Controller.
Okay, ticket to the speaker. Aron the colleagues and the staff, Aron the Madam Controller Brigade. Thank you for the report, and I just want to make that comment to you and the staff, and the responses that myself and my community members get via email, sending you email, or the staff there emailed, and then getting the responses back by email. I appreciate that. And I always tell my community members that it's better to have documentation of that type rather than just telling me verbally. That way I have, and you have, the documentation with the date and the time on it. That way we can follow up on it. That's what I tell them. So I appreciate the help and the commitment that the staff have there in responding back to the community members that do raise these concerns to me. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker Damon? Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, Speaker. Hello,
Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and 24th Nation Council, those that are listening in. Okay, my question to the Office of Controller is, there's $120,000 that the Wide Ruins Project is trying to get underway. And Jason John emailed me, said that there's a requirement for a W-9 from IHS. And that seems to be a holdup for getting those funds out so that they can get the right-of-way done and invoiced to Water Resources. The reason why I'm saying it is because Wide Ruins is not a certified chapter, and they did put up their money. They did fund that money at $120,000, going on almost 3.5, almost 4 years now, and it just seems to be idling. And that's the only way that we could get this water project moving, if we can get that $120,000 to IHS so that they can get the right-of-way completed. The project itself has been funded fully, and the chapter is constantly asking about this. So how do we push that? Is a W-9 actually really needed? Speaker, that's my question, and I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
So every time at 3 minutes, 39 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Honorable Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council and staff. I appreciate all the questions that you've been asking, and I just want to express my feelings towards our controller there. And Ms. Begay, I know you've been working hard at this, and I know you've had a lot of sleepless nights. I just want to thank you for your courage and to take on this project. And also, I'd like to express some personal feelings from the people that out there that are trying to receive these checks. There's an enormous amount of funding that's going through that office. And we realize that we're having all these situations with bad addresses, and people are not on the mailing list. And so those situations that had come up along the way, and I understand you have to deal with it. And so I just want to let the people know that, we're not trying to discourage anybody from receiving their checks. The only thing is that, you have to, it's just going to take time for this to happen. And getting that 300,050 checks out and over a certain period of time takes a little while to get done, especially when you have to put those things in an envelope and send them out. And so I know some of the people out there have been discouraged. I'd just like to tell them to please give us a little bit of time and try to work with us. And we're trying our best to make sure that everybody gets their checks. And, it's a new endeavor that we've been doing here for the Navajo Nation. And I would just like to tell everybody to have not received their checks to please be patient, and that these things will come through. And, most of the ones on the outside reservation, they should have been already, the address should have been good. The only thing that would have a problem there is that they moved to a different location and they have a different address. I understand that too. But I just wanted to let everybody know, Ms. Begay, I thank you all for your staff and everybody there for working hard, all the volunteers who are involved in putting these checks in the mail, putting them in the envelopes and putting them through the mail. And just to try to be patient if you haven't got it yet. We're still working on the system. And, the problem with the mail, with the post office box and not accepting them. I did have a few of those that came through, and I emailed them to you and text you on those, Ms. Begay, and I know you sent them to the right office. So I just want to make sure that we let everybody know that just try to be patient, and we're not trying to blow anybody off, not having to send them their check or getting anything that they deserve. So with that, Ms. Begay, I'd like to say thank you again with all your staff and all the people who volunteered to get this program together. And who knows, we might have to go through it again in another year or two. But with any luck, we'll get everything cleared up. The other thing I was wanting to find out from the controller, you had estimated 400,011. from the estimates, do we have a number on what how much we're going to be short? And I'm not sure if you had already got that question or not. My phone went dead there for a while, so I wasn't able to cover some of the questions and answers. But that was the main question I wanted to find out was, the President's office had estimated 400,000 and 4,000 people that were going to be signing up by end of this year. And so your number is a little bit different. And so do you have a number of how much money extra is going to be needed to cover those checks? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
That is every time with 25 seconds. That. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? There's not. Go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask, in the Department of Justice, on I think page 7, they talk about back pay for Office of the Prosecutors. They've been waiting 6 months. Can I get a response? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 11 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Good evening, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Controller, for those questions, those answers as well. I'm going to go ahead and yield my time to my Chair, Honorable Daniel So, with the remainder of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 39 seconds. You accept?
Thank you. I accept. Chair, thank you for giving the allotted time to me. Thank you, Ms. Begay. I really appreciate what you're providing to the council, and again, the same ways for your getting the staff to really be helpful to the council. And it's the main thing, I think, is the other question I really have is, in each of the divisions, we have general funds. In the report you and your staff provided, we had a report on Division of Social Services, carryover funds. Sorry about that. Carryover funds from years past that amounted to $10 million in general funds. And it just seems like with a few months left to go, that $10 million is not going to be expended by the Division of Social Services. And in looking at, and we, I guess, need to get a portion of the report to focus on the general funds that exist at the upper levels of each division. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for all the questions. First question from Honorable Delegate Daniel So on the question about the proposal of $745,000 for each chapter. Based on the single audit requirement, the recipient will be subject to single audit if the amount received is $750,000 and above. So I believe that's what the the office of the president and vice president use to lower the proposed allocation to the chapter to 745,000, which is below the threshold for single audit of 750,000. And for the question, if there's leftover money from the CARES Fund, Exhibit A1 that is attached to the report shows we expended all the CARES Fund money. There's no leftover. And for those that did not get assistance from the CARES, we just simply do not have money left to assist them. They have to apply for the ARPA hardship. And the other exhibit is the ARPA project listing, is Exhibit A-2 per CJY 4121. There's a budget of $77,559,069 to reimburse those that expended the CHASN and the UUFB. And to date, that budget remain intact. We're working with the FRF office and OMB on the process of reimbursing the CHASN and the UUFB. And for the defunded CARES projects, there's a budget of $166,723,555. There's a remaining budget of $101,887,548. Most of this will go to NTUA, and we are working with NTUA on giving them at least half of the approved budget for defunded CARES. And for central support, there was a budget appropriated for $106,187,744. As of the end of March, there's still a remaining balance of $103,546,357. So based on this, only 2% was expended from the budget. And for regulatory office, that's also under the support, that's $24,338,630 was budgeted, and to date, only 209. There's still a remaining balance of $23,799,440. So only 2% of the budget was expended. And there's unbudgeted amount under support for $77,419,772. And of course, for hardship, budget of $557 million, we expended as of the end of March, $444,822,000, with a remaining balance of $112,178,000. But as of April 13th, we expended additional money. We issued additional hardship checks. So to date, there's only approximately $50 million left under the ARPA hardship. So that's the activities under the ARPA hardship. And for Delegate Bigay's question of the Postal Service. Again, I would like to encourage the tribal government to pursue the rural addressing because of this issue that we have about undelivered mails, returned mails. We should have the Navajos get their mail delivered to their physical address. And for Vice Chair Smith, question about the 120,000 White Ruins Water Project. I consulted with DOJ, so I'll be working with the purchasing section with the manager there so that we can push forward in processing the contract for this. So we clarify the W-9. So we can go ahead and do that without the W-9. And for Honorable Delegate Alona's question, we requested 120 million additional to assist up to 411,000 enrolled Navajos. So we would like your support on this additional hardship money to be funded under ARPA. And I thank you all for your support. We are working very hard to process all the hardship checks, especially for the 20,000 CARES recipients that have yet to receive their ARPA hardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. That Honorable Charlene, so 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Honorable Charlene, so 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Going twice. Honorable Charlene, so 3
Speaker.
minutes, 10 seconds. On reserve time.
Reception right now. Oh, Speaker, I will waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down.
Question, point of privilege, Delegate Cardi.
Yes, point of privilege, Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Did Acting Controller answer my question regarding prosecutor back pay? If I could receive that information, thank you.
We go to Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Delegate Crotty, on the back pay. We will look into that. I'm not sure what's the status of that, but Rob Willie is here with me, so we will prioritize that, what happened to that back pay for the Office of the Prosecutor. And Delegate Daniel so also has a question about the carryover. Under Exhibit C, we listed the budget available for each branch, but we will check about the Division of Social Services carryover, and we will provide that information to the council, and other division funded from the general fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, and we move on down back to reserve time. We're left off 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you again, Controller BJ. So I just want to clarify, you said that your team will be moving to the sports center here in Window Rock, and you're going to be issuing out checks. Can I just get a yes or no on whether I heard that correct? Number two is, I guess I'm a little bit concerned, Controller BJ, because it seems like every time you provide this council report, then a press release comes out from Office of the President and Vice President, which is completely opposite from what you said. And then we hear something different from the boots on the ground, which is the hardship team. So I really hope that the information that you're telling us tonight is information, because it's already being shared all over on Facebook, just an FYI. So I really hope that this information does stick. The third thing is I want to advocate, and I think that the pay for our hardship temporary workers needs to be increased. So if we could work on that so that they can be paid a little bit more for what they're doing, especially in light of the funding that's available. And last, I do want to point out, Speaker, we do have staff still here in the chambers. I'm the last delegate standing, still here in chambers with staff and also with Speaker. It is 8:53, and I know that we're always talking about staff, and we're always talking about how they need to get home. And I think that Delegate Rick Nez said it at one time. It's really nice that our delegates get to sit at home and they get to vote and they get to ask these questions from home. But we expect our staff to be here. And during winter session, I was here from throughout the entire council session. I'm going to do the same thing again with spring session, so I'm still sitting here with staff. But I just want to say thank you, staff, for being here with us and for helping to assist us with the reports and then also with the information that we need. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. That, let me go ahead and go on down. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 39 seconds on reserve time.
Well, thank you again, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also those that are listening on board this evening. Yes, it is late. However, thank you, Madam Interim Controller, for providing this report and diligently trying to get those checks out in time. I know that is a big responsibility. We appreciate all the work and your staff doing. And it is a monumental task. I remember you saying that at the time we were passing that legislation for the $557 million to help our people out there. You said it's a monumental task and it's almost humanly impossible, but we're pulling it off, and I just appreciate that. And folks are waiting patiently, and I know that there is a bill that's being dropped, or is dropped, to add additional dollars to the hardship to cover those that are still in line waiting for their checks to be dispersed at the amount of $2,000. Shananta. My question is, thank you for answering that wide ruins, and I'm just curious, how long would that take to get a definite answer, so that Wide Ruins would be understandable on where this is going. I know that you're working with DOJ. How long will this take to become a reality so that that money can be utilized and be given to Aisha so that they can start moving this project? Because I know they want to have a meeting here shortly, and we did hire a planner out there in Wide Ruins, and this is one project that they're really looking at, and they're thankful that the Navajo Nation had funded the money for them, and they're looking forward to working and getting that water out there. So I reserve the rest of my time, Speaker.
Reserve time with 1 minute and 41 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Helena, 25 seconds.
Speaker, this is Helena. Thank you, and I appreciate all the information that you're giving us, Speaker Controller Brigade. And thank you very much for all your help. I appreciate it from everybody. I'm sure we all appreciate it. And so with that, Speaker, I have to waive my time. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Delegate Cruddy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Helena. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Point of privilege is in the report. Where is the $667 million? I believe executive received most of that ARPA money that went directly to the programs. Where would I find this in the controller's report? Thank you, Speaker.
What a privilege. Madam Controller. Question by Madam Chair McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the response, it's on Exhibit A-2. There's the central support for 106 million. And there's the regulatory support for 24 million. And of course, there's still the unbudgeted 77 million. So those are the administrative costs that was budgeted under CJY 4121. And of course, the rest are the defunded CARES projects, as well as the CHASN and the UUFB reimbursements, plus the 557 million for hardship. So the total allocated dollars under CJY 4121, including the hardship, is 1,9,228,770.
Thank you. That, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, or reserve time of 11 seconds.
No, Speaker, I'm still on my point of privilege. That's not what I'm asking for. Thank you. That Madam Acting Controller is referring to CJY-41-21. So that's money that came into like that 2.06 billion from Treasury. The executive programs. Do you remember that first day of our work session back in December? There's a listing. Oh, where's that in this report? That's a lot of money. That's $667 million just floating out there. Thank you. I need to know what's the breakdown and where we're at with that. Thank you.
Madam Controller.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker and Madam Delegate Crotty, the executive programs, we do not have that information if it's not budgeted under ARPA. The central support, we listed the names of the programs that receive the funding, as well as the regulatory support. Those are all listed under that Exhibit A-2.
Not too long. Reach out to,
But we will check on that, Delegate Crotty, if we're missing some information under this ARPA funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank you, Madam Controller. That, Madam Chair, McCarty, reserve time 11 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, on my time. So I think that needs to be part of this record for the public. Thank you.
Right.
I'll waive my second. Thank you.
That, Madam Controller, we'll go back to you. There were some questions from colleagues.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question from Madam Chair Charles Newton on the clarification. As I stated, we will be doing check distribution at the sports center located at the fairground beginning tomorrow. To be exact, it will be in the afternoon, beginning at 1 o'clock. And we will try to avoid the misinformation moving forward. And I agree that we need to increase the salary of our hardship temporary worker. We need to increase the salary of the overall Navajo Nation employees that are getting paid less than the $15 per hour. And that's with the Department of Personnel Management that will work on that. And I believe that's all the question. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time. If there's not, Vice Chair Smith, you have 1 minute and 41 seconds on reserve time. Vice Chair Smith?
I reserve my time, Speaker.
1 minute, 39 seconds. That, going back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 39 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, Controller, and those that are listening on board, 24th Nation Council. My question was, how soon will that be taken care of on the $120,000? I know that Wide Ruins will be having their meeting here, chapter meeting, coming Wednesday, and I'd like to provide that information to them on what's taking place. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 8 seconds. Go back to Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair Smith, on your question. So we clarified that with the DOJ. So the contract should move forward by tomorrow. So I will work with purchasing on fast tracking this contract, and we will keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we go back to the floor. Any further comments or questions? None, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 8 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker. And also thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Gate, in terms of controller. The contract, I'm sure they're going to be asking me this question. Is that between the Navajo Nation or is that between Wide Ruins, since they're the ones that presented the $120,000? I just want to be clear on this. Reserve my time.
47 seconds. Madam Controller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Vice Chair Smith. I believe the contract is between the Navajo Nation and IHS. That's why the issue of the W-9 came into question, but that was clarified by DOJ. So that the contract will be with IHS. Thank you.
Thank you. That, go back to reserve time, 47 seconds, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that. One last thing, Madam Controller. Could we keep Jason John in the loop on this too? Because he's going to be basically working on this 120,000. I think that's why I asked that question. Is it going to be Jason John shop, or is it going to be Wide Ruins, or is it going to be Navajo Nation on the contract? Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 25 seconds. Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Smith. We will have Jason John in the loop. It will be with Jason John that we will be working with on the contract.
Thank you. That, Vice Chair Smith, 25 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. I know it's late. Just want to say thank for providing that information, and I can relay that to Wide Ruins, and hope that we can see this before the end of this week and see what the contract does to move these dollars so that we can get this right away done. And that's the basis of getting the funding from the system. Thank you. Appreciate it.
J, L, and M.
Hey, with that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time on the report from the controller? I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one else with reserve time.
Speaker, Delegate James here.
Well, Vince James, good evening.
Good evening, Shanala Oyate, and then Speaker. Though the Office of the Controller report kodo adnahiki na so excuse me for speaking English, but just to get to the point, I just wanted to make it known that I did receive several complaint issues from constituents in my area, and one of the biggest complaint is in regards to the many phone numbers that you guys have and how it's so of a time consuming to go through down that phone listing. And some of them are saying, it takes about at least an hour to 2 hours out of our daily activities, duties that we do. And so how are you and your team as the controller going to fix this? What solution do you have for the people? That way they're not looking at their phone for an hour or 2 hours trying to resolve and get an answer in regards to the hardship. So if you can relay that back to the 3 different families that I just received text on. I did inform them of what was said earlier, but I don't think that's suffice enough because they're still complaining about it, and they just want solutions coming from you. I really don't know.
Honorable Vince James, are you there? Vince James going twice. Vince James going 3 times. That, Madam Controller, maybe you can follow up Honorable James tomorrow or later on. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice.
Motion for recess.
Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. Accepting controller's report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shadid, this is Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
I
Otto
vote
So.
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote on case. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene Sill votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Speaker with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, on the receiving a financial report from the Navajo Nation Controller, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Madam Controller, you and your team for being here with us this evening. That, Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to make a motion to accept all the oral reports and the written reports and to pick up with legislation under old business tomorrow, and to also motion to recess at this time, Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Also, second the motion.
Madam Chair Charles Newman, I request that you motion to accept the oral reports and written reports in one, and then to adjourn in the second one, a recess in a second motion.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make the motion at this time to accept all of the oral reports A, B, C, D, and all of the written reports A, B, C, D at this time, Speaker.
Okay. That
Second, Delegate James.
second by Delegate James. And colleagues. Comments, questions? Going twice. Or 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keel votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McGee votes.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Hey, votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
So, what's that on case? So,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, the vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. A motion to accept all reports under 8 and 9 under our reports, actually on our agenda, which is all oral reports.
Speaker, this is Otto So.
The vote is 20 in favor, 1 opposed, 20 in favor, 0, or 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries. With that, moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Yes, I motion to recess.
Second by Charles Newton.
Second that motion, Eugene So.
Second by Madam Chair Charles, motion by Honorable Otto So, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton to recess at 9:24 p.m. That, colleagues, motion carries. We will be recessed until 10 a.m. tomorrow, April 19th. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Gallo votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
What time do we recess?
9:24, right? Thank you, colleagues, with that. Vote was taken at 9:24. The vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. We're officially on recess until tomorrow, colleagues, at 10 a.m., April 19th. We shall see you then. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, staff. Stay safe out there. Go on it.